But I guess I should start on finishing up
Boop,
Talos
boop,
Principle.
boop, 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 boop. Oh, you didn't finish it last night? I thought you might.
I got close. I was on like the 5th floor puzzle and said, okay, I'm too tired for this.
Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Alright. Alright. What do I listen to while I do a thing? I mean, I would listen to Void Stranger, but, Q's gonna play it, so. He's definitely gonna play it tonight, right? He's definitely gonna play it tonight, right? Right?
Well, Q was online Discord earlier and is gone now, so no.
There are three things you would say that you would do before you play your Void Stranger.
What? Name them.
Watch TV.
Uh-huh.
Play Star Ocean.
Probably true.
And
Die.
yeah, read something. I don't know.
He doesn't read. Q only reads when you don't want him to. He won't. He will procrastinate reading just to annoy me and Talon. That's what we learned last month.
No, okay, this is why I'm not going to be playing Talos just yet.
Why?
It's time for my Friday Factorio fact.
Oh, what is it?
Swimming in lava.
That sounds unpleasant. That sounds
You beat
like it'd be
Talon?
really hot.
Should be beating Talos tonight. It depends, though. Did you read the last one, Ivan? It was about the first new planet.
No.
That was an interesting enough one.
Oh, yeah, name every planet.
But they only talked about one new planet.
Name every planet.
I cannot. They didn't give me the names of the other planets.
Why does the planets have names? In
Because
real life, planets don't have names.
That's not true. We named them.
In real life, the only one with the name is Pluto, and it's not real. It's actually a fake planet. It's a flanet. Oops. Did somebody just get another armor seed? Stop.
It was me.
Oops. Being slow. Why am I being slow?
How many planets?
What kind of planety? I'll pick the thing up. There's so many wolves! There's so many wolves! Oh! Okay, I only need to kill... I don't even need to kill you. You're dead to me.
We think less than 2 or 3 additional planets isn't quite making good use of the space logistics. So at least 4 planets? I guess they've already...
17 planets. Alright, I need a frickin' thing. There's my Ligma. Now I just need a dragon. Need a dragon. Rock the dragon. Dragon balls. Dragon these balls across your face.
Avoid the situation where the new planets become just mining outposts.
Who would do that?
Look,
You have to be pretty uncreative to just turn them into mining outposts.
if space exploration didn't want us to turn them into mining outposts, it would have designed its shit better.
True.
Though maybe with all the engine changes coming with this, it will be able to, so who knows?
Oh, somebody just got their first crystal weapon seed, I see. I don't need to be jealous.
Also, the real thing I think is the main Factorio game will probably make sure you have access to all the main resources on every planet, regardless of whatever.
I
As opposed to
doubt
getting
it.
like ironless or copperless stuff.
I doubt they will do that actually.
The volcano world seems to have all of it. You have ways to get It seems like they will have ways to get things like iron and copper, and they just like I'm reading this now, and he mentioned like yeah, we need to make sure you can make rocket parts on all worlds, in case something
that's
happens
nice.
to Novice while you're gone.
What could happen?
But yeah, they also say like when you land on a new planet, you're going to have to get back to the point where you're launching yourself back into space again with rockets.
I see.
Uh,
2, 1, May.
Mage.
I see. Building the rock infrastructure 4 times starts to be repetitive, so we definitely aim to have each of the planet's recipes simplify or completely skip some parts.
Interesting.
I see.
Oh, are you reading the Factorio?
I am.
2,
I haven't
1,
pulled it up yet.
May.
Mage.
Or like Victorio.
More like Pat quit SpaceX Storio.
What?
He
2,
quit when we played.
1, range.
I didn't quit. I just stopped it.
Curious.
Yeah, you wanna explain the functional difference there?
2, 1, May.
No. I don't need to.
Refuses to elaborate, I see.
Self-explanatory.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
2,
Let me get some tacos.
1,
Okay.
range.
No.
I want a pork belly.
That's a weird thing to what?
2,
Hey.
1,
Steak taco.
May.
Is that some kind of
Wait, they
weird
don't-
fetish?
They don't have it anymore.
Pat's ignoring me. Ma, Pat's
Have
ignoring
you-
me.
Oh,
Have you never had pork
2,
belly?
No, I'm
one,
making a joke.
range.
Sounds. He said I want a
It's
pork.
a pretty weird.
He said I want a pork belly. Not a
One
pork belly
pork belly,
taco.
please.
You wanted
2,
a pork belly.
I
not
said
like that's a
taco, but
weird-
it
May.
isn't.
I heard taco.
Nah, he didn't say it. It's a complete fabrication.
You know what? I'm hungry. All he's getting is get 2 of them.
2, 1,
2
range.
tacos. And then one of these. One of these.
One of these nuts.
2, 1,
And some
May.
pickled jalapenos, please.
What about pickled onions?
2, 1,
Not as good.
range.
Who pickles their onions?
Same kind of people that pickle their
2,
cucumbers.
1, May.
False.
You're getting empanada too. That's too much food.
2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage.
Mage. Range.
2, 1, range.
Hmm?
Mage.
Two, 1.
I don't do anything
Mage.
today. I couldn't even. I don't even have access to our teams yet.
Mm.
So I just sat there.
2, 1.
It's awkward.
Pretended
Range.
stand up and then played games.
What games?
More like games.
2, 1, mage.
Why didn't you play better games? That's the real question.
It's a fun game. Lucky Hero.
2,
It's a new roguelike
1,
deck building
range.
game. With more RNG. It's
Mm,
like gambling.
you would.
What's Pat talking about? I was listening to a
1,
Foundry make stuff.
mage.
He's
Yeah.
playing a gambling game.
Eh.
Gamba.
It's
2,
not actually. It's
1,
like a deck builder,
range.
but
He's playing a gambling game. He's literally gambling his life savings
It's-
away now that he has a new job.
it's a. The
2,
deck is a slot machine,
1.
basically.
Mage.
Mm.
Alright, dude, how about you
2,
die? Yeah. Ding. Nothing. I didn't even, like, get any good items from that. That's freaking cringe. Give me 27 diamonds. What am I gonna do with 27 diamonds? They're everywhere. They're a girl's best friend.
Orange science packs.
Door hinge?
So I hope you're ready to pump lava.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
what is
into
this-
your
what is this
mom.
update? What is this update for?
It's about the
But,
expansion.
the expansion they're releasing eventually.
For Factorio?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you live under a rock?
Yeah.
You didn't have a job. You tell me you didn't look up Factorio.
No?
Oh, that's weird.
Is that weird?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I feel like that's pretty believable.
Man, I expect you to be up to date on all the cutting Factorio news. For reasons.
Sulfuric acid could be mined directly.
Or did you not read the Volcanus one last week?
I mean, that was a SpaceX feature that was planned already anyway.
Yeah.
It's a very. Can you go in multiple planets in the base game?
Yes. They're
The expansion, yeah, is sort of SpaceX.
yeah, it's SpaceX with a twist, probably quite a bit logistically simpler. It's pretty funny, actually.
We don't want to make it too complicated, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't want to make it as complicated as SpaceX does.
I mean, it's not gonna have mixed rockets, which is honestly just a complete win. Common woob win.
There's
There-
also a huge bunch of like quality of life improvements with regards to like combinator logic circuits.
Yeah, that'll
other-
probably be part of a patch. That'll probably just improve SpaceX when it comes out.
That'll probably
why
make-
was a bear? Yeah.
The mod's better too, I guess, since.
Yeah, they're adding a lot of extra functionality. Oh, you don't know anything about quality.
Oh yeah, they're
Yeah,
adding.
there's your Gamba.
There's your
pad.
Gamba. Yeah, they're adding Gamba into the game actually. It's true.
Is it
I
like
forget.
when you craft something, it has quality? So
Yes.
Yeah, when you
no.
use quality
Cool.
modules,
Yeah,
it can
you have
come
to
out.
use. Yeah, you unlock quality modules, and it has a chance to come out as a quality item, and there's tiers of quality as well.
And their base representation of tiers were all like Diablo-esque loot tiers,
Mhm.
what?
which they will probably rename.
Why?
To represent,
Higher quality
like,
stuff, which
tiers.
is better.
Yeah. So it's like
Is it for everything or just like equipment?
It's for every
yeah,
intermediates.
everything. Yeah.
Intermediates give you a chance to get high quality thing, but like buildings.
High quality buildings are lighter weight, work better.
More energy efficient or whatnot. Different ones have
Yeah.
different benefits.
Okay.
It's
That just
very
adds another
weird.
layer to like,
Yes.
yeah.
But they're
Item
also adding
management.
recycling, so like you recycle your quality item. Like it's this weird loop that you do on the side when you're ready, rather than like something that's going to take over the whole game.
It's gonna
Essentially
take over
allowing
the
you to like
whole game.
fold your resources onto themselves to make it to the higher quality, but you end up like losing some. But the better you get at it, you can increase the efficiency of it, and it kind of compounds.
Sounds like Minecraft.
Yeah. And
Now it'd only be Minecraft if the system only like barely functioned because it relied on 50 mods that were only half implemented 10 years ago.
Yeah. Sounds like Minecraft.
except for it's going to be in the base game, and it's not a mod, and
And it's gonna probably presumably
Work.
function, yeah.
Presumably. That's...
I mean, they've already demonstrated some pretty interesting videos.
Okay, I get it. You guys are excited. Chill.
Be excited. Be excited right now, or I will arrest you. The hype police. Wee they're coming for you. You can't be tired. It's Friday
can.
night! It's Friday night!
Bro.
But
My sleep schedule's so
Oh, okay.
go take a nap!
No.
I see what they're
That'll,
doing.
that'll make it worse for Monday.
You just get reliant on naps,
No.
then you die.
That's the
Real
worst.
life.
What are you talking about, Talon?
I was reading over today's where they're talking about like the foundry. It seems like that part of the point of going to a planet is going to be unlocking these advanced buildings that are
Oh yeah.
like cool, better things. Like they talk about how the foundry, you can take it back to novice. It does a bunch of cool crafting stuff using molten metals, and it has a built-in 50% productivity bonus.
Yeah.
Along with 4 module slots still. So like,
But where are you going to get the lava?
Commander?
presumably there'll be some way to do that. I don't know. Maybe you can just ship the lava.
Talon really hasn't thought this all the way through. Talon, I've already built my base.
I mean, since it talks about doing molten stuff, so maybe you can just molt down the iron and copper later after you've done like your volcanic stuff.
Anybody else hear Talon say molt down?
Molt it.
2,
You gotta shed its skin.
1.
Yeah.
Uh,
that's weird.
like sometimes you need your iron ore to molt.
Give this man a glass of malt.
2, 1. Range.
I want a Metroidvania game.
God, this guy will not go the direction I'm telling him to go.
2, 1. Mage.
Hello? You also will not take any
2,
damage?
1.
My gosh, big mining drills are confirmed canon.
Yep.
But I thought they couldn't hurt me. I thought they weren't real.
Well, they're real now.
Oh no, they're gonna hurt
They're
me.
here to mine tungsten.
1. Mage.
But also everything else.
2, 1. Range.
Aggressive ground penetration.
That's what I did to your
2,
mom.
1. Mage.
Dude, I am not hurt this guy like at all.
2, 1. Range.
Frick. This is what we
Two.
call in the business
1.
very
May.
freaking bad. Am I gonna lose? Can I leave? Yeah, you
2.
can't escape.
1.
Alright.
Range.
If it's too dicey, I'm just gonna leave.
Two.
What the
1.
frick?
Mage.
Dude, he's still above half HP. That's so freaking insane.
2.
I'm getting
1.
mad.
Range.
I've done nothing wrong.
2. 1. Mage. Two. 1. Range. 2. 1. Mage. 2. 1. Range.
Oh, 4 module slots. You can insert 3 efficiency and 1 speed module to keep minus 80%
1.
pollution while boosting their
Mage.
speed.
Wow.
No one's going to do that for productivity.
You know, you're not wrong.
2. 1. Range.
It's actually wild. He's not taking any damage.
2. 1.
I can't remember. Did they say that they
Mage.
were going to change how beacons work in the future?
I don't recall.
2. 1. Range.
Maybe? Or we might have been talking about SpaceX when beacons came
Yeah.
up. I really don't know.
2.
Special unique
1.
property reduction in
Right.
resource drain by 50%. What the heck?
Two.
Oh my god.
1.
Big drill
Right.
OP. Oh, that's affected by fucking quality?
2. 1. Mage. Two. 1. Range. 2. 1. Mage.
Dude, I'm too good.
17%. Wow.
Die, rat!
Wait, am I seeing this correctly?
Nope.
So in the beginning of the mining drill animation, Talon, do you notice how the bottom left miner is only mining coal? And then it switches to mining iron?
Oh, there it. Uranium starts coming out of the other one too.
Which one?
Oh, like you're talking about the one that switches between iron and coal, but the one next to it that was doing iron switches between iron and uranium.
Oh yeah.
So I was going to say no, but then when I saw like the coal switch and I noticed its line turned green.
Yep.
It's weird.
So maybe there's a setting to select which one you mine.
Maybe. Oh, that's right. They're doing trigger technologies.
Huh.
Uh.
Oops.
You get some technologies by doing something with a trigger.
It's just conditional technology.
Yeah, like you
Yeah.
mine an iron ore and you unlock something
It's
related
just-
to that.
It's not, I think that's like not a big deal.
And no, they just mentioned it again in this like thing, and
Yeah.
I had forgotten it was a thing.
Right, you want to go? Go straight to hell. I have an extra piece of Ligma. I've got Ligma, guys. It's my inventory right now. Oh, perfect placement.
Two, one, made. 2, 1, range. Two, 1, mage. Two, 1, range.
Alright, dismiss.
Two, 1, mage. Two, 1, range.
I hit that fast enough, dude.
2, 1, mage. Two, 1, range. Two, 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 1, mage.
This feels like a pretty fast skill if I can get these last couple hits.
Two, 1, range.
Of course I can't.
Two, 1, mage.
It's fast, but apparently not my fastest. Some guy just said in public chat, send another. Okay. Does that mean he knows? He knows this is my Bofa? Is he the prophet? The Bofa whisperer tells me. He speaks to me. Both of more than hungers. Twig is playing Soulstone Survivors. I don't know what that is, but it sounds like a pad game.
It's like a Vampire Survivors.
Sounds like a pad game.
Okay.
Pad's so easy to bully, guys.
What game was it, Pat?
I would consider that bullying. You just said something.
What game was it, Pat?
Yeah, Pat, what game was it?
It's like a 3D version. I see.
It was when all those clones came out.
Yeah.
There's like a bunch of them.
Yeah, like Hollow Cure. For Pat's favorite VTubers.
What?
You heard me.
No, I didn't. That's why I said what.
For your favorite VTubers.
I only have one favorite.
Well, she's in Hollow Cure.
No, she's not.
What do you mean she's not?
Mother V3 isn't.
Oh my god. This guy likes Mother V. I'm going to ask you a question. Like, follow, and subscribe. That's the question. AI tries to solve a 3rd grade math problem. Teehee, I solved it.
No! Okay, fine.
Talon tries to solve a 3rd grade math problem. In hell.
You have a fan.
I do.
Would you describe yourself as a big fan of having a fan?
No. Stop it.
Okay, I need to find where the ore is. Found some. Okay, bat. Frickin' die! Stop hitting me! I might have to
Take
quit
this up there.
this
I do
run.
need. I do need to move that up there first.
Okay, I don't have time to deal with you.
So I can't get to that. Okay.
Frick, man. Not gonna have time to gather food. This is a prep fail. There's no freaking ore anywhere. I don't understand. Yeah, I'm just leaving. Where's the ore? That was supposed to be the Bofora, and the guy knew, and now I can't get the Bofa because I didn't get any ore. My Bofora uncancelled. Unless he knew I wouldn't get the ore, so he was setting me up for the Bofora now.
Stefan's sausage roll. I don't want to know about his sausage roll.
It's a puzzle game.
Steven's sausage roll. The game fucking sucks.
Really?
It's infuriating.
I heard a lot of people say like, "Oh, it's the best puzzle game," but it might have been like, you know,
It's one of those
the
like,
weirdos.
remember that joke where we're like, where you like, oh, we're so smart, and I'm like, no, I think we're just so autistic. That game is like the epitome of people who are definitely on the spectrum.
Pat, you're so mean.
All right, now I have to look it up.
Pat's so mean. Bullies autisms.
Does that mean he's bullying himself?
It's hard to say. He's implying he's not autistic, I think.
Maybe he's just implying he's less autistic. The fuck is this?
It's a sausage roll, bro. You ain't never seen a sausage roll before?
Okay, yes, you've got your Minecraft-esque environments, but like, what would show the actual gameplay?
You roll sausages. They have very discreet movement.
Yeah, you have
That's
to put
it.
the sausage in the right spot, in the right position, in the right orientation.
And like the whole game's like a world
Uh-huh.
map, right? Or something?
Something like that, yeah. There are levels.
Yeah, it looks like it's individual levels. It's not like showing me whatever world map, and I'm guessing you move around different.
Yeah, but it gets really fucking stupid. Like, you gotta grill the sausages, and then if you have to grill both sides somehow by rolling the sausage.
Similar to
that the
games
other-
you've played, Talos Principle.
It's basically the same game as Talos Principle. That's what Pat's trying to say.
You know, I have
That's
some
your chance
doubts.
to be big. You gotta be big.
Someone playing it? Is that why you...
Yeah, someone on my friends list was. That's why it came up.
There's a scorpion. Oh, and a fox. Oh, and more foxes. Okay. And more scorpions.
Okay, so how do we do this? I need to let that out. Oh. Oh, okay. I guess I can do that without. Yeah, we do this and then we run and put it back real quick. And then we don't need to do that complicated nonsense. We just need to worry about. Yes, yes, you're very dangerous. Okay.
Gotta be big.
Oh, okay. If I record several minutes of 2 fans in position, then I
Several
can...
minutes.
Oh, okay, several seconds, like a minute, like just thinking here. If I record a while of 2 fans in position, then I can. I don't need to do some nonsense where I have the ghost running around placing fans as needed.
Alright, this is the Boffer and the guy outside blessed it. Kobe.
Beef? That's what's for dinner.
2, 1.
I should give myself a while though, because I also need time to go grab those fans and move them.
2, 1. Range.
It does have to be these 2.
It's another run where he just
2,
freaking chunks me.
1. Mage. 2, 1. Range.
Is a minute good enough? A minute should be good enough. I'm not that slow.
Wow.
Look, that's why I always
2,
record more than I need.
1. Mage.
Oh, you didn't mean mentally slow. Okay.
2, 1. Range. 2, 1. Mage.
Mage.
2, 1. Range. 2, 1. Mage. 2, 1.
One of those runs.
Range.
'That's horrifying. Where are you going, Ball?
2, 1. Mage. 2, 1. Range. 2, 1. Mage.
I may have bricked the puzzle.
How dare you?
Okay, I need to take the gun off the jammer, I guess. Maybe it can't go after the jammed gun. I
Range.
was afraid of that. You know what, though? Shut up.
2, 1, made.
I have not bricked the puzzle. Ball, your
Two,
opinions are not necessary.
Range.
Okay, I gotta be careful, though. No, put that
Two.
down.
1, made. Two, 1, range. Two, 1, made.
Wait, is it gonna record him being freaking stopped, too?
Two, 1, range. Two, 1, made. Two, 1, range. Two, 1, made. Two, 1, range. Two, 1, made.
It wasn't the run.
Oh no, the ball's stuck.
Ball stuck.
Oh, there he goes. Never mind, he unstuck.
Alright, Talon, is it a 5? Is it a 5 gauntlet day or 10? You have the power to make this decision.
It's Friday. You could go 10 and rest it off.
My god. This guy wants me to suffer.
I mean, no,
Yes.
but you seem intent on doing so, so.
I'm not intent on anything. I just left it up to you.
You're not intent on doing so. Why are you playing RuneScape?
There's plenty of stuff to do that isn't Gauntlet, like Gauntlet and thinking about Gauntlet and imagining what it would be like to get drops from Gauntlet.
What about preparing for Gauntlet
There's no
And
preparing.
you,
for Gauntlet.
you prepare for Gauntlet in the Gauntlet.
mentally?
No, there's no mental prep. It's pretty much mindless now. When you're at 120 kills, it does become mostly autopilot unless you get really weird things happening.
I guess I don't need these. I can just carry them up one by one. So how do I open this? Bombs can't open doors, so he's not useful beyond that point, I'm sure.
Oh my god, JC, a bomb.
Oh, I know what I do. Okay. That makes sense. So go record
Does
this.
the answer solve the puzzle?
Okay, it's easy, 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 easy. Easy puzzle solve. Oh, it's easier than I thought. Since the recording can't actually do anything, I just need to... No, fact, come on.
What if there was a burr? Is this gonna be a mother truckin' halberd run?
Oh my god, the sheep is the shepherd.
The frick? What does that mean? What do you mean by this?
The deep lore. Computer out here? No. Where's my computer terminal?
You don't deserve one.
Maybe there just isn't one, man. I guess that's what the stairs are for. I never did find the rest of the 6 blocks. Maybe that's part of the joke.
Turn up volume. Funny joke.
Okay, I guess I wasn't getting an axe up to the top of the tower anyway. No.
My child, why are you so smelly? That's what Elohim says. Why are you a horse's butt?
It is for me. This is my tower. It was made for me.
It's gonna go way up your asshole.
Rick and Morty?
Yep.
Maybe it's time for us to end.
It's time for the Jedi to end.
From my perspective, it's the Jedi who are evil.
Hello, Robot.
Let my
This is
people
an unnecessary
go.
waste of time. Oh well.
Oh, I may have effed this up. Oh, maybe not.
Oof. Oh no, okay.
Okay.
Just letting the robot do all the work.
2, 1, mage.
I think that's part of the deal here.
Outrageous.
Not outrageous.
2, 1, range.
Where's he going? Oh, I see.
2, 1, mage.
I don't know what he's waiting on me to do now.
2, 1, range.
Should I have left that up there? No. Oh, yeah. Okay, maybe I need to come around this way.
2, 1, mage.
Am I on a time limit?
1, range.
The tower.
2, 1, mage.
I don't know what to do.
Can you not reach it to the windows?
2,
Do what?
1,
Can you not reach it to the windows?
No, there's like no way through on this. Oh, I'm an idiot.
I mean,
2, 1, mage.
he said it
Oh,
himself.
I just fell through a hole.
He did.
2, 1, range.
Okay. Was that hole there the whole time, or did I guess it's because I took so long?
2,
Who put this
One.
hole here?
mage.
Somebody poisoned the water hole.
Yeah, I don't need that with me.
2, 1, range.
He rides that fan to wherever.
2, 1, mage. Two, 1, range. 2, 1.
Okay. Looks big glitchy there. Where did he go? I guess I just need to hit that switch.
2, 1, range.
Oh,
2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage.
Why are you putting the bridge up, my dude?
get the prayer up. Freaking
2,
moron.
Why?
1.
Oh, it's Samsara. That's why. Samsara's being a dick.
A filthy Elohim believer.
2, 1.
Yes. Oh, okay.
Mage.
He's got my back over here. Should I have brought that over? Is that... Did I screw that up?
2, 1, range.
Just stand on this. Will you come use the thing? No? Okay, maybe I do need that. I may need a few tries at this tower.
2, 1, mage.
I will not grant you. If you must solve it immediately. Dave Flair style. That felt fast.
Oh, okay. You're
Yeah,
gonna
it's
stand
not
there?
fast.
Okay, buddy.
Oh, yeah, prep was really slow there. Two dragon halberds. I mean, it's worth money.
Do I do
300k.
this? Hold on. What? You
Talon getting pranked.
Yes. Space between the two. Oh, do I need to... Okay. Oh, should I... Okay. Oh, but I can't launch it without the fucking block. Okay.
Banana.
They did not make these people who are make these puzzles for people who are slow in the brain. But I'm guessing maybe at checkpoints, so. We be jamming. That's right. I help.
I'm helping.
Oh yeah, I guess it is. Yes, this is continuing on.
Talon says, I helped. Notice me.
Accurate. Right. All right.
2 Scorpion.
Oh, I need to send him the block. Okay. There you go, buddy.
He just left you.
He did. I'm guessing it's time to do the next thing.
A bear.
Okay, these puzzles are getting shorter. You jam, bro? No, that's Samsara, isn't it? F off, Samsara. I don't like you.
So I want to go south.
But I need a bigger box.
The F am I doing?
Are my tacos here? What the fuck? What's the holdup?
What am I doing for you, man? I'm a jammer. What do I jam? What do I need to do? This, and then maybe we grab this. What do I do with it here? I don't know. Oh, is it?
Come on, hit him. Do not want to fail prep.
Oh, I see. Okay. Hopefully. Shit, it is the whole thing. Okay.
Oh God, I don't have a frick. I'm missing something still. No. worthless. Unless this guy drops a teleport scene. Even then, it's gonna be freaking close. Food is
See,
possible.
not lower the bridge unless I do. Oh, okay, he's over there. I didn't see him there before.
Oh, I have to go. Frick. Alright, we're gonna try it. Why not live on the edge?
Sounds like I've truly cursed Ivan.
Yeah, probably.
But if he gets his Bofa, it's all okay.
I wouldn't say that. Mental anguish is still suffering.
Like, do you want that Bofa or not?
I mean, I do, but I'm not gonna get it.
2, 1, mage.
Yes, let your trauma grow.
Two, 1, range. Two, 1, mage. Two, 1, range.
I understand why it's important,
Two,
but I really don't like the
one.
slide forward when you grab an item through a door. Freaks me out.
Two, 1, range. Two, 1, mage.
Okay, does it not hit him from there? I thought that was the answer.
Two, 1, range.
Okay, he goes to hit the button, then he gets...
Something got launched.
Two, 1,
Something did get launched.
mage.
You're not gonna try again, buddy?
Two, 1, range.
Or are you only there to block that?
Two, 1, mage.
Oh, I have a block now. Oh.
Two, 1, range.
Oh, what am I doing with this block? Do I need the connector? I have no idea.
Two, 1, mage.
I hate trying to
One.
do this.
Range.
I think I need the block first, but...
You have a jammer.
Oh.
Two, 1, mage.
Look, do you know how many times I had to jam fans in this game? Very little.
I
Range.
It's not much of an excuse, but it's all I've got.
said one sentence, and it
Two.
was a fact,
1. Made.
an observation.
Something
That's
else
what
I
I
can jam from here? Very confused. Surely I need that jammer. Here's a...
Range.
Oh!
Two. 1. Mage. Two. 1. Range.
What's up, bro?
Dude is sprinting.
I mean, he understands. He's gotta hurry up because I'm slow.
Mage.
Oh, I should let him in.
Two. 1.
Holding the Olympic
Range.
torch.
How do I get us further?
Two.
Did I need a connector? Should I... No, I could have
Mage.
brought one.
Two. 1. Range. Two. 1. Mage.
This fan doesn't work.
Two. 1.
Oh, can I maybe get an angle over here? No. This do more than I thought?
Oh my god, I killed him with 5 HP left.
No.
Doing it with that little food is not good. Nothing.
No. Oh, if I send that down, maybe I can target it from the other side. Yes. We have to leave that behind. Oh, was that it?
You went to heaven.
Whoa! Okay.
He's dead. Ah.
You're gonna fall down.
I'm more afraid that this is a trick because why would there... The pearly gates just seems like a trap to me. I don't know.
I think he's playing La Mulana now.
Anyone but Milton there? Damn.
I hate Milton so much.
I do.
He's just devil's advocate, advocating for the devil. What's wrong with that? Everybody loves the devil. And everybody loves Raymond.
Kitty sitcom. I get paid weekly. Can you believe that?
That is weird. Most people are bi-weekly. Dave, how often do you pay? James. Never?
Bi-weekly. Bi-weekly.
This guy never pays James.
False.
Did Milton break after I left last time and said, screw you, buddy?
Dude, I'm getting all these LinkedIn messages about companies that I would have worked for before I accepted this stupid offer.
I mean, that's typically how it goes.
Yeah,
Here he is.
you will get it for years to come. I only stopped recently, and I stopped looking 2 years ago.
We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll just stay here for a few months and be like, all right, see ya.
I mean, it's not uncommon.
Yeah. I don't think that's unreasonable given the state of the industry.
I just don't.
Yeah, you mean
I only
you don't
took
want
this
to
job because it's
work more?
a big bank. They don't lay off. It's Chase's thing.
That's what you think.
Yeah, that's why I said it.
Oh.
But the other places I want to work for are, you know, like smaller startup companies, so
Yeah.
Higher risk. Yep.
definitely less stable.
You
I
think
don't know what
so?
you're talking about. I'm very stable.
He's a stable genius, Davis. I think I've heard
Not
many people are saying that Dave's a stable genius.
Yep.
No one's saying that.
Many people.
Many people.
I think Ivan's the only one saying it, technically.
Many people are saying it.
Oh, he identifies as hive mind. That's right.
They're saying Dave's the most stable genius the world has ever seen. Many people.
Are you trying to do Trump?
Yeah. Not trying, I'm succeeding.
Okay.
Many people are saying I do the best Trump imitation.
Forcing him shut down.
Him?
I'm guessing that's Milton.
Ugh.
Oh.
Oh no. That's right, I still have to do the DLC too.
Road to Gay Mama.
Guessing it's
Order
not
got
super
canceled.
long.
Wow.
Rip. No tacos for Pat.
What's it? I guess I'll just fucking get Taco Bell.
Join me in suffering.
Man, I want my fucking pork belly tacos, man.
This guy wanted to eat that pork belly so bad.
You wanted to rub a pork's
Understandable.
belly?
2, 1, mage.
Mage.
Two, 1, range.
No, freaking
2,
no.
No,
One.
fuck it. I'm just gonna get
Mage.
like dolls or something. Get some
Just gonna
nuggies.
order McDonald's? Are you drunk?
Yeah, I wish.
2, 1, range.
This might be
Two,
even harder than the
one.
last skill.
Mage.
Is he inside of the
Two,
friggin' Hoover Dam or
one.
something?
Range.
I guess if it's L facility, I don't
Two.
know.
1, mage.
Oh wait, Elohim facility.
Elohim. I'm him.
Elohim?
2,
ELO, you're being
One.
ranked.
range.
Oh no.
Wait, what the fuck?
2, 1, mage.
That was fun though. Environment direction, Ivan, Mika.
I did it.
2, 1, range.
They found my true last name.
I
You
did
did this? Yes, I did this.
2, 1, mage.
I've beaten a video game.
Alright, now play 2.
Okay,
Or we
let's
can
not
play
go
Gunfire.
crazy. Pat's immediately trying to make me play
One.
Gunfire.
Range.
Or Grim Dawn. Or see, look at all these games we can play. You know. Fucking,
Yeah, I even have Dark Souls 3 DLC to finish at some point.
1, mage.
Maybe not immediately.
This guy's triggered.
I'm not triggered. What?
2,
But you got so owned by
One.
lady.
range.
Look. I just like to bask in beating a video game first.
Sure.
Bask.
2, 1, mage.
Bask.
The Basque region.
Yeah, McDonald's is so cheap.
Because it's
Two.
trash.
1,
Yeah.
range.
Trash food for trash person.
Hmm?
Also, why didn't you pick up the kitten at the end? Where's the kitten?
Mage.
You can get the kid.
No, can you?
Pet him.
Is
You
that
might-
getting?
I wonder if that's the DLC.
2,
I don't remember.
1,
Hmm.
range.
I mean, I didn't get all of the gray blocks for floor 6, which
Hmm.
I don't know where they
One.
would have been
Mage.
unless it hid them somewhere. Maybe I was supposed to walk through the messenger door first, or
This guy didn't get all the tokens on level 3. This guy didn't tune up
there's
the
also a
graphics on
star I
level
didn't
3.
get, but I assumed I
Right.
kind of needed to beam something from the tower, but I didn't really see the
Go, 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 go! You freaking
angle
fricker.
from the tower, so I didn't bother.
2,
character's a freaking fricker.
1, mage. Two, 1,
Fricker character.
range.
Making me eat extra food.
Two, 1, mage.
It did say my performance review was satisfactory.
1, range.
I'm gonna put you on a robot improvement plan.
Also, this robot's been released out into a world where I assume animals still exist, so like he's just gonna get mauled by a tiger or something.
He's made of metal.
I'm laughing because usually it's in the real world it's a pip.
Two.
But Robot
One.
Improvement Plan is a rip.
Range.
Rip.
He's made of metal, but I imagine the tiger will still damage him.
2. 1. Mage.
Or some other wild animal was just like, what's that? Maul it.
Ooh.
2. 1. Range.
Maybe should have had a few of these get spit out at once.
Maybe.
Look, the cutscene only showed one, so clearly there could only be one.
That's 7 shots. My wrist is hurting.
All right.
I'm gonna heat
Was
up
I
the
not going to do this
hand warmer.
immediately? I guess I'm doing this immediately.
What, the DLC?
Yeah. I don't know, put me back on the main menu.
This guy's a dick. Pepperoni. I should play Pizza Tower sometimes, dude. Not right now, while my wrist already hurts, though. Yes, precision platformers known to help wrist-itis.
Dude, I played the Celeste mod.
And
That
your
shit fucking...
hand's dead.
Yeah. I don't. I
Or
usually don't
Uriel.
know
You'll
when
never
my
walk
hands-
again.
But that game actually made my hand hurt because of all the fucking
Yeah.
tricks you have to do.
Even the
that you-
B-sides made my hands really hurt.
This like the ultra boosts and stuff like that are all like required to beat some of the levels.
Yeah. Like that's actually when I stopped. I didn't do the last one because my hand hurt too bad, and I was like, I get it. I get what they're doing. I could do it, but you know, I'd prefer having functional hands.
I got to like intermediate. Well, no, I think I got to expert and then I stopped. There's like normal, hard, expert, then there's like master, then grandmaster. Like, what the fuck? It's harder than this.
Yeah, that's a yikes.
It's insane. Why are you clapping?
I'm clapping the music to the beat. Just waiting on my hand warmer to heat up. I have a piano recital on Sunday, so I've also been hitting the piano extra hard, hitting that sauce, that 88 sauce. Guess what I had for dinner tonight, Pat? Scoop ice cream.
What?
Good dinner.
Ice cream?
Yeah.
Ice cream for dinner.
Did they have some local? I saw in the store they had some local creamery ice cream, and I was like, is this good? The answer might surprise you. The answer is yes. Does that surprise you?
Made from real cow.
Yeah, there's steak in it and everything.
Oh, this is an amusing DLC.
I gotta go Christmas shopping tomorrow, man.
I don't have to do any of that because
Why?
my parents already told me what they want. And I
My
just buy
dad's
everything
like, I don't want any of the stuff I actually want because I don't need it. It's like, we just want to give you stuff you would like. That's the whole point of Christmas.
My dad wants golf balls. I buy him golf balls
Golf balls?
for his birthday and Christmas every year. That's all he wants.
Oh, it's a message from me.
Get out of here. You know how to leave yourself.
And then my mom never wants anything. But this year she's like, just buy me this, like...
Yeah, my mom's
Oh,
given me
shit.
plenty of ideas, but she doesn't usually. Dallin, you broke it. What the frick? This looks like a Talos 2 area, actually.
Yeah.
That's kind of cute.
Gotta find the fucking statues.
Oh right, I remember this now. Hope you like playing Nier Automata. I mean Nier 1, aka Text Adventure Simulator.
The Behind you, a collection of people with overlapping oranges looks unexpectedly, framed by a collection of small huts. Your family is relying on you.
Talon never
I
read
tend
any
to
of
buy
the
sheep.
Talon never read any of the lore, and now
I
he has
read-
to read. Now he has to read.
Hold on, no, I
Now
went
he
back and
has
read
to
everything.
read. Oh, did you?
I only skipped for a bit too.
Yeah, okay. Now you have to read. So much text. It's glorious. I love it. There's no feeling in the world better than reading text. But it's a dangerous mistress.
Biomechanical quadrupeds contained in dozens of fenced enclosures.
Let's play one round of Lucky Hero.
Of Lucky Star. Talon's favorite.
Wait, are these fake robot sheep for robots to tend? Why would robots need robot sheep?
You can see what this game is about.
Why wouldn't robots tend to robot sheep? They need all they need all the products.
What do robot sheep produce?
Robot wool.
I don't think they do. They seem to produce static electricity.
Well, that could be useful.
They harvest electricity from sheep? That don't make no sense.
Talon, you're reading text on the internet. It's not real.
Sure, but these robots have created some interesting fantasy based on humans, I guess.
Boom, boom, boom. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Okay, we found a magic device that makes electricity.
What am I doing? What am I doing? Grab this. Boom. 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 Cat. What if you were a cat?
I would probably be in a car near Ivan's place.
No,
Big
you
Talon.
wouldn't. No, you goddamn wouldn't. Yeah, the New River.
Ivan, that cat's not coming through my mic.
Oh lord.
Pretty sure it is. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to hear it. Curious.
What? Yes, you would.
No, I wouldn't. I've got noise canceling headphones on. Cat
You think
canceling.
that'll save you?
Cat canceling headphones.
Ivan, just because you're intentionally ignoring the cat howling in the background doesn't mean it's not howling for your attention.
I think it is. Does mean that. It does. Beep borody.
Oh, we're not getting sigils. We're free in aerobits. And there's more stars?
One sneeze.
No.
Into the stream I was watching. Oh,
Pat, you losing it, bro?
I am losing it. Oh, it was the stream. Oops.
Pat's losing it, guys. We need to.
I
Oh, is
already
there
lost
nothing
it.
in these individual
need to do Wayne
places?
Stain Pat, who killed their babbies. Because their babbies won't freaking back.
Dude, the music in this game is so good.
here. 2 vials, please. Corrupt that. Drop these. Okay.
Corrupt that. Okay, Metzen.
I freaking love corruption.
I was not expecting a wide open field. I'm terribly confused. Oh.
Oh!
Okay, there's a blue.
Bear. Tell you what, Bear. I might kill you. But I might not. I need to check if there's a dragon behind you. Okay, there's another bear. That's fine. 2 bear. I'm not gonna have enough time, man. This bear's taking too long to die. I thought I was being clever. Now I see I was being slower. Okay, that bear dropped fish. All is okay. The road. I still need to be fast, but it should be doable.
Yeah, that doesn't work. You need block. Where's the block? There's block.
Alright, I think this is my last gauntlet today because my hand's really. It's not feeling it anymore.
Is it feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
It's feeling something, but it's not feeling doing more of gauntlet.
That should be fine.
2, 1, mage.
Hmm. 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 Shit.
2, 1, range.
I need a mini map with connector with my items on it. I've lost my connector.
2, 1, mage.
Okay, that's good.
Uh,
2,
really, where's my
One.
connector?
range. 2,
Here he is.
1, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage.
Okay, do you get a thing up there and
One.
then okay.
Range. 2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage.
'Nice.
2, 1, range. 2,
Like that.
1, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range.
That was fast. 119. Pretty quick. Crystal! Weapon seed. Frick. This game sucks.
Oh, dog is here. That makes sense.
Oh. Eight's enough for tonight. Eight's definitely enough for tonight. Especially ending on a stupid crystal weapon garbage.
I'm not gonna like this, but I will have to introduce myself properly.
I'm your savior. I made you. Alright, let's go open our Aladdin's keys while we're not looking. Some podunk world. Hans, I'm coming to visit.
Oh, Elohim is him.
Yeah, those are some hot trash Laren keys too. Good, my RNG is just trash tonight. This is the worst matchup I've ever heard. You need to stop listening. Do it.
Downvoted. Kaiju. Oh, lamb. I wonder if that's a predecessor of sheep.
Guy's Lauren out of his mind. Oh, I grabbed all my arrows. Okay, I need to not have that. This area is not actually multi-combat. Surely that PK is not gonna come after me. Just attacking. I'm just a little guy attacking some zombies. I'm just a little guy.
You better start believing
Dude,
in getting PK'd.
What an idiot, dude. He's coming after me. I have nothing. I'm just taking some zombies. I'm out of here. This is supposed to be a quick little task. Just a little guy. Let's put on the old hand brace. Oh, that feels so good. I'm dying, guys. I'm dying. So I'll just finish watching this essay.
Take over your website, only for them to put every page under construction and then immediately abandon it just ahead of your reopening. Somebody tell these guys about Squarespace. And by somebody, I mean every YouTuber who's done an ad read for them. You can't just say, the reason my website is bad is because I'm running it in an extremely uncommon and unwise way. Because then, to that I say, well, run it a different way then. Then again, maybe posting a half-finished website that's still under construction with some kind of biting meta commentary on the state of the park. Even the social media buttons at the bottom of the site aren't functional. The Twitter button just leads to twitter.com and so on.
This might be completely wrong, but
Squarespace or something, because it seems like they just added the templates for the social media buttons and then never followed up.
oh, I wonder if no, that wouldn't work.
I actually attempted to email the park through the inquiries form on their website. Firstly, because I was planning to go to the park the first week it reopened. The website didn't indicate that this
The last one red. The last one's red.
You know, my intent wasn't to sabotage the park and make it look bad.
Oh, I get it.
Skeptical as to whether they would truly be ready to reopen by the announced opening date. So, in the little contact form, I asked whether the park, as it appeared at reopening, would be a representative example of the Evermore experience. Secondly, I saw that they
That's a cute puzzle.
rented out the park for private parties, film shoots, photography. I kind of thought that I could get cooler looking B-roll if it was empty of guests and like I could bring a bigger camera and a tripod and stuff. I kind of suspected that maybe I could have gotten access to it for free if I said I was doing like a review, but I didn't want an authentic experience of the park, so I just said I wanted it for like photography and video shooting, and I was willing to go out of pocket to do it. So I just asked what the typical hourly rate and minimum rental time would be for a photography and video session. No actors needed. Anyway, that was like a month before my visit, and I just never got a response to any part of it. So, I don't know. I wonder if that form actually goes to an email address anymore. Like, maybe it's not even hooked up. Maybe it's just going off into the void. Not the void, the void. You know, actual void. Once I was in Utah, I met up with my friend Kate, who lives pretty nearby and had actually never heard of Evermore until I told her about it. When I began researching this video and like telling people I was going, I was surprised to learn that like pretty much nobody had heard of Evermore. This struck me as really odd, especially when it comes to people that live in Utah. As soon as I rolled into town, I just started asking everybody I encountered whether they had heard of Evermore. Hotel desk clerks, cashiers, waiters, other tourists. I was like, have you heard of Evermore? No. Always no. The only people who had ever heard of it were people that I was like Twitter mutuals with because we both love theme parks.
Belial.
And then, a lot of them hadn't heard of it, including like theme park journalists. So obviously when it comes to your typical consumer, they absolutely have not heard of Evermore. I stayed at a hotel in Provo, the closest city to Pleasant Grove. On the way into the lobby, I saw one of those typical big brochure stands advertising local tourist attractions. There were brochures from places
Read this now, but my profile isn't high enough.
Print out a couple brochures and put them in the lobby. Unfortunately, that was fortunately. Anyway, seemingly against the evil royal vizier's best efforts, did in fact book a trip to Evermore. So I guess now it's time to have a look around. Join me! Hooray! Woo! Okay. Part 11, The Park. Suddenly, on April 28th, 2021, Evermore announced that they would be reopening June 5th. And by announced, I of course mean that they posted about it on their first ever post on a brand new TikTok account with no followers. It's fine. I've been watching them like a hawk, so I
Dog, shut up. You are incorrect.
page, their ticketing link quietly started working again. Great marketing, guys. Initially, everyone assumed the park would return in its
Ariel's hints are generally great, except for that one in the tower.
actors, because that's what everyone had said when they fired everybody. This left fans with a pretty reasonable question. Then what is there to do? The actors, after all, were the park's main attraction. But as we got closer to the park's opening, Evermore did start replying to questions in the comment sections of their Facebook and TikTok pages. So specifically people who were obsessive like me and willing to sift endlessly through the pages were able to glean a little more information. Again, great marketing, guys. Evermore said that they would in fact be bringing back character interaction and had hired a cast of roughly 30 character performers. Some of these actors would be returning previously fired employees, presumably all the ones who hadn't scrambled to find other jobs, moved back in with their parents because they couldn't afford rent anymore, or been disillusioned by the park and didn't want to come back. Having already thought once that I had permanently missed my chance to see the park, and considering the ongoing precariousness of the operation, it seemed urgent that I go. So I went ahead and just booked the very first weekend of the reopening at the beginning of June. The reopening season was a mythos, the summer season, originally conceived as a lantern festival celebrating fairies and dragons. I love Halloween, but I thought it made the most sense to go in the summer season because then I could see the park in its most neutral state. I basically just wanted an unthemed look at the characters, the architecture, the ambiance, without temporary holiday decorations distracting me or scare actors jumping out. And
Maybe there wasn't anything new, and it's just
Evermore would only be open Fridays and Saturdays from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m., so not very long. Apparently this is actually normal for this park. It appears on archived versions of their website that the Halloween season would sometimes operate on additional days, which makes sense, it's the most popular. Past seasons might have also had slightly later closing times, but it doesn't seem like the park has ever really been open in like the afternoon, which is a little strange. So that was another appeal of the summertime. I would have the most daylight that I could. I knew it was a small park, and I figured I could probably do it in one day, but I just went ahead and booked Friday and Saturday to be safe. I'm glad I did. More on that later. So I went online and I bought 8 tickets total for my whole crew, as well as 4 tickets so we could all ride the train, all in one transaction. I would actually like to caution you against doing that. It seems that when you purchase anything through the Evermore website, it emails you a single QR code with your whole purchase and the dollar number that you spent, but there's no kind of like itemized receipt proving what you bought. So when I got to the gates on day 1, the system had bundled my whole train ticket purchase together, and they were like, you only have 1 ticket. And I was like, but I'm certain I bought 4. And I'm like busting out my calculator app.
This is amusing.
Myself, like, yeah, that's 4. And they were like, oh well, we'll just have to buy them again. And Evermore doesn't have a guest relations department, so you're just completely out of luck. And then we went back on day 2, and I showed the same QR code because remember I had bought 8 tickets, and the system showed that all 8 of my admission tickets had been scanned on day 1, so now I had no tickets.
This actually says that it's for the 4th, but you bought them for just...
Oh yeah, no, I bought them for the first day, but when you buy them on the site, you do select what days you're buying tickets for, so I don't actually know how this could happen, like from a technical standpoint, but it did, so I didn't have any tickets. So there were 4 for yesterday and 4 for today.
Did you just put one QR code?
Yeah, they only sent 1 for the whole order. Yeah. Okay, okay, thank you. This ticket taker was way more understanding, and she let us in on the honor system, and she even gave us missing train tickets, which was super nice of her. But, you know, she didn't have to, and if she had decided not to, we would have had no recourse. So I guess what I'm saying is don't buy anything in advance, don't buy anything digitally, just like walk up to the ticket booth, buy your tickets, get them physically handed to you, because if you don't, you just might never see them again. For what it's worth, the ticket prices are low, so this isn't like super high stakes, but it's still kind of bad, you know, to buy stuff and then it's gone. Anyway, at the time that we went, admission was only $15 per adult. It seems in the past it's been as high as $34, which I still don't think is a lot, but also I'm from California and everything's really expensive here. My perspective is skewed. Even a movie ticket here is like $20, which I understand is not the case in other states. So from what I've heard from Utahns, Evermore is considered very expensive for what it is and where it is. Not to mention if you're a family with children, the kids aren't buying their own tickets. So if you're bringing multiple kids, your experience can easily go over $100. When we arrived at the park on day one, there was a robust line at the front, but when we went inside, it was eerily empty. I had imagined we'd walk in and see a thriving town square with characters waiting to interact with us, and maybe in a tutorial-esque fashion sort of explain what's going on in the town of Evermore today.
Maybe there's like a brochure that will give us guidance. Okay, so this is food. It is like really empty in here.
But no, it was just a bunch of empty, locked buildings.
Wait, so what is this building? Can we go inside of it? Oh, maybe. Okay, thank you. Right. Yeah.
Failing characters, I had imagined that we would be handed some kind of pamphlet outlining the story or gameplay, which I could then put in my big binder of theme park maps. There weren't any of those either. And the employees at the gate hadn't given us anything to go off of. They had just let us inside. And there we were. As I said, they have no guest relations department, and they also have no information kiosk, which I would argue this park needs more than a typical theme park even would. So if you have any questions about the park, you have to exit and try to ask the ticket takers, the only employees who are not in character.
Let's not do this
Also,
debate.
they only unlocked one of the entrance doors, so the entrance and exit were all the same doorway, and there was a line going both ways, so they were very busy. I tried to just ask them where I could get a map or a brochure which would explain what's in the park, and then I could put it in my
I did enjoy Sad Giraffe with unresponsive bipedals.
Hmm.
Do you know if you'll have maps tomorrow? Okay.
They had, in their words, some kind of map fiasco. So there were supposed to be brochures, but there weren't. Some theme parks I've been to, even if you don't pick up a map, they have like a large, permanently affixed map on a sign.
Oh no, Jefferson Goldblum in the 9th dimension.
We almost went west, but we were seduced by the sound of a train whistle to the east.
We go right or left? Let's go.
Kill jellies.
Let's go clockwise.
You jelly?
So we headed east instead, which was a mistake, as it's certainly the less finished side of the park. When you walk east, you pass, in this order, the closed gift shop, a closed concession stand, an unfinished chapel, this maintenance building where I believe the trains are stored, it's off limits to guests, a closed building with some chickens!
Chickens! This is what we came here. Thinking they'd hear me and come over, but it didn't work.
This unmarked closed building, which I later discovered is called Hunter's Hovel, and once sold snacks.
Ooh. Okay, no. And inside it's storage. It's all storage. And boxes.
An unfinished grain silo, an unfinished building called Drakenhaven, blocked off by sawhorses.
Is there a trail to it? Deathly Hallows. No. Oh, yeah, it's blocked off. Fine, I'll respect the tarp. I mean, I see a pathway. I know, right? I really just want to, I'm sure it's just full of, like, snakes and buzzsaws.
Then you arrive at this large grassy expanse at the back of the park. This area is called Old Town, which makes no sense because it has no buildings. Old field, am I right? But anyway, this is the most active area of the park. Here you'll find archery, axe
Oh,
throwing,
no.
entrance to the train, a tent marketplace with third-party vendors selling their wares, kind of like a typical Renaissance fair. There are also a couple wooden stalls set up for characters to tell you about their guilds. More on that later. Now that you're at the back of the park, you start to get into the more complete structure. We arrived at this location called the Burrows. It's obviously a hobbit house, but in Evermore canon, dwarves live here because dwarves are public domain. I knew from online footage that this structure used to hold the talented dwarf musicians who would play covers of popular artists such as Taylor Swift.
Are we supposed to go in here? Because it is half blocked. I think we can go in. I think it's fine.
As we approached, I heard piano in the building, and I was like, oh, an activity. When we went inside, there weren't any players at all.
It's very empty.
There was a piano, but it was sitting unattended, so what I'd heard must have been a guest tapping away at it. Or, you know, a ghost, I guess.
There's nobody in here. There's nobody here. Where are all the dwarves?
I can see that they've purchased a lot of probably authentic antiques, but nothing about the decor feels intentional. The antiques they do have are set around in little clusters with no apparent rhyme or reason. It definitely feels like they shopped first and then threw stuff in the building second. The house doesn't feel lived in because nobody puts furniture in their house like this. Moving on, we saw this huge statue, which is sort of the park's icon. It's giant and very cool. I think the area around the base is meant to be a fountain, but there was no water in it. I also believe the angel used to be holding a sword, but now his hand is in an empty, clasped pose like a Luke Skywalker action figure. I saw this behind the scenes video with the sculptor, and he keeps saying that the statue was meant to be cast in bronze. And clearly it wasn't, so maybe it was like a durability issue because the materials had changed and they could no longer bear up under the weight of this sword. I know nothing about statues. I'm just guessing. But to my untrained eye, it definitely looks to me like the sword was too heavy, the whole hand fell off, and then it was reattached without the sword. The next structure we passed is this crypt. When we got there, it was locked up tight, but we'll circle back to it later. Next, we encountered the slanting shanty. I guess the in-universe story of this building is that it was once stomped on by a giant, and it's been a bit crooked ever since. It's very whimsical. I've been told by employees that the shanty once served food, such as soup and bread bowls, which sounds delicious. When we went, the shanty was yet another locked up building and was also in a state of disrepair.
Wait, what do you think this usually is? It's got a window?
Maybe
It's like a service window and a hole in the wall.
somebody got angry at us. I want to join some kind of guild.
I've gained no insight from that.
So, word on the street is that when the shanty was being used for food service, its whimsically slanted chimney was functional, and actual smoke and heat would go up it. Allegedly, a hairline crack in the metal infrastructure of this chimney led to a lot of hot gas hitting the wood on the other side, and it started to smolder. And then the whole building started to smoke. And allegedly, guests had to be directed away because the park was open and the fire department had to come, and it was all a big mess. I don't think the building ever actually caught fire, and I'm not saying any of the holes I saw in it were from that. I think they're from disrepair and like weather and stuff. But anyway, I thought it was an interesting story, and now they don't use the building anymore. It just sits dark and actors gather around outside of it. Next is the Nettleton Mill. This is actually my favorite structure on the property. It looks so cute and fanciful, like a Thomas Kincaid painting or something. I think Snow White would live in a cottage like this. And it has a water wheel and this little pond around it. The water feature did result in those little clouds of like hundreds of gnats that try to fly into your mouth and eyeballs. So I didn't love that.
There's so many bugs. I just walked mouth open through a cloud of bugs. Hey! I just swallowed a bug.
But I guess I consider it a decent trade-off for how lush and iconic it makes this area of the park look. The water wheel wasn't turning during our visit, which I consider very lame. It's the little things, you know, they all add up. But I do know the wheel is at least capable of turning because I've seen it in other vlogs. In my opinion, standing at the base of this structure and looking over at it, the total package of the structure and the landscaping makes it the single most lovely and complete visual of the park. So you're probably wondering what's in the building, and the answer is nothing. Again.
Wait. This is a cabin I would live in.
Yeah, you can see it's full. I knocked first as a knocker. Yeah, but it's really just like electric.
Oh, it's really sad.
If you back up and look at the upper level windows, it looks like there's a loft, and that's full of trash or something.
I think it's just garbage.
Great. Grudge too.
It's a grudge too.
So it kind of appears as though this building was never intended to be open to guests, and that's crazy to me. Anyway, next is the Crooked Lantern Tavern. This building has big, permanently open doorways on either side, which definitely cuts down on the tavern vibe. I feel like a tavern in a fantasy story is always a dark, enclosed, mysterious place with hidden corners and booths at which crazy characters sit. This tavern honestly has the shape and layout of a barn, or one of those covered bridges in Amish country. I mean, the path really goes directly through the middle of it. All that open air really gives the ambiance, but unfortunately doesn't clear out the body odor of all the guests inside. I'm not trying to be mean. It was honestly very overwhelming. I tried not to notice, but we didn't stay there that long because it smelled really bad. That's not the park's fault, but it was the case both days we were there. So like, I feel like I have to mention it. Like maybe you'll see pictures and think, maybe I would hang out at the tavern. And no, you wouldn't. The acoustics of this building are also pretty unbearable. It was so noisy and echoey, and they didn't have any ambient music or like draperies hung around to try to cut down on that. It was truly an assault on many of my senses. I think the tavern is one of those locations where frequent visitors like to linger for hours at a time. There were only a few tables in there, and they were fully occupied at all times, and every time we walked through, there was like a really loud guest-led sing-along happening. I'm sure they were having fun, but, you know, as first-timers that might have wanted to go in and talk to the characters, it just didn't seem like a good place to do that. And that's a shame, because I think some of the important characters in the game hang out in there, but they were also pretty monopolized by the regular guests, so we were just like, whatever, let's just leave.
Get out of the way.
I do think the tavern has cool decorative elements entirely up on the walls. The area behind the bar looked nice, and there was this great taxidermy dragon head up over the door. That was fun. Moving down the trail, they have this greenhouse. Well, they call it the glass house, but it's like a greenhouse. When I heard there was a greenhouse, I was immediately excited because I imagined all of the cool things you could do in a fantasy greenhouse with a relatively limited budget. I imagined, since this was once planned to be a botanical garden, that the greenhouse could showcase displays of visually weird and exotic plants. And then sprinkled among those, you could put in fake plants made by the in-house sculpting team that are totally fantastical. Like they have tentacles or teeth or whatever. Perhaps a tree with a face, just throwing it out there. You could even put in a few plants out of the reach of the guests that have very simple mechanical elements, like plants that breathe or wiggle back and forth. Just a very basic single motor animatronic, again, could be made in-house, and then you could pipe in background noise of chirping or buzzing. And there would be actors inside playing artists or whatever who could tell you about both the real and fake plants, so it's still entertainment and also whimsical. Maybe there's like a workstation where one of them is brewing a potion, and you can snoop through their notes for clues to the story. But no, the greenhouse is mostly empty with benches inside because it houses a bird show. We'll put a pin in that. Moving on, we arrive at the Copper Confection. Externally, this is another of my favorite buildings. Standing in front and looking up at it, the way it nestles into the path, it makes me long for Halloween. Specifically a cute Santa's Village type experience, but for Halloween. A quaint little Halloween town with stone confectionaries and pumpkin-headed citizens waiting to greet me. Anyway, let's go inside. I'll cover this more in my food section, but this is an eatery with not much furniture inside. The standout piece of decor is Tip Top the Automaton's desiccated corpse.
Hey, this works, you guys. TikTok. No, that's not TikTok. Well, it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, supposedly the costume fell apart, and rather than repairing or replacing it, they retired the character. So, you know, that didn't last long.
Okay. Your sunglasses.
Across the path is this little garden that's supposed to have fairy vibes, which looks very nice. It has rocks with faces. I love when things like rocks have faces. I was hoping to see some trees with faces, which I like even more than rocks with faces, but alas, they didn't have any of those. Then we arrive at the bathrooms. I didn't get any footage of those, sorry, it seemed weird. I heard they were just normal bathrooms. There are no bathrooms at the back of the park for some reason. They're only at the front, which I find a little odd because there's more going on at the back, and that takes us right back to the start at the park entrance. I think one thing I wasn't prepared for is how unfinished everything still is. I obviously expected some construction, but a lot of the vloggers who have gone have really glossed over it and tried to shoot away from it at certain angles. The park opened unfinished, and people were understanding about it back then because the park was still really new, but it's now been 3 years, and I don't think there's been any work on it since then. And I get that they ran out of money, but I also expected that the unfinished parts of the park would be on the outskirts, kind of unobtrusive. The very first sight we saw when we walked in the gate was this thing. From what I can tell, this dry expanse of concrete, straw, and exposed wires is intended to be the dancing fountain. I imagine that the swirly pattern on the ground is where a track for fountains, bubble jets, something like that would go. Maybe the necessary equipment is already there, under those patches of dry straw. The safest place for electronics to be. Honestly, if that's the case, this park needs to ship in a lot more dry straw because there's a lot of stuff that's just out.
Good, that's good of you. That's good of you. Because you come in the park and you're like,
Oh, I can't even see that from here, can I?
oh, what's all this?
You know, maybe get some faux leaves or even large swaths of burlap, which looks a little more themed. Above the knot fountain is this gazebo, which I imagined was meant to host grand ceremonies or something. They never used it for anything all weekend, and no characters ever went up there. We saw a maintenance guy wandering around it a couple times, and I think there was like a toolbox set on the floor, or maybe it was an igloo cooler, and that's it.
I would imagine if the dancing fountain was completed, that there would be like an actor that stands up there, like a wizard with a staff that goes like, "And now I command the water."
One of the tallest and most eye-catching structures on the property is this grand chapel. It's currently unfinished, so where all the windows would be, it has big sheets of plywood like it's weathered a storm, and the exterior walls still have the supply company logo on them. I would think even if they can't afford to finish the building, they could at least make short-term cosmetic improvements like whitewashing the whole thing. Again, I'm not trying to dump on
Okay,
this
all
project
three connectors in the puzzle.
The unfinished state of it is what it is, but what frustrates me is the seeming lack of foresight or planning. A business doesn't just run out of money as a surprise. The state Evermore is in now is more or less the same as it looked when it opened. And in the early stages, they must have known that the money they had was all they were going to have until it opened and started turning a profit. So I don't understand how they didn't know exactly how many buildings they were going to be able to build. One ought to prioritize the buildings in the most centralized cluster near the front gate. You could have all that empty land at the outskirts of the park to finish when you can afford it, if that ever happens. But guests visiting the unfinished park will still feel like the park is finished, because the parts that they're in and interacting with are. That is not at all what Evermore did. The construction sites are very visible. And this is compounded further by the fact that, of the buildings they do have, most are sitting empty and locked. This park purports to be an immersive world, but you can't even explore anything. What was even the point of building the town at all when the majority of the action is just people wandering around outside? Here, I have taken an old promotional Evermore map that I found online and put a star on all themed structures. I'm discounting things such as bathrooms and walk-up hot dog windows and understandably backstage buildings like the Tree Barn. And as you can see, I've come up with 13 themed buildings. A green star represents a building you can enter, and a red star is closed to guests. As you can see, at the time of my visit, we've got 5 green stars and 8 red stars. I feel like the locked buildings could at least be made into tableaus
Looting
that
bag
the
note.
guests could look into through windows.
Does that
kind
let
of
me
like the
bank a
ghost
looting
on
bag?
the
That's weird.
farm when they don't have the actual
Shouldn't I be
building.
exploding? I
They're
put a
either
looting bag inside a
unfinished
looting
or
bag.
externally finished, but totally closed and shuttered.
I should-
Begging us not to
I've
notice.
heard from
Okay,
D&D
what's in
that's a no-no.
Yeah. Oh, there's nothing in it.
So functionally, this is a park with 5 buildings. If we think about the ticket,
It's okay, it's a
price,
noted
$3
looting bag, it
a
doesn't count.
building. And arguably only
Good.
3 of those
Wait,
buildings
what's wrong with looting bags?
I put a looting bag inside a looting bag. I think I should be dead.
And all around the park there are these little details that have never been completed or have been left.
Eh.
Random planters will have garbage strewn inside.
Ew.
Set around abandoned construction sites, and the theme of the day was really exposed wires.
So I'm sure I need another one.
Visit a
What do
tree
I-
once the balcony was blocked
what
off.
are we doing here? Let's go look.
Oh my god. It's raining. It's raining. We're all gonna die. It's a trap. Whoa, some
Prisons are built with stones of law, brothels with bricks of religion.
constantly. There just doesn't seem like
Is that so?
Sounds like I need these bricks.
Gonna start me a brick cult. Okay, so I need one in. Oh, I need at least 2 here because yeah, I gotta get it here. And I get the light here. Okay. So I need light in this room. Okay, we can. Okay. I can do that with a 1, I think. So.
It is really
Oh,
nice.
but
Whoa!
I need to figure out how to get in with just 2.
Which can become a little treacherous to navigate as the night wears on. Some of the walkways are twisty, sloped, uneven, and there are long stretches without footlights where you truly can't see where you're putting your feet. My vlog camera naturally brightens up dark environments, and there were multiple points where I was using the viewfinder to see by. The park bills itself as being ADA compliant, which I think must be actually legally true, and like they don't have any stairs anywhere. But I think in execution, the lighting could probably pose a real
Better to
problem for
have.
accessibility, which I think a lot of people forget is not entirely people in wheelchairs. One thing
Right,
that
then that I should have
Guide
have
is all
done
the great
there.
office buildings because they have lights of their own. Like I said, Pleasant Grove is mostly office park, and Evermore is bundled in between several of them. You can blatantly see
No.
what's on the horizon at all parts of the day. Honestly, I don't care that much about that. I mean, I care about it. It's very obtrusive, but I'm not like mad about it. Supposedly, everyone was supposed to be enclosed in a big high wall, and then they ran out of money. They have a little bit of a berm, a big earthen donut that encircles the park and helps with sight lines. I think their secondary plan is for the trees that they've planted around the perimeter to grow in, which takes a long time, and buying adult trees is expensive, so I get why they did what they did. I think for their resources, this is like the best they could have possibly done, other than maybe picking a plot of land that wasn't next to office parks. It kind of is what it is, but I also thought I should mention it because if you're going there to take like cosplay photos or wedding photos, they're gonna be in all of them. I think the biggest issue here is that the office buildings are their own thing, but then we've also got the construction that's inside of the park, and together they form a huge 1-2 punch to the ambiance. Between the two, there's no one section that feels complete and immersive. This park is theoretically rentable as an event venue, photography, or a filming location, but it would be almost impossible to use it for any of those things because you're extremely limited in your locations and angles in order to frame out something ugly or incomplete. Also, I've gotta say, despite all these construction sites everywhere, there was one glaring omission to the park. I didn't even see a shell of this building. Nothing to indicate they even started building it at all. It was this amazing whimsical tree cottage. This building is iconic, and they also show the concept art of it everywhere. It was on the 2017 version of the website.
Doesn't give me there on 2 though.
They're probably showing the art so much because if this building existed, it would certainly be a highlight of the park. But due to its unique shape, it would be pretty obvious the building was underway, and
Oh, I would need one like
if we go back to that mysterious 2017 version of the website for Evermore Gardens,
through here.
it looks like the tree cottage was to be part of a land called Fantasy Garden. It appears that that land as a whole was never constructed. Maybe that fairy garden with the rock faces is Fantasy Garden? If so, I don't even see a plot of land where this tree cottage would have gone. I have to wonder when it was stricken from the plans and why it wasn't considered a priority. All that said, there are some visual details around the park that I really like. In the fairy garden with the rocks with faces, we noticed at night that periodically an ominous droning sound would play, and the rocks would glow red like we had angered them.
Whoa! We angered the gods! We've all turned red!
That's fun. They had a couple fire pits scattered throughout the park, which I imagine you're meant to sit at and converse with characters or other guests. Nobody was really doing that, but in theory that's nice. They also had some enclosed fireplaces and
Not sure this saves me any steps though.
dragon grates in front of them. I love that. You get such whiplash looking around the park. You can laser focus in one direction
Oh,
and see something
but
to
it
the
does
left,
if I
and then
do.
to the side and there's something incomplete right next to it. Even of the buildings that are finished, the interiors are
Oh,
either inaccessible
I
or feel barely furnished. I can see
am
that
full.
the rare pieces that are finished, a
Guy,
lot of love
bigged
and
out.
care went into them, but the majority of the park is simply not finished.
Good for you.
Anyway,
Full of
activities.
nuggies
Part 12, the game
and
site.
salt.
Evermore has been billed as a
If you
living
like.
theatrical experience or an adventure.
Pat added salt because he liked.
2017, Evermore was meant to have an emphasis not on rides, but on personalized quests and interactions with the characters. Over the time Evermore has been open, it's had a lot of different play structures, and information is limited on all of them, but I'll try to enumerate the different formats as best as I understand them. Before its opening, it was apparently planned to be more of a guided experience, a little more scripted, more like a theatrical performance. The park is built in a circular layout because guests would theoretically
Alright, this is an amusing puzzle.
from location to location. At each location, major story beats would play out, the group would move on, and then played again for the next group that came through. I have to assume that that covered bridge layout of the tavern, where the path goes right down the middle, was a holdover from this format. I believe that this format would have still been loosely interactive, but certainly a lot more structured. This seems a little closer in spirit to things like Sleep No More, one of the most famous interactive theatrical productions. In fact, according to some former employees, Ken Bremschneider has cited Sleep No More as an inspiration for the interactive elements of Evermore. Some of the opening season actors say that they were prepared for this version of the experience throughout the majority of the rehearsals, and it was abruptly scrapped when it became clear that many of the park's buildings would not be finished in time. Instead, at opening, characters as well as guests would be free roaming throughout the park, and there was a greater emphasis on guests completing tasks and challenges. And then from there, from season to season, the gameplay has seen a lot of different changes from major to minor. I found this review from fall of 2018, the park's opening season, which mentions Gimme quests. Evermore basically handed out this little worksheet to the young park guests, guiding them through various activities and challenges them to interact with characters, play beanbag toss, walk through the catacombs, and look for a hint handful of themed objects in like an I Spy kind of game. If the kids handed in their worksheet at the end of the night, they would receive a little drawstring pouch full of items like plastic gems, a coin, a key. I think this is a good level at which kids can engage with the park. It reminds me of scavenger hunts that the local museum would host. Although, without rotating challenges and prizes, I can't imagine it would incentivize many families to come back again. That's its own problem. As for adults, there have been two major objectives which seem to have remained pretty constant throughout the park's operation: completing quests and joining guilds. The same opening season review explains that in 2018, adults could try to win the Evermore Champion Challenge.
Look, you lot. Evermore is looking for a new champion, and one of you could be it. There are a few rules. First, you need to be in Evermore before the portals close on November 3rd.
And you need to collect all four tarot cards and make sure that
He's not wrong, though. And make sure you send in a video submission.
The instructions are sort of vague, but it seems that you could essentially earn tarot cards by completing tasks given to you by characters. It's totally unclear whether the tasks were the same for everybody or whether the tasks and the cards could just be handed out randomly at the discretion of the characters. This was a real contest, though. Only one person could win, and they would get free tickets and a backstage workshop. So, not to sound like a pessimist, but doesn't that kind of make the tarot quest feel like an exercise in futility for the majority of the guests that go? And the park producers did seem to notice that, if a little too late.
Our strategy for making heroes has gone back and forth multiple times.
This puzzle is still a challenge.
We had the Champion quest line, which allowed a select few world walkers to become named Champions of Evermore. Excellent hero for those specific guests, but was actually disastrous for every guest in the park who didn't happen to complete that quest. Quite a few guests left the park furious about it, so we redirected from that, but unfortunately overcorrected and caused guests to become flat out bored in Aurora 2018 and Mythos 2019. We found a decent middle ground in Lore 2019 and have attempted to perfect the idea from there.
So let's look at some quests from Mythos 2019. YouTuber Gimme D attended during this time frame. It looks like for her visit to Evermore, they had a system of quest cards. So you start with your first quest card.
That's not negotiable. We need
park map that she got. This system no longer exists, but my impression is that you'd get each card either stamped or signed off before you could proceed, so you
one
could
there.
collect them as you go.
It did cost us $2 to get the next set of 3 quest cards, and unfortunately they're not equipped to take cash, so that was a little inconvenient.
We've got one there. That means we need another one.
We don't actually have any more quest cards printed and available yet.
The idea is that you complete these quests sequentially, and you're moving up through official ranks as you go. Joining the park's various guilds was also a possible activity, and I believe that the ranks had different names depending on which guild you were a member of.
In the remaining 4-ish hours we had in the park, we were able to complete all 3 of these quest cards, leaving us as level 4 paladins.
This D&D vlogger named Greyhawk mentions the quest cards, but also that the day they went featured a side quest about joining the Knights, and they even handed out a little flyer that's spelled wrong. Also, this guy said that he went in cosplay as
that
Sir
one
Davos
could...
Sword, which is
Okay.
incredible. He looks exactly like him. YouTuber The Fairy Cheyenne also had quest cards for her experience, and apparently her group was told that as the park grew, they would introduce perks or tangible rewards for leveling up. This is the only mention I've ever seen of it, and it doesn't seem like that was ever implemented. I agree with Trevor Ballard's earlier statement in that it does seem like the gameplay peaked in Lore of 2019. And handily, a lot of the most complete gameplay footage I have access to is from that season, so let's take a look. One of the subsidiaries of BuzzFeed.
Then how do I get started now?
Go here promoting Evermore Park. This video was shot in Lore of 2019, and it provides probably the clearest picture I've ever seen of a typical day in Evermore. The host enters the park, a character welcomes her and shows her around, and then she decides to join the Blackheart Hunters Guild. They give her 3 tasks to complete. First, she must get 3 bullseyes at the archery range. Once she succeeds, the ranger at the station stamps off her little passport. Next, she must brave the mausoleum and return with a black stone. The mausoleum is basically a little haunted house walkthrough with vampires, plague doctor-looking things, and other ghouls. Finally, she has to go to the fortune tellers so they can determine the purity of her heart, there to give her a code phrase which she can take back to the hunters. When she returns to the hunters with proof of all her quests, she's inducted into the guild. So, a neat and tidy adventuring structure. I mean, it's only 3 activities once you think about it, but the tasks feel like some thought has gone into them. You can see that there's other entertainment like fire dancers around, and the host speculates that she's probably only scratched the surface.
I was just so overwhelmed. It feels like I only picked at one thread of the whole tapestry that is here.
Presumably, there's so much more to do in the park. By summer of 2020, called Pyra, the tasks appear much less involved. In this video by YouTuber The Carpetbagger, he seeks to join the Blackbird Hunters, the same guild as in the BuzzFeed video, but instead of in the tavern, the hunters are standing around outside this shuttered concession stand, and they give him different tasks.
Give someone advice about the beers. I have to get a killing shot at the archery, and then I have to solve a riddle.
After not doing well at archery, he gives up on the guild and decides to just go around interacting with characters. As he does so, we can see that in 2020, characters are doling out challenges which can be done on the spot and are mostly word-based. These guests have been tasked with thinking of 3 compliments that don't contain the letter H.
Hat contains the letter H. Shirt contains the letter H.
Not exactly a riveting challenge, or a particularly themed one. Pyra also saw the introduction of the Epics model of play. I've honestly read multiple press releases from Evermore about the Epics model, and I'm still only a little certain I understand what it is, which is, you know, bad from a marketing standpoint, but let me do my best, okay? Epics seem to represent a partial return to that original Evermore concept with those guided pulse productions of story along a linear path. The Epics were separate from general admission. They actually required an extra $10 ticket in order to participate. Management blocked off roughly 1/4 of the park's square footage to use for the Epics, with regular day guests barred from entry. Rather than advancing each day like the other park storylines, the Epics would reset with each group that experienced them. However, the group's choices could alter the story's outcome, so they would still have a customizable experience. After a few weeks of running a given Epic, the outcome that won the greatest number of times would become canon to the park's
Kaiju is free.
This model meant that guests willing to pay a little extra would be guaranteed to see major story.
Go to Neil Agility Dungeon. Fall into the place with the poison spiders by praying at the Chaos Altar. What does this even say?
To make up for the portion of the park that was inaccessible, they did drop the gate price, so at least it wasn't full price for a partial park. However, a lot of customers were still angry to see an upcharge for part of the park after they had already paid to get inside. And remembering my map of accessible buildings, it's worth noting that the quarter of the park that was blocked off was the most structurally complete portion of the park by a wide margin. So, looking at that map, the Epics concept was actually blocking off 2 of the 5 complete structures in the park. Not to mention the most visually appealing.
Kill 100 bears.
Another issue is that
No.
for a group of about 25 guests at a time.
No, I don't think I will.
Yeah. Kill 81 spiders. Yes. Yeah.
Participants might even be left as passive observers for the entire night. From what I can tell, the Epics model only ran for 1 season, maybe because guest response was such a mixed bag. January of 2021 saw that mass firing of the park's character department, with initial reports that characters would be eliminated altogether, followed by a clarification by the park that the characters would be returning in some capacity. So that brings us to my visit, my gameplay experience. At this point in our timeline, it's June of 2021. It's hard to explain what my experience of the gameplay was like. A quest is just a fancy word for a task. So you approach any character and ask them if they have a quest for you. Sometimes they straight up say no because the actor doesn't have any ideas. Fairly often they say, bring me gold. The thing is, you get gold by doing quests or tasks, so they're basically just shuffling you off to another actor. So if they want gold, you have to go find a second character and ask them for a quest. And you might have to repeat this a few times, go down a little chain of command, and eventually a character will give you a quest. Of the tasks characters may ask of you, I've mentally divided them into 3 handy categories. First, concrete tasks. These tasks involve a physical errand and require you to bring back tangible proof that you've done it. This would apply to every task that was asked of that BuzzFeed host. Hitting the bullseye and getting a stamp, tangible proof. Going to the crypt to retrieve a black stone, tangible proof. Visiting the fortune teller and being told a clearly pre-written code phrase to bring back to the guild. These are, in my opinion, from a gameplay perspective, the strongest tasks and should be the only kind of task in the game. Okay, secondly, we have vague tasks. These are things which are intangible, function on the honors system, and thus give very little sense of accomplishment. Sneak behind a character without them knowing for 30 seconds and then go back and say that you did that. Find out something about the rival guild, except in actuality, the actors have consulted with each other about their secrets, and it's impossible to know whether you're just making something up off the top of your head, so you don't have to actually do it.
Oh, you kneel
Three, we have nonsense tasks. These are the things which a character can just make up for you to do in front of them on the spot, which aren't difficult and fulfill no in-story role. Do a little dance, pay me 3 compliments, tell me a joke. These are awful, they offer no sense of accomplishment, and they don't even make in-universe sense as to why this character would ask you to do it. They have nothing to do with the plot, and they're too easy, even for children. These need to be eliminated at all costs. Call an all-team meeting, outlaw this kind of task. I think the only tasks of this
Floats
kind
under the
framework
sea.
would be like reasonably challenging riddles asked by a mischievous creature. You know, they can ask different riddles to different age levels, but you should have to think about it because that's what's going to make you feel good if you get it right. So circling back to the quest
Need a
system,
lockpick.
if a quest
Pick
involves
my
going
dick.
to a second location, once you've completed it, you have to wander the park aimlessly trying to find the character who gave you the quest. They might be on break and they might have wandered elsewhere because most of the characters are not location locked. If you succeed in finding them, you tell them you've completed the task, they believe you and give you a piece of gold. The pieces of gold are just little spray painted rocks. I'm not mad about it because if they looked cool, they would be stolen. But the fact that they are just rocks that anyone could make.
Hermit called Spatula Podrig Ivanhe von Zwabelhassen.
But they don't because they can't.
Is that your full name, Ivan?
Yes.
Because the game doesn't work. Anyway, by the time of our visit, I'm afraid that there weren't any concrete tasks left in the gameplay. There were only vague tasks and nonsense tasks. On the first day, none of the actors we approached had any quests for us. We heard a lot of guests around us also asking for quests and about joining guilds, but all of the actors gave negative or cagey answers.
Is there anything that you need help with? Are you part of a guild? Yeah. Oh, what are guilds? They're like groups of people with similar interests? Oh. I'm gonna go with the answer being no. Yeah, alright, fair.
It seems to me that at the beginning of Mythos 2021, none of the actors had been instructed on quests or guilds. We did walk past this one family who I guess had been instructed to look for unsettled dirt.
Oh, they already have a quest. Clearly there's something wrong. They have a quest. They said they were looking for unsettled dirt. I mean, that's the whole park, though. You can go anywhere.
I'm still unsure as to whether this was even intended as a quest, or if the character just sent them on a fool's errand. By day 2, the quests and guilds were tentatively back in the game. The quests were still stupid and vague. Pretty much every character just asked us for gold, and then the gold would be earned through nonsense tasks.
So the two cousins wants to dance for gold.
Ooh, let's dance for gold. Let's do a wee jig.
And then after we did, they gave us, like, what I felt was way too much gold. So again, I was like, the money system in the park.
The room is slightly haunted.
Doesn't mean anything. They can give you 10 gold, they can give you 1 gold. It doesn't matter. Each guild had a little home base where they set up a chalkboard with the guild requirements pre-written out. So like to join the Pirates Guild, you had to make a bet with somebody and win, make a fool of yourself in front of a crowd, and take pictures in the stocks. So, you know, you could probably get through all of that in like 20 minutes. To join the Rangers Guild, you had to get a bullseye at archery, sneak behind a character for 30 seconds without them noticing, and learn a secret about another guild. The archery station has snakes, so even that has been demoted to a vague task. It's not like we were going to cheat at these challenges, because like what's even the point of that when there's no prize other than a sense of accomplishment? But knowing that lying is totally indistinguishable from succeeding is just demoralizing. Once you've done the tasks, you just walk back to the guild and go, I did it! And they're like, great, you could join the guild. That's all it takes. Also, because a lot of the tasks are made up on the fly, there's a margin for human error which can render the game unplayable. I have one moment from my visit which I feel illustrates this pretty well. We were in the Old Town section of the park when a character told my friend David to look for a man in a wide-brimmed hat in the tavern and beat him at a staring contest. If David succeeded, he could then come back to this first character and say that he won and they would give him gold. So this is again just operating on weird honor system rules where we could have just walked away for 10 minutes and then come back and been like, we won and gotten gold. But we were trying to play the game on its own terms, so we went off to the tavern.
All right, into the tavern, I guess.
We're gonna try and win this staring contest?
Yeah, let's do it.
We spent a while circling the room, looking around, and there were no characters matching the description.
I bet that is him.
But the guy said he had a hat.
Oh.
This is the scenic dungeon.
Well, there's a portrait in the tavern of a guy with really intense eyes. So for a second we were like, ah, Is it a riddle? Is the joke that it's a painting and you can't beat the staring contest, but there's like some clue hidden around the frame? We finally just went up to the bartender and like described the character we were looking for, and she was like, oh, that's Grim. He's usually here, but he's on break. I'm not trying to get her in trouble. She didn't actually say that. She gave like an in-character explanation, but he was on break. And we didn't want to stand there for a half hour, so we were just like, okay, we're not gonna finish the quest, and we just left. I could see a few remnants around the park of items that I think used to be parts of quests and no longer are. There was this cipher disc set around. It even changed locations between day 1 and day 2. It would make sense if there were items to decode, like maybe an inscription on a stone or a scroll left on an empty surface in one of the buildings. If they had maps, they could even put a little code phrase in there. And then you would have to inquire with different characters to learn how to use the cipher or do quests to earn the knowledge. But at the time of my visit, the cipher disc served no function with any quest. It was at best a decoration, and at worst a red herring. I asked some longtime fans if it had ever served a purpose, and they said that there did used to be little scraps of paper around with phrases to decode. But apparently even then, the phrases were just like vague story teasers, like, beware the Fae King. It was nothing that had like an in-story consequence. I think the most critical failure in the Evermore gameplay is that they can't seem to find a substantial way to involve the guests. They seem to advertise an experience where the actors are NPCs in a video game and you are the hero. That's why you're paying for the experience. The employees of the park are here to facilitate your good time. But let's look at the major story events when they do happen in park. Characters are fighting and the guests are standing in a ring around the action, watching, maybe recording on their phones. When a character dies, they gasp in horror. But they have no agency in what they're watching unfold. There's this weird moment in the scene where, in a bid to involve the guests, the villain basically calls a timeout.
Town meeting, 9:30, Bandit Keep. Do not be late.
He murders 3 people in cold blood and then comes over to the crowd and is like, we will reconvene to have a town meeting about my evil reign at 9:30. It's so unnatural and not even all that exciting, but this is the fullest extent to which guests can play their part, watching dramatic tableau and then maybe occasionally verbally weighing in. They can try to figure things out and try to tell the characters, but if their favorite character is being butchered in front of their very eyes, they can't do anything but stand there like an idiot and watch.
What is the one thing that you would want to tell someone who has no idea what Evermore is?
The only way to aptly pitch this is by asking a question that you yourself can answer. If you ever wanted to go on an adventure with Gandalf, be sorted into a Harlow's house.
I wouldn't say Evermore is like going on a quest with Gandalf. I would say it's more like you show up in Middle-earth and wander around making awkward small talk with the characters, and you can't fight anyone or do magic. You have little or no in-universe money, none of the characters know you well, and you can never fall in love or form deep bonds. You have to stay in one town, but also a lot of the buildings are locked or half-built, and the interiors you can visit feel unfinished. Also, instead of the interesting food you see in the movies, it's like hot dogs and nachos, and it's next door to an office park. To make matters worse, this game has a lot of artificial gatekeeping baked right into the loaf. In some ways, first-time guests are inevitably excluded from the most interesting activities. I've discovered 3 separate fan podcasts for Evermore, each representing a group of fans who go nearly every day the park is open. So these have given me better insight into what one might experience if they lived locally and were able to do that. The first component I learned about was something fans call the trading of
Pastors engaged in large-scale food sterilization.
items or pieces of their costume that they can trade away to guests. Anything from a feather in their cap to a bracelet to even a dagger. This isn't promoted on any official channel, and it seems to have popped up organically in interactions between performers and fans. Super fans became really interested in this aspect of the game and started bringing things specifically for trading. Costume jewelry, spices and potion ingredients, party favors they could order in bulk from Amazon. So that's all well and good, but it's also extremely inaccessible to a one-time visitor who has no idea about that element of the game and doesn't know to shop for trinkets before they arrive. And sure, it's not a necessary part of the game, but they can observe other players doing it and feel left out. A bigger issue is that it's obvious the character performers become more familiar with regulars and choose to involve them more directly with significant story beats. One host from the World Walker Weekly podcast was tasked with finding a lockpick for the imprisoned villain of a story arc. That sounds pretty exciting, and it was a quest entrusted only to her. It makes sense why actors would favor seasoned role players.
Ah, frick, I forgot to bring my goddamn shit.
Discrimination that you don't see happen in something like an automated video game. From a performer standpoint, it's way more rewarding and fun for you to interact with somebody who keeps coming back and learning more about your character. But from a business standpoint, you can't stay afloat with the patronage of only 50 diehard fans. You want to especially knock it out of the park with these first-timers, or else they're never going to become regulars and your park is going to die. And when I say 50 fans, that really is my best guess. Some of the fan groups I found on Facebook have 1,000 or so followers, and the most popular clip channel on YouTube, Evermore Fans, has about 3,000 views on its most popular video. But looking at the engagement on an average post, you can expect 50 or fewer people to show up. And I'm not trying to knock that following. I think it's impressive to have any kind of fandom, no matter the size. But Evermore is far from at a place financially where they can afford to languish with their existing loyal following. They need to bring more people in or they're going to die. I keep saying that. They're gonna die. The hosts of another podcast, World Talkers, were similarly invited to complete an exclusive quest. This culminated in the podcasters following characters out to the cemetery and physically digging to unearth an enchanted sword. That's, to a comical degree, way more tactile and emotionally rewarding than any other task I've heard of within the park, and it was a bespoke experience for like 3 podcasters. Supposedly, they were told that this special quest was a beta test for more elaborate quests that would be open to all, but obviously that kind of quest would never surface to the general public, because, like, how could it? If you set a precedent for digging on the property to inexperienced players, you're going to have all these overzealous kids digging all over the landscaping, unearthing pipes and power cables. And here at Evermore, the only power cables we want kids playing with are the ones that we already left out in the open, lying all over the ground. So if I may, I'd love to circle back to that BuzzFeed video. I've already said that it was from 2019, so it's understandable that there are some differences in gameplay structure, but the differences don't end there. I don't mean to say that the BuzzFeed portrayal of the park was biased. They went a couple years ago and the park was run differently then. I mean, the host channel, BuzzFeed Bring Me, gets clicks specifically by presenting visually interesting activities for people to share and tag friends in on Facebook, whether they ultimately visit or not. And then of course BuzzFeed's videos are monetized, so the cooler they can make a montage of a food or destination look, the more they'll be paid for that video. But just because they have a financial incentive to present a flattering impression of something doesn't mean they would intentionally mislead their viewers. And they don't disclose in the video description whether they were comped or paid by Evermore for the feature, so I guess we can assume that they weren't. It doesn't necessarily mean anything that the CEO of Evermore set aside time to appear in their video and provided a themed filming location for the host somewhere inside of the park, and it's probably a coincidence that the locations of Evermore are shot only from flattering angles, and that interiors such as the tavern are almost empty of guests and chock full of a variety of characters whenever she enters, or that her initiation to the Hunters Guild is a personalized story event rather than this elementary school graduation my sister got when she joined the Rangers. The host takes a lot of attempts to get her 3 bullseyes at archery, and I'm curious as to whether she had to get back into a long line for every attempt, and whether she had to pay each time. I'd imagine that those obstacles would lead a lot of ordinary guests to just give up on the challenge like the carpetbagger did.
Maybe I'm not cut out to be a member of the Black Heart clan.
This one character performer seems to appear in a lot of her footage, almost as if he's personally escorting her through the park for a good long while. But I guess that could happen to anybody. Also, multiple former employees who worked this season alleged to me that all night the park had dedicated runners going ahead of the BuzzFeed crew, warning actors that they were coming and to give them a good experience. But perhaps they're misremembering. But one way or another, I will say that what you see in this video seems to me to be an inauthentic Evermore experience. Maybe the crew was just lucky. I sure as hell was not hoisted onto the back of a pony and paraded through the town square. In fact, when I went, there were no ponies, which I promise I did not take personally. So I did attempt to email ahead of my visit, trying to ask basic questions about the park and inquire about renting it out. When I did that, I was intentionally vague, I didn't link my channel, and I didn't use my primary email. And I sort of suspect that if I had done the whole influencer song and dance, said my channel name, my subscriber count, I might have had better access to the park, and perhaps even a better experience. But that wasn't the point. I didn't want to call ahead. I'm the mystery diner. I'm the undercover boss. If you can't deliver an equivalently good experience for all guests, that's on you and your business. I understand that Evermore is trying to create an unusual type of experience, so they don't really have much of a template to consult. So I would just like to point to a few compelling examples they might want to consider. The first example is Omega Mart, an installation by Meow Wolf in Las Vegas. I visited it shortly before Evermore, and it was incredible. I cannot recommend it highly enough. If you're local, you have to go. It's less of a video game and more of an ARG, where most of the story is conveyed through forensic storytelling. That is, cues guests can observe in physical surroundings. There are some interactive actors supporting
You win.
The real meat of it is discovered.
Tell us, Pat, what did you win? Show us what you've got.
Reading brochures
I
Through
understand
stuff
that
and
reference.
Rifling through filing cabinets. Every aspect of the
Mr.
physical
Big
space was
IQ over
essentially
here.
created to be a part of the story, with no detail missed. I
I
felt like I
understood
could have
that
spent
reference.
days there. I bring this up because in Evermore, I was
I don't
surprised
get
at
any
how
of these
little anything
references.
on the sets mattered to the plot.
That
Looking at
makes
the
you
cast
better
and
than all of
real
us.
antiques,
Yeah,
the
neither do
happy
I.
Okay, that's
acceptance
good.
of the characters,
No, that's
and
definitely
weren't
true.
intended to be touched. The books weren't intended to be flipped through. There wasn't really any written word around, so nothing to dive deeper into, nothing to decode, no treasure chests, no moving or opening elements. The second example is this small Dragon Quest park. This is way more video gamey, being essentially just a walk-around RPG. Video
How
screens
come
throughout the park allow guests to
the
actually
longer
watch the
Talon
battles by
plays,
striking
the
actual
smoother the stream
players,
gets?
and their progress is
Network packet shaping?
I think that's pretty unlikely for this in this specific case.
Hmm.
Because that's usually like within 30 seconds.
Well, that and it's usually the opposite.
No, not necessarily. We've been working on a remote video feature, and like we added a markup capability. But when we send the markup back, or like when we send a canvas back through the call, it's low quality until it sends like 10 seconds worth of frames.
Wait, do I need to get a star so that I can open up this part of the puzzle and do more?
Sorry, Ivan, I was referring to packet shaming on like the network layer, not anything that you send in.
Packet shaming.
Oh, yeah, in a way.
Dirty packets.
I was talking about like
You
at the
filthy,
ISP level.
filthy packets. Naughty, disgusting packets.
tracked on RFID
No,
chips.
okay, I guess I
These
see how I
chips
can
are
do this.
keeping
I
record of
need
what items
to
the players have picked up. So, for example, there are item chests that can only
make
be
a long
opened with
recording of
right key. The only downside of this part
this.
is that when they're in the town doing character
This.
interactions or finding items,
Wait,
those
but
are
then how am I
frames
gonna get
too, which feels kind of
back?
sterile and not so immersive. The third example is just escape rooms. Those are huge right now, and I can't believe no elements of them were implemented in Evermore. It feels like a no-brainer. So many of them already utilize elements from adventure games.
Best
with
part about
emphasis
working
on
is
finding keys, solving riddles,
that
and setting items on
I
magic
appreciate the
cards or
weekends
tags
more.
to trigger effects. In a happier timeline, I can imagine a perfect marriage between all
That's
of these.
that's prime copium, Pat.
It's not even it sounds like copium, but I'm actually.
It sounds like copium because it is copium.
It's not copium. It's like you know, when you don't do anything for 2 months straight, you have no motivation to like do anything.
That sounds wonderful.
That sounds awful. Because it is awful.
It's
But
okay,
now
Pat.
actually,
I
like,
understand.
Now I actually like play games because I'm like, oh, I only have this much time, so
Contrast is the spice of life.
Yeah, there's so
You have
many.
to have dark to have
suffering.
light.
No,
No,
there's
your motto is
there's so many pleasant things to do. I think you guys are nuts.
no, that's what I'm saying. Is that I enjoy it, appreciate it.
If I never had to work again when I retire, I don't think I'll get bored. I think I'll enjoy my life a lot more.
Yeah, you say that now.
I do say that now. This is true.
Yeah.
I very much enjoyed when I had no responsibilities as a child.
When's the last time you had like an extended vacation?
Before college, probably, or during college, maybe.
I thought so too, right? I'm like, oh yeah, just. But it's different. It's different once you've experienced it in adulthood.
No.
Vacation?
Shut Dave.
Okay, Dave.
It's not talking to you, Dave.
Pat, I cannot agree.
Well, I'm not saying you should agree now.
Pat, you're telling me to agree. You're forcing me
should
at gunpoint.
experience it firsthand before making any conclusions. Is what I'm saying.
He's telling you to get laid off, is what he's saying.
I thought you were gonna
That's
say
all
something
I'm-
different. Did you too? Did you too, Pat?
Yeah, for a second.
He's telling you to get laid. So it's a
Wow,
little
why did
bit
talk
weird.
so mean?
Yeah. Pat didn't get laid. He was laid off.
I can do both. One's a lot better than the other, though. Let me tell you.
Getting laid off is better.
Yeah, you got it.
I think that's a little weird. I don't think many people would agree with you on that. Alright, let's quit my steel darts. Alright, it's time to go suffer.
Okay, so if I record this, I'm standing on this button.
Where the exploring portions and action sequences would involve
Then I go over there, pick up the fan, slap that in,
pornography.
the void technology. All of the sets and props would have details to
grab one of
explore and puzzles to
those,
solve. And then you can
Use
set
unlock
on
Busy
items
Dungeon
with
one
Defender.
of those,
digitally by tapping them or scanning a QR code.
and I can get back over here.
Human
Okay.
actors would provide hints necessary
Okay.
to quests and make the park feel like a real town. Part 13, the attraction.
I think I have my nonsense plan to make this work.
The concept of attractions, because Evermore doesn't really have any in the traditional sense, but you know, here we go. In the large grassy area,
Or at least to open a door and then see where that gets me.
activities on offer.
Alright, who's ready to kill some spodes?
Battle arena. Archery and axe
96
throwing usually
spodes.
cost extra, but on this occasion they were free, which was nice. However, on the day we were there, nobody working could figure out how to get the signs down that said they cost money, so we only found that out by approaching.
Oh my god, this
many
works.
visitors assumed it cost money.
I can level my characters using split screen.
Activities were cool. They're kind of just designed
I'm a
for
genius.
each one once, but it's a unique and cool activity. I will say that the archery range felt super unsafe to me. I've taken a handful of archery classes throughout my life, and in my experience, anytime you have a class involving any kind of weapon, you get a whole long pep talk about safety, what to do, what not to do. Like, usually everybody is lined up with bows and arrows, and you're firmly told not to point it at anybody for any reason. Basic instructions about how to shoot, and instructions about when you're allowed to shoot, because usually everybody shoots at once, again, for safety, so no one gets shot with an arrow. So usually in like a group archery...
Oh my god, dude, this spider's so freaking dead! God dang. This is actually insane. Slayer plus this weapon is like, the spider dies just instantly. I only needed one
Sam.
cycle.
Hello,
What
Sam.
the frick? Do I even need piety? I mean, I guess. I guess we take it. Oh, oops, no, get back there. Oops. Hey. Get him. Get him! Oh, dude, I'm just regularly hitting 50s on this sucker. Voidwinker seems a lot more achievable now than it did before. Okay, I did get a little bit lucky last time, because this is going to take 2 whole cycles. 2 whole cycles?! I guarantee I was taking at least 4 cycles before.
that you can begin shooting, and then everybody dies, and once everybody is done, you all physically put your bows down before anyone is allowed to go and retrieve arrows. Again, so you don't get shot with an arrow. When we did it, it was kind of just like, okay, here's a bow and some arrows, and you start shooting whenever you feel like it. friend Kirsten had never shot a bow before and was hardcore struggling, and we were all trying to help her out, but none of us were good enough at archery to really help her.
You got it, you got it. I do not got it. Okay, let me
People were dropping arrows and bending to pick them up from past the line into the archery range, which is always a huge no-no in my experience. Meanwhile, others are still actively shooting past or over their heads. It was chaos. It was a hot mess. Nobody got hurt the day I was there, but it obviously felt like a giant accident waiting to happen. Oh, now is probably as good a time as any to mention that you have to sign a waiver when you buy your tickets online. So, you know, if you trip or get shot in the liver with an arrow, the park isn't liable for that. But really, maybe I should say they present you with a waiver. To be honest, if you're not comfortable signing it, yeah, just don't do it. The site was really glitchy. We all tried to sign the waiver in good faith, but the form just like wouldn't accept half of our group. Honestly, before we showed up, I was worried that that was going to be like a big hassle when we arrived, because obviously you have to sign the waiver and we haven't, and who knows if you can sign it in person on site. I thought it was going to really slow us down. But when we went, it turned out that they don't appear to actually have any way to see if you've signed it or not. Or they did have a way, and it was broken when we went. Just like everything else. The park doesn't seem that safe. You might get shot with an arrow. Maybe just don't sign the waiver.
I gained a no profile status.
They used to have little passports to stamp when you got a bullseye at archery to prove your accomplishment and make it a concrete task. They didn't have that anymore when I went. We did the axe throwing. I hated it. I'm probably not going to show the footage because it's embarrassing. I couldn't concentrate. The whole time I was just thinking that I was going to accidentally cleave my skull in twain. Oh yeah, and Kate wasn't allowed to do the axe throwing because she wore open-toed shoes, which is fine and makes sense, but again, that would be a good reason to put a dress code on the site. I did specifically ask before I went if open-toed shoes were okay on the fan page, and everybody said, yeah, probably. And it turns out they weren't. In the wintertime, Evermore advertises an extra attraction, an ice skating rink. The rink, like everything else, costs extra, but according to online
Right
reviews,
back.
the skating rink is not an actual ice rink, it's a synthetic rink. So a sheet of greasy, slippery plastic. The battle arena costs extra and is basically this netted off tent where kids wail on each other with foam wrapped weapons, which is my idea of a nightmare, but the kids seem to really like it, so cool. Also in this area they have these performers who take turns doing aerial silks. This is impressive, so it's kind of weird to me that it's stuck back in this out of the way location behind all these vendor tents. A lot of people didn't even seem to know they were there. Next up, the train! Man, I love trains. The train also costs extra. It's $3 a person, which again, fine, but like there's so little to do in the entire park that it does feel a little insulting for anything to cost extra at this point. Anyway, we bought the tickets. You'll remember that they disappeared from my online purchase, but that's okay. We sorted it out. We got in line for the train. I saw it was mostly empty and was like, hooray! We can sit in the caboose.
Okay. Should we go to the caboose? Oh wait, I don't think it's open. Oh, okay, cool.
It actually turned out that we could not sit in the caboose. When they had pulled the train up to the station, they had apparently lined it up in such a way that the caboose was inaccessible from the boarding platform. It wasn't supposed to be this way, it was just a mistake, but they didn't feel like turning the train on and moving it a little, so we couldn't ride in the caboose.
Oh, that's why we can't ride in the caboose. They didn't pull far forward enough, so we can't step onto it. That's so sad.
You're probably like, that's a bad sign. It is. It's not really about riding in the caboose. The caboose is symbolic. Anyway, the train ride was actually pretty nice. It's a decent length, so you at least feel like you're getting your $3 worth. It moves at a nice clip, and you get a serene, elevated view of the park. It also gave me a new angle to look at the backs of buildings and construction sites, which I was interested in.
Oh, and there's the bridge that would have the monster. That's where the monster would go! That's the path where he'd be installed! And then maybe more creatures would go there? Oh!
Hidden in the brush at this point, David spotted this gnarly old pig, just kind of sitting abandoned there in the grass. One thing I found very odd about the train is that it didn't have any kind of narration. I guess I was imagining something kind of like the Disneyland train, where like a pre-recorded voice on the speakers narrating the sights as you pass them to like provide lore or interest you in the various attractions.
I was hoping to have like a narration like Disneyland.
And a they didn't want to record it, they could just have the person driving the train say it over a speaker in real time. In fact, doing it that way would give them more flexibility, so they could like interact with passers-by or point out characters that they see. I saw some old reviews complaining about the train, saying that it does in fact have a sound system, and that when it first opened they would just play like top 40s pop music on the radio. The reviews were mad about that because it felt lazy and it totally took them out of the time period. So, you know, I guess compared to that, having a silent train ride was preferable. But I do feel like immersive audio is another one of those small touches that would have a negligible amount of setup but make a big difference for guests. I can even see that the website says our train conductor is always telling stories about happenings in the village. And no, he isn't. So that's the train.
That scared me.
There was a small workstation in the tavern where you could pay extra to assemble your own potion by layering different things in jars. I guess that kind of counts as an attraction. I didn't see anyone doing it. I might have tried it if it was more bespoke vessels or ingredients, something with Evermore branding on them, but it definitely seemed like a craft that one could do at home. There's the bird show, which is included in the price of admission, called Wings of Evermore. Here you've got a little edutainment for the kids. They bring out a series of cool birds and reptiles and tell you interesting facts about them. The Wings of Evermore actually used to have a late-night counterpart called Monsters of Evermore. That sounds so cool, and I thought it would take a fantastical spin, like showcasing puppets, animatronics, maybe statues of fantastical beasts, but I was only half right. It appears to be an entirely skull-based show. Some of the skulls and other bones are of fantastical creatures, and I assume they were made in-house by the sculpture team, but then they're mixed in with real bones from things like hippos and lions. I'm very charmed, though, by this concept of an edutainment format applied to fantasy creatures.
Our hunters go off the beaten path out in the forest, and they've been attacked. Nobody's been seriously harmed or killed, but Blackhearts and I asked them to warn you of these creatures, so if you're near bushes, make sure you're always aware of what's around you so that one of these giant vampire bats doesn't get you.
But I do think it's sort of confusing to add real animals and real facts.
What if you were Musky Rack?
I would get PK'd.
Hmm.
I hit my I'm kind of mad about that one. I hit my button and it didn't work. I don't know why. Should have worked. Kinda upsetty spaghetti. There's vomit on my sweater already.
Get that cleaned up.
No. Too mad? Man. There's no like big ticket items in there, but it still sucks. Hate to give the PKers anything.
into the same mix. And surely, if they're making stuff in-house anyway, they could do better than just bones. I feel like they could even have a lot of flexibility in
I really thought I just hit the button immediately. I don't understand why the teleblock went off. I like didn't move for 5 seconds because I assumed I was teleporting out. Like I reacted like right away.
I really liked the bird show.
Oh well.
I thought it was well presented, well paced, and a good bite-sized length. I like to look at parrots and big lizards as much as any American. I do think calling it a show and putting wings in the title is a little misleading because most bird shows at theme parks, zoos, and wildlife rescues involve basic tricks like flying and hunting behaviors. In this one, they really just carry out the birds and let you look at them. But I mean, it's not boring. My biggest issue with this show is the venue. As I've said, it's held in a greenhouse called the Glass House. It's so obvious when you're in the building that the building and the show were not created with each other in mind. A greenhouse is a very cool structure, in part because it's got so many windows. Here, the show and the storage of live animals has necessitated a backstage area, which means they've bisected the building with long fabric drapes. You pass the backstage half of the building while you're lined up for the show, and you can see that either for privacy or temperature control, they've pasted butcher paper up over those side windows. One of the most striking things about a greenhouse is that the light pours in. Or if you're at a theme park and you keep it open at night, light pours out. And it looks beautiful. But instead they've chosen to negate the architectural element that was the entire appeal of the building. It doesn't even work particularly well as a show space. The area remaining after they've sectioned it off is a little cramped, with limited capacity for guests, and they've just thrown a few rows of benches in on the floor. The building has air conditioning and heat for the animals, but it doesn't seem like it was built with that. It seems like they've just brought in like a swamp cooler and kind of permanently affixed it inside. And it's very loud. So they run it between shows and then have to turn it off whenever they have people inside, or else they wouldn't be able to hear the show. So the whole time you're in there, it's like a ticking clock where you can feel yourself slowly cooking. So if this bird show was always in the cards, I don't understand why there couldn't be a purpose-built location with a dedicated backstage and place to store the animals, better temperature regulation, maybe a place for actors to change. A venue like that wouldn't just be for the show, it could be useful for a lot of reasons. You could use it as a space for important story events, maybe guild meetings in character, I don't know, whatever, employee training, whatever you want. Anyway, finally, I'd like to talk about my favorite attraction. Well, favorite is misleading. I mean the one where I think the story is the funniest. Actually, favorite was misleading, but attraction is also misleading. I don't know if I would call it that. Maybe technically it counts because it had a line outside. In fact, of the entire day, this was the single longest line we stood in. There's this crypt at the back of the park next to a cemetery. When we first encountered it early on day one, it was locked up tight. But we heard it had opened later that night, and we had just missed it because we were stuck in the tavern. I'll get to that later. So anyway, on day 2, I was determined to go inside because I couldn't miss it. So we first rocked up to it on day 2. There was already a generous line. The setup seemed built to accommodate a line. The building had a one-way flow of traffic, one entrance and one exit on the other side, and leading up to the exit was a narrow, winding pathway. We tried to ask everybody in line what we were waiting for, but nobody really knew.
No, I mean, we saw concept art. It'll be something, I think.
Yeah. I had a pretty good guess. In the BuzzFeed video and a few other vlogs, I'd seen the little haunted house walkthrough with the creepy vampires, but we hadn't seen them anywhere in the park yet. The line kept pausing for stretches at a time and then moving forward by
Oh, my weapon's out of ether.
Kind
What
of like
the frick?
Studios mazes they do at Halloween time. So I figured we were lining up for a creepy vampire haunted house. As we rounded the corner into the stuffy hallway of the crypt, we saw that there was an employee manning the line. We tried to ask her what we were in line for, and unfortunately she was in character, so she was like, "Oh, I don't rightly know. It's not for me to say."
Well, we found some kind of dark magic in here.
Oh.
That's been a bit of a problem for us.
Can we avoid that?
Well, you're kind of in the thick of it now.
I love this character's energy. Not the information she gave us, because she didn't give us any, but I loved her energy. We'll be thick as thieves, yes we will. That's me auditioning for the ride, Pirates of the Caribbean. So the crypt isn't air conditioned, we're all packed in. It was really warm and muggy. Just, picture that in your mind when you're looking at the footage. But 40 minutes later, longer than I will willingly wait for most rides at Disneyland, it was finally our turn. Our whole group is ushered into a little room, and there's a big screen on one wall that looks like a cool portal.
Ooh. No, it's a portal.
Then a guy appears in the middle of portal. It's basically a Skype call. Can you hear us? Wow. And Portal Guy is like, what did you bring me? So, yeah, that's right. The thing we waited in line for was just another character interaction, this time with a marginally cool visual effect and a prerequisite fetch quest that we hadn't known we had to do first. It's not like we were gonna come back.
So it's just like a strictly social venture then. You just want to like throw in some trade? No? Am I talking too quiet?
So, obviously, we were just kind of like, well, we didn't bring you anything. We don't know you. We've never met you before. We're not gonna go on this errand and get you gold only to wait an additional 40 minutes to come back and deliver it. And furthermore, I'm pretty confident that even if we had done what he had asked and brought him whatever items he wanted, he would have just been like, ah, excellent. You have done well. My plan is underway. And then nothing cool would have happened. Maybe it would have happened in a week when we weren't there. So the thing in the crypt was the absolute worst thing it could have been. It was comically bad. It just drove home all of the things we were already noticing about the gameplay and how it was bad. I later asked around and found out that this room in the crypt had once held the statue of the sleeping dragon, and in other seasons a creepy meeting hall for a warriors guild. Also, the vampire haunted house I thought we were getting was apparently closed up in the lower level of that same building. It never opened to guests to visit. And according to some employees, the reason it was closed to guests is allegedly that the technical setup for the portal guy effect has been placed in the vampire crypt. So yeah, the guy in the Skype call was just standing down there in front of a green screen. Because of that, they can only have one or the other attraction at a time, and for some reason they picked this one. Because, you know, God forbid they put the green screen in one of the other 10 vacant buildings around the property. That's like Disneyland shutting down Pirates of the Caribbean because they put the only corn dog fryer in the center of the ride. We don't know why we did it that way, but that's just the way it is. And you might recall from my coverage of the seasons that Mythos, the season I visited, is billed as a fair and lantern festival. There's this piece of concept art they love to use everywhere, showing a town square with a gargantuan glowing dragon winding through. I'm sure you can't wait to hear about the Lantern Festival, which was promised in the description of the event on the ticket purchasing page. Well, there was no Lantern Festival. In fact, there were no lanterns. It was unclear if there ever had been. On day one, we spotted this jellyfish sitting in a corner, which looked like the jellyfish hanging from the trees in the concept art.
These were in the concept art, the jellyfish.
They were?
Yeah.
Do you think they'll use them at night? Do you think they'll use those in the big glowing dragon at night? I don't think so either.
We saw this metal frame for a large dragon parked in this gravel ditch, and he has a bunch of garbage and like a wheelbarrow of more gravel beneath him.
The wheelbarrow tools for the dragon.
Ew, oh my god, that's so sad. There's the dragon.
Using the dragon for storage.
So we saw that and we're like, I guess that was meant to be the dragon from the concept art, and they haven't finished it. But in fact, it's actually even sadder than that. I found out via one of the fan pages that this dragon was allegedly made by fans of the park who sell their crafts in the vendor marketplace. One woman posted a video of herself sewing the skin for the dragon. They were inspired by that piece of concept art. It is unclear whether they were compensated for their labor. I also wonder if they made that jellyfish that I saw. It feels possible. Finally, I had seen indications online that Evermore would have fire dancers, as they've had for previous years of Mythos, or fortune-telling tents, which tied in somehow to the quests. They didn't have either when I went. Okay, one more thing. I didn't even really know what section to put this under, but I've got to mention the Black Arrow ceremony. Near the end of our last night, it was like an hour till closing, and we had literally nothing to do because there's not that much to do in the park, so we were thinking of leaving early. But then on our way out, we went through the tavern, and a character told us that in a half hour, so a half hour before park closing, the Black Arrow ceremony would be happening at the front of town.
Do we get to see who gets the arrow at the end of the night?
It should be about 30 minutes before we close.
Okay, that's soon. Where should we try to be for that?
Front of town, I believe.
Okay, cool.
The Black Arrow was like a MacGuffin that all of the guilds wanted, and yeah, I guess at the end of each night they would say which guild got it. So I was like, okay, some kind of story moment. Yes, I had filmed nothing story related on the trip so far, so I was like, okay, I gotta stay for that. Sorry, friends who wanted to leave. So we went to the front of town to wait for a half hour.
She said it happens at the front of town, so we'll just hang around. I guess this is probably a good place to be.
While we were there, a modestly sized group of other guests formed around us, and like a couple characters came by and remarked upon the upcoming ceremony. So we were like, okay, the event is happening, we're in the right place.
He's prepping for the Black Arrow show. It's gotta happen up there. Well, no, he's not in costume. Maybe he's setting up the sound?
But we were all sitting there, and the time for the ceremony came and went. We figured it was just running late, which seemed like a very Evermore thing to have happen. But then a character ran up, frantic, out of breath.
Can you say that one more time? What was that?
She was like, there was a microphone issue. So the ceremony couldn't happen here. It was actually moved to the opposite side of the park without warning.
Oh. They're at the stairs. Other side? Oh no! We're gonna miss it! Oh no! No! Oh my gosh!
And it actually started on time in the new location, so we were already missing it.
Oh no, we're missing it! This can't be happening! They lied to us! Trying to scam. I mean, she acknowledged that's where it was going to be. They just moved it right before it happened. To somewhere that takes a while to walk to.
So we jumped up and we ran to the other end of the park.
Oh, come on. What did you do? No! I'm so sad. This can't be happening. Do we miss anything?
The Dragon Riders will rule the Black Arrow.
We missed it?
Oh.
They
And yeah, when we arrived, the ceremony was over.
Okay.
Yeah, that was our final impression of the park. That was the note we went out on.
Well, I guess that was a fitting end to the night, actually. It's fine. We just...
The ceremony probably wasn't interesting, but I'm mad on principle. Part 14, the characters. Nearly all of the gameplay that can happen in Evermore, arguably the park's main attraction, hinges on its cast of characters. Every character in the park is an original creation for the storyline of Evermore. Guests are allowed to come in costume, so park character employees are distinguished by their glowing green Evermore crests. So let's go over a few that I encountered. The first character we met was named Gambling Goblin. You can tell he's a goblin because he has some plastic ears on. I guess that's what goblins look like.
What manner of creature are you?
I'm a creature to make my fortune.
Oh!
Gambling Goblin's the name.
I knew it. Your name? Oh no!
Gambling Goblin is like pretty naked and barefoot, and I guess his thing is that he wants to gamble for clothes. So he was like, make me a bet for my pants. But he didn't appear to have any dice or cards or anything with which we could gamble. And also I didn't want his pants. The only garment he was wearing.
Your shoes for my pants.
That's okay. I'm good with what I've got.
Sure? Yeah. So that was a non-starter. Out at the ruins we saw that one wizard character, the only wizard, who seems to have cool story details to share. But every time we went by there was a crowd of guests around trying to talk to him. And there's no cap on how long guests interact with a given character, and it seems like a lot of the park regulars will just sit and chat with a character for like a half hour at a stretch. So we hovered in the middle distance for a little bit and then gave up. There was this baby dragon puppet. That was probably my favorite single thing I saw at the park.
Can I touch him? Is he friendly? He's not gonna bite me. Okay. Oh, he is friendly. It's okay, dragon. Wow.
He is a little shy.
How did you catch him?
So he actually has a broken wing, and I found him in the woods, and I've been nursing him back to health until he can fly again.
Do they have any natural predators that could have gotten him while he was on the ground?
I suspect it was a bigger dragon, unfortunately.
Oh.
Natural predators.
He looks so sad about it. Oh, so sad.
You can tell this latex dragon puppet has been made in-house, and it has such a cute expression. We spoke a little bit with this character, but all the kids wanted to see her dragon puppet, so we didn't want to monopolize her. There are fairy characters, but they don't have wings. They just wear clothes made of leaves and flowers and stuff. Mythos' whole thing is supposed to be like about fairies, so in my opinion, the fairies should definitely have wings. Like, that's what kids are expecting. Why let them down? They had a mermaid in an armchair, so A+ for the mermaid, I guess. I feel like that's exactly what a little girl wanting to meet a mermaid would be looking for. They need to channel more of that energy for the fairies.
Are you stuck? She kidnapped you? Oh, okay, good. Alright, just making sure.
It's not a contest, but my favorite character I saw was probably the Pirate Queen. She just seemed the most prepared to single-handedly entertain a crowd. My impression of all of these performers is that they were given very little instruction and just sort of thrown to the wolves, and she was really rising to the challenge. She also knew how to play the bagpipes. I don't know much about bagpipes, but my impression is that that's a very difficult skill. In general, all of the actors were solid, no complaints there. They're all doing accents, and some of them sound very convincing. It's not even all the same generic accent, like they're doing different regional dialects. I think that's cool. From footage I saw online, it looks like the park used to have much more complex characters involving suits and prosthetics. They used to have a frost giant, a satyr. The Fey King at Halloween was an animatronic with a speaker box. This little creature carrying a big bundle of pumpkins. I was really hoping to meet this guy in particular. It looks like there's a latex goblin puppet that sometimes sits on a porch and weeps. These vampire things in the crypt. Even the dwarves seem to usually have prosthetic noses to give them a more fantastical appearance. And let's not forget our fallen prince, Tip Top, and the arms of the angels. Honestly, if I'd even just seen Tip Top, that would have made the trip for me. But no, when we went, we saw absolutely none of the above. Nobody in a more elaborate suit, but also none of those, like, smaller partial face prosthetics. We saw the dwarves, but they don't have prosthetics anymore, so now they just look like normal guys wearing vaguely boho fashion. They also don't play music covers anymore, for some reason. One of them sits at the out-of-tune piano and plays jazz scales, but it's not like a performance anymore. From what I can tell, Evermore was conceptualized as having two different play modes, both utilizing the characters. The more gamified play mode was going to them to ask for quests, as we've covered in the gameplay section. But the more advanced level of play, and probably the more interesting one, was essentially a LARP mode. If you haven't heard of it, LARP is live-action roleplay. It's kind of a hobbyist activity. Basically, people like play pretend in costume, and then sometimes they'll weave in elements of games like Dungeons and Dragons. Evermore did, in fact, have an ever-evolving story, so if one looked closely, they could see that individual characters had their own arcs and storylines, which guests could influence. Ominous air quotes. Since the park was open for such limited hours and limited days every week, most characters would just be portrayed by a single consistent actor every time they appeared. I think the only exceptions for this would be the characters that were in full face prosthetics. So this meant that if you visited more than once, a character you met last time would remember your conversations from the time before. You could develop a relationship with them. Characters had their own motives, personal growth, history with other characters. Honestly, from a planning perspective, I find this pretty strange. If there was any intent as a company to have control over characters and broad story choices, I'd imagine it would make more sense to have multiple actors portraying the same character, and just have the principal characters be recognizable by the clothes that they're wearing. After all, humans can get sick, or they can, do a bad job. They can quit or get fired, and if I wanted to have a tight story where every twist and turn matters and which can be easily communicated to guests, I'd probably want to have a lot of control over what's happening. It's extremely unclear to me how much accountability the actors had regarding the story choices they made, because as an outside observer, it certainly seems as though they just hired a squad of improv performers and turned them loose in the park.
It was a small blue book with a blue cover, and it was in between a red and a green large book, and to the left of those was another book in brown.
All right. Thank you very much. I then headed off to Drakenhaven to look for my next message. I looked over every molecule in that building and could not find anything even remotely like what he was describing. I spent what felt like the whole night there, and eventually gave in and even asked the director of show design for help so that I didn't end up touching anything I wasn't supposed to. And he had no idea what this could have meant. Exasperated, I returned to Fergus, who basically just cracked up laughing. Apparently he was just messing with me.
I see Evermore sometimes compared to a video game, so sure, let's use that for a comparison. If you're playing a video game, the dialogue of every character you interact with has all been scripted out by an omniscient writer. So as a player, you know if you engage with them, you'll likely be given hints or deeper insights into the game's story, and not just random small talk made up by an improv performer on the spot. But yeah, while at Evermore, I had the sense that even if I spoke at length with every performer in the park, I'd only ever glean details about each particular character.
There was a plague of werewolves that came through my small town.
Yeah.
And they killed all of my family.
None of it in service of any greater story, until perhaps a random day when the management decides that the story is going to progress. And yes, I can see through the footage on the YouTube channel Evermore Fans that characters used to do more dramatic tableau for the benefit of guests. It's unclear to me whether this aspect of the game has been phased out, or whether I just had the misfortune of visiting on the day when nothing happened. It's anyone's guess. But watching the old clips, I can see how, beyond the issue of missing the action, there's something else kind of inherently broken about the performances here. I'm going to use this scene as an example. This video is titled, Derval Apologizes to Cecily for Killing Maxwell Morgan, her fiancé. Ooh, very dramatic. So this man Derval goes up to Cecily and starts apologizing.
Came to speak with you. To address things.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to ask you a quick favor.
I need you to understand that what happened, I didn't think about the possible consequences of who it might have affected.
You know, he just keeps apologizing.
I'm sorry that I'm sincerely sorry that
Really just repeating himself. I assume for the benefit of any guests who are joining us just now.
I understand if you cannot forgive me. But I need you to know that I take full responsibility of my actions.
Cecily tells him that she's very upset about the
Really?
where he killed her fiance, Maxwell Morgan. Something which, in my opinion, should go without saying, but she does explain this to him. She keeps explaining basic concepts, like how she loved Maxwell, and thus was upset by his murder.
Had I known, we would have made a different choice.
How could you not know I was engaged to him?
So, yeah, you might have noticed that the Evermore format is placing some strange constraints on the actors' performances. Cecily can't end the conversation and angrily storm away because the whole scene has to be audible to
What's the point?
radius around the scene. And, of course, this conversation can't be concise or organic. It has to be dragged out and belabored because it's a performance for
Okay, I guess I'll just go over there. Freaking cringe. So dumb.
non-captive audience. Its pacing and dialogue has to compensate for the fact that some guests might walk up mid-conversation, and also the fact that some guests might not know either of these characters because this is their first week visiting, so they need the dialogue to expose everything that's happened previously that is relevant. So we end up with a lot of scenes that are lethargic, overly repetitive, and just feel very unnatural. A scene like this could easily be more dramatic if you put it on a stage, but obviously we don't want them on a stage. It's an interactive theme park. So my suggestion is to just put mic packs on the actors. The character performer or like a sound guy can have a switch to flip to turn them on for at least like the planned tableau. If the performer can be certain that everyone in the immediate area will hear their dialogue, they won't have to belabor every point again and again to make sure that they're heard and picked up on by the audience, so scenes can be more concise. And most importantly, the actors will now have the freedom to move about the space, because right now they can't like turn their backs or their voice will be thrown in the wrong direction. They can't leave the area. Guests won't have to cluster tightly around them to try to record what they're saying on their phones. I need to pin this to my head. It's looking crazy. Okay, stay. Oh, my next concern with Evermore's use of characters is not related to gameplay. There's another reason I think a business is putting itself in a precarious position when it decides to make human beings its central attraction. I wonder if when I said that you could develop relationships with the characters, you had any little alarm bells going off in your head. There's so much discourse on the internet these days about parasocial relationships, usually specifically in the context of online creators and influencers who audiences feel they have a more intimate connection to. So I already said that Evermore presents us with essentially a corporate version of a LARP. And if you do even a cursory Google search for LARP rules and logistics, you'll find a million write-ups and think pieces about the community-wide standards for consent and boundaries. Rules about what kind of interactions are off the table, or at least which kinds need to be negotiated between players out of character before they happen. There are generally accepted standards of nonverbal signals players can use to tap out of a scene. Also, hobbyist LARP doesn't suffer from quite the same weird power dynamics you have going on in a corporate experience. I guess you could say that the event organizers have power in that they're allowed to enforce the rules, and some players probably have more social capital, so maybe there are like cliques and politics in that respect, but you don't have the dynamic of service workers and clients. Traditional LARPs also come with a guarantee that everyone is playing a character in the bounds of the game. I would imagine since nobody is acting as themselves, that would help put up a little bit of a barrier to discourage parasocial bonds. Players also often have opportunities to meet the other players out of character, before the games or after, to remind them that they are not those characters. I would like to clarify that I have never LARPed in my life. These are just general problems that immediately occurred to me when I thought about the idea of a LARP theme park. So I Googled around a little bit. Didn't take that long. I'd like to think I would have done even more research into this if I was running a theme park full of employees whose job it is to LARP. So anyway, in Evermore, the dynamic goes like this. Most players will be guests, who may play as characters, or themselves, or any gray area in between. Meanwhile, other players, in the minority, are paid employees expected to facilitate the guests' experiences and stay in character at all times. This means that while interacting in character, they are also providing customer service, and necessarily must be more patient, more obliging, more tolerant of anything guests throw at them. And we see this issue in many professions, not just the ones where you're dressed as elf maidens. The most obvious example is probably the wait staff at restaurants, who are expected to banter and be personable with customers in exchange for high tips. But at Evermore, the potential intimacy of all of these interactions is turned all the way up. I've actually heard multiple accounts from Evermore fans about how they were depressed and contemplating self-harm and went into the park and told this to the character performers. And then they had hours-long conversations wherein they were comforted by these performers who were, simultaneously pretending to be a wizard who hands out quests. I don't want to diminish the positive impact these moments had for these guests, but I have to ask, is this an appropriate position to put these character performers in? Are situations like this covered in wizard actor training? And that's saying nothing of the parasocial relationships these guests might form with these characters. I mean, think about it. Guests see the same character performers, always playing the same character, every time they go. The characters remember them on repeat visits. They are free to converse with them for hours at a stretch. Places like Disneyland have character hosts, which are basically like the bouncer for Mickey Mouse. They help form a line, but they also make sure the performers are comfortable through a series of signals and make sure that the line keeps moving at a reasonable pace. Evermore doesn't seem to have a position like this. Guests can visit and share intimate details about their real lives with these characters, and then see the characters put in a lot of highly emotional, in-story situations. They might comfort the character, as the actor pretends to cry about a goblin that's been stepped on by a dragon or something. I don't know. They can learn all about the character's fake life and feel like they're bonding. Most of the actors don't have prosthetics or even wigs and would be fully recognizable out of character. And with all this in mind, it's important to remember that Evermore Park is physically located in a very small suburban city, and presumably these actors are not commuting far to work there. It's very possible that a guest could run into any of these actors outside of work. It's also worth noting that, from what I've heard from former employees, and what I've seen with my own eyeballs, Evermore essentially does not have a backstage. At bigger theme parks like Disneyland, the entire park is encircled by corridors and populated backstage areas. Any employee feeling threatened could disappear through one of the many employee-only doors and either take a break or seek help. At Evermore, the best they could do would be to sprint off into the empty field neighboring the park like they're in Jeepers Creepers or something. Or maybe they could retreat into the changing room, which is apparently located in one of the incomplete buildings on the east side of the park. And that's assuming a guest can't successfully just follow you inside into this remote, empty building in a dark corner of the park. It honestly gives me goosebumps to even contemplate this after physically being in the park, because it definitely seemed like there were no fail-safes. It gets so dark at night, most of the buildings are unpopulated, but characters go off on their own, and the park isn't that crowded. It would be very easy to corner someone where no one could see. The park has some security staff, but not enough that their presence is felt throughout the park. They're mostly just young guys clustered around the front entrance gate. And allegedly the performers have no way to signal these security officers from afar if they actually need them. And even ignoring any potential physical dangers, what might the emotional impact be of forming a parasocial relationship with a guest? Or a guest forming one with you? What recourse do actors have when they notice this is becoming a problem, or when a guest makes them uncomfortable? Especially if said guest is acting a little too familiar but is not technically in violation of any laws or park rules. I would love to know if any of Evermore's team touched on any of these issues in the planning process. Did it occur to anyone at all? Were any words exchanged about it at any point? And while I'm on the subject of the mental health and boundaries of the performers, I should mention that Evermore has some very dramatic storylines. You might not have been picturing that, because it's not like you go to Disneyland and see the Mad Hatter weeping next to the teacups. So trust me, Evermore is on another level. The Evermore characters cry all the time. So now I'd like to highlight my next example, probably my favorite clip of Evermore gameplay I've ever come across. This clip intrigues me. It haunts me. This video is titled Conflict at the Ruins. Don't worry, you don't need any context for this clip, or rather you really do need context for it, but you don't have it, and neither do I. Here we get a character tableau wherein a character named Wen Weaver is very upset.
When worse comes to worse, and I am at my limit, and I have nothing left to give, and I have no more any. I don't even have gold left. Kirsten, there's nothing left.
We don't know exactly why, but I gather it has something to do with this one guest, Kirsten, a podcaster and frequent visitor to the park, who appears in a lot of the footage I've seen. We can tell this by the way that Wen Weaver tries to prompt Kirsten to give input into the scene.
And how many times, Kirsten? So, Kirsten, I am done, Kirsten. So, Kirsten, what do you want me to do right now? This is on you. Tell everyone what I should do.
It reminds me of those old school computer games where they would have like an actual actor, but they would keep looping the footage, so they'd turn to the screen and be like, oh, what should we do? And then after a while they'd just again be like, oh, what should we do?
I'm asking you! I don't care. Why do I?
The description disclaims that yelling at performers like this is forbidden, but that Kirsten has a special relationship with the performers, and so this was okay in this circumstance, but I don't really know how a random guest observing would pick up on that nuance. So there's a lot to unpack here. There's Wen Weaver crying, saying she's a little broken toy.
I have done exactly what you asked, you selfish child. All you see is that I have your toy. Your broken toy in a toy box. Listen to me! Your favorite toy in the toy box was broken.
There's this cluster of trees right behind her that nobody's bothered to put in the ground yet, just sitting there in plastic tubs. There's this guy kneeling on the ground and kissing her hand for most of the scene. There's the guest out of frame, half-heartedly trying to hype her up like he's at a Little League game.
This town tried to kill me. This town.
Not all of us.
That's right, Wet. We love you.
Yep. There's, of course, this part.
Tell me what you want. This? Do you want me to stay with this man? Do you want me to go to bed with him?
I've seen some other clips of this character, Wen Weaver, and I think she's such a great example for this part of the video, because let me tell you, Wen Weaver had a rough time of it. Every single time you see this character, she is stage crying her heart out, yelling, crying, getting burned at the stake, and I have to wonder, what is the toll this takes on performers?
First season, we were doing, some of us were doing 8 to almost 10 hours sessions, 5 days a week. And so you're looking at like 50 hours of character.
It seems that most, if not all, of the actors are contract workers, so none that I spoke with had any health benefits through the job with which they could seek mental health care. Again, I would love to know if Evermore keeps an on-staff counselor available for employees for work-related concerns, or preemptively covers any of these issues in training. Maybe they do. That would be great. One can only imagine. But next, let's unpack the other issue of conflict at the universe. I don't even think this level of theatrics is to the benefit of the guests. Clearly, the super fans are into it, and they're like uploading it to YouTube. Those are perfect stories, so that represents a very small
Who put this stupid platforming here, and why?
I put it here.
Why?
I like it.
Why do you like one really bad jump?
I love jumping. I'm Mario, Yahoo, Chris Pratt. That's not the
Sound
voice,
like
though.
Chris Pratt.
That's not the voice. I'll do a better voice for sure. Trust me.
Who did this?
Your suffering amuses me to no end, Talon. Thank you.
I'm glad.
It feeds me.
It's just like one really stupid jump, too. I don't get it. I've solved how to get to the star. Just give me my star.
Maybe you're just bad.
Maybe this jump is stupid.
No, it's probably just you bad.
This terrain is not meant to be platformed on. Alternatively, just give me a prompt like you gave me for everything else because you knew the platforming would be fucking finicky.
You know.
Why?
Because.
This is not a puzzle. I am displeased.
It is a puzzle.
No.
A platforming puzzle. It's a kind of puzzle.
Fucking!
Crash him!
But here, they are in conflict. Conflict at the ruins.
I am done. I wish because everyone pulls me ahead.
Fucking 8-hour walk to get back there so I can try again and hopefully not slip off.
A handful of characters, including Wen Weaver, the Hair Trigger Fire Witch, use little pyrotechnic effects to represent their magic. They look extremely cool. Especially in a world where characters mostly just speak to each other in long paragraphs. This effect is striking and magical. It really wakes up the crowd. Wen Weaver's actress said in this podcast interview that she did not have a license, but that all of Wen Weaver's pyrotechnic effects were considered theatrical effects. So even though it looks alarming to see characters hurling fire right at each other's faces, it It's all legally above board. My concern is with a specific anecdote she shares.
I set myself on fire with it twice because I incorrectly loaded it, and I went to crouch down and talk to a little boy, maybe 6, 7 years old, and I put the hand cannon in the flash.
No, you just don't get a jump there.
And it auto-ignited the flash paper that was in that pocket because I put it in the wrong pocket. You never store ammunition with fuel.
Oh no.
They caught my pouch on fire. I had too much fuel in there, and the whole thing just lit the front of my dress, lit my hair, hit my sleeve, and thankfully I had big draping sleeves as when we were, and nobody was injured. It was, when my sleeves came up, the whole fire went out. It was quick, less than a second. Thankfully, nobody was near me, so nobody, as I said, no one was injured in this.
Now, I'm not trying to imply any wrongdoing on the part of the actress. I just keep using her as my example because there's a lot of available coverage of her, probably because she was a fan favorite, and because I think the name Wen Weaver is fun to say. But as she acknowledges in the interview, any kind of pyrotechnic effect is going to carry an inherent risk of human error. If you do this effect enough times, this kind of accident almost sounds inevitable. But that's the reason your actors shouldn't be carrying the components of the pyrotechnic effects when they're doing up-close interactions with guests. Any story moments utilizing these fireballs must presumably be prearranged, and if they are, surely the park has some ability to have a performer step out of sight of the guests, be handed pyro stuff by a stagehand, and then go out to resume the confrontation. Yes, it's more spontaneous to have characters randomly hurling fire at any point throughout the day, but I think maybe spontaneity might be bad when spontaneity is fire, and people lighting on fire. If I'm in the park with Brayden, my 3rd grade son, and I'm getting a picture of him with the mermaid, I want to feel certain that the mermaid is not going to spontaneously combust while
What do they want you to do
I
here?
guess Utah is apparently...
Are you sure they even want you to platform?
I mean, there's a bunch of prompts leading up to the spot, so yeah, I kind of assume this is how I get to the star. I don't know how else I'm supposed to move along the wall.
Steal more boxes, bruh. Probably.
There's no place to steal boxes from.
I do not believe that.
I also don't know how I'd get the boxes in here.
Skill. Oh my god, just kill this man!
I could probably get a box out. But I don't know what that would get me. Oh, maybe. Okay. Maybe. Come with me, box, and we will cheat the system.
Don't do it, Box. He's the Prince of Lies. Works for Milton.
Wrong. Just thinking, if I had a box over here. Yeah, there we go. The answer was to steal a box.
Oh look, Ivan's right again. He didn't even open your stream.
Look.
The Wild West, and this is a thing you can just do there, as long as your project is considered theater. But
Shut up.
surely even Utahns are within their right to file lawsuits if their children
Shut
are
up.
immolated by a warlock. So Evermore might want to re-examine their safety protocols. For their own good. Just re-examine a lot of things, Evermore. Sit down and have a think about mental health, physical health, safety, training, story, guidelines.
Because I'm just naming everything now. Part 15, the food. In a distant kingdom. No, I'm just kidding. Evermore has some food, and I sampled it. This part's gonna be brief because when I started this, I thought this video was gonna be like a chill travel log that was like 30 minutes long, and it didn't turn out to be that. It grew beyond what I expected, so I won't spend long on the food. So Evermore Park has an affiliated restaurant called Vander's Keep, which opened in October of 2020. It's attached to the park by a back hallway and themed to match it with the vibe of like a medieval inn and tavern. The restaurant is open days, the park is not, so I decided to go there on my first day in town. I made a reservation, which turned out to be extremely stupid because we arrived to find a cavernously empty restaurant. The decor inside Vander's Keep is genuinely extremely cool.
Ooh, look at this. It's like an old boiler, and they put flickering lights in it like it's on. It's cute.
They have custom prop weapons on the walls, maps of the different realms. The bar is the coolest looking fixture in the whole building. It's loaded with details, and they've got an assortment of projection mapping effects over it to give it the impression of magic. Things that appear to be flames coming out of bottles, or fairies floating between objects. You kind of had to look for a while to catch it. It seems like it cycles through gradually enough that if you were sitting there for a while, every time you glanced over, you might see something new. There's a little stage where musicians could theoretically perform. I haven't seen any indication that they actually have. There's one sitting area which is arranged like a little lounge for people to chat over drinks.
You think that's Vander? That must be Vander.
Oh my god.
This is great. Me too.
Also this side room, which is clearly set up for games of darts, but it's currently being used for storage.
What's in here? Is it like a little themed alcove? Oh, no.
Down the back hallway, which leads to the park, they have Tip Top's gruesome disembodied head.
Now it should be easier for me to think,
Literally his head.
if nothing else.
I feel it's like
Okay, so... okay, I get this open.
That's nice.
And also a lot of great concept art and even some scale models of fixtures for the park. Since we went to this restaurant before we ever got to go to Evermore, we were like very dazzled by the concept art, and we kept being like, these things must be in the park, because if not, it would be kind of embarrassing to show the much cooler concept art when your park didn't turn out that good.
That's why I'm thinking maybe we'll see these things in there.
But to get it open, I need the red
that
lights.
turned out. I keep forgetting that
Can I
Pierce
spin
don't
the other
go
thing
real
over
well.
here
So
and...
that's my challenge today. The
Can
only
angle
real
this
drawback
somehow?
of the interior is that this tall cathedral ceiling makes for very echoey acoustics, which was okay because, like I said, we were the only people in the restaurant.
Probably.
However, we were keenly aware
this
that
bit?
like everybody back of house could definitely hear everything we were saying the whole time. But then on another night, we went back to the restaurant and it was like at a little under half capacity. And even at that level of crowding, it was extremely noisy with sound bouncing around
Looks
everywhere.
good to me.
Oh, right. The evening vibe is all torch lit, which I love, and I think it should feel more intimate, but it's hard to do that when it's echoing like a high school cafeteria, especially when it's billed as fine dining. Food-wise, everything was just okay. It was nice that the menu had some more inventive offerings, but the execution was sort of questionable. Like, a lot of it was under-seasoned, under-salted. Even the poutine was under-salted, and in my opinion, it should be impossible to under-salt a combo of fries, gravy, and cheese.
It's just one of those cases of like things happening in the wrong order.
I tried to order the soup on the menu because I love soup, and they said that they hadn't made the soup that day because nobody was ordering it. And can I just point out that if I'm the only customer and I order soup, then technically everybody is ordering soup, but whatever. Kate and I both ordered items from the stackers category, which we thought meant sandwiches. Mine arrived and was a sandwich. Hers arrived and was some kind of deconstructed pile covered in a mystery sauce.
Careful, it's like almost in my food. Okay.
What's going on under it?
Do we still have the
There's
menu now?
bread.
But
It's just
not
in like
sandwich.
It's just in like.
But it feels weird if she comes back to be like, what?
Yeah, but what did I call it on the menu? Like a stacker?
Yeah,
Okay,
it did.
so maybe that is what it is.
So we continue to not know what they mean by stackers. Neither of us liked ours very much. Mine was super sweet. I think they just dumped a lot of vinaigrette on it or something. They were each like $14 and neither came with any sides. I'm not trying to go in too hard on the food because it wasn't awful or anything. It just wasn't good either. The quality and the ambiance won't really live up to the expectations of more discerning foodies, but I think the high prices are going to scare away younger people who might have liked the theme. And speaking of alienating customers, I didn't realize until I got home, but the head chef actually gave this interview wherein he said that when customers request alterations to their meals, he becomes angry and wants to fight them.
And we can modify some dishes to a certain extent to accommodate some of those dietary needs. As a chef, though, I have to say, and she's nudging me because I'm going to make a public announcement to patrons, okay? Don't alter it. It's a slap in the face to alter a chef's menu.
Try it once.
Yeah, the patron I hate the most is the one that comes in and says, oh, I'd like this, but not that. And can you substitute this and give me that? I might come out with a fine.
So my hot take is that you can't be a commercial chef in a theme park restaurant if you're going to take things this personally. I actually found a Facebook post from a customer who said that he wanted to order more, but he didn't want to eat anything cooked in alcohol. He saw the same interview I did, and it scared him away from asking, so he just didn't order the food. I didn't request any alterations to my meal because I didn't want any, but had I known of this in advance, I would have done it just to see what happened. Tell the chef that I want a Kraft single draped across my grilled Atlantic salmon like a blanket. And if he doesn't like it, he can meet me in the parking lot. Also, I have to say, we ended up returning to Vander's Keep on our first night in the park because we were thirsty and wanted to sit in the air conditioning because the rest of the park isn't air conditioned. We literally just wanted drinks and appetizers. We waited 40 minutes for a table, and then we put in our order, and then we waited another hour and a half for our drinks, and then another half hour for our baked potatoes because they don't really have like appetizers. We had to just get baked potatoes. So it was like a 3-hour experience and it wasn't even a full meal. I mentioned that one of the coolest visual features is that big themed bar. Well, in general, the drinks are the real star of Vander's Keep. Many of them are the bartender's own creation. He's dressed in character. He hacks ice cubes off a big block of ice like a Viking.
Oh, he has a little cleaver.
He kept coming to our table to ask how we liked our drinks and is clearly very passionate about what he does. Oh, also I should add that one of these drinks is named after the CEO. One of the ones on this page. Can you guess which one? The bar doesn't have separate seating though, which sucks. Hence our 40-minute wait for a table just to get drinks. And again, it wasn't even crowded, it was like half full. So since the park is open for only a few hours a night, I can't recommend going here because you're gonna use all your time. So if we're not going there, let's look at the food in the park. The park has a lot of theoretical food locations. If my use of the word theoretical feels ominous, that's good. It should. When you first enter, there's a food counter selling beverages and generic carnival food options like hot dogs and nachos. This location is called Barter's Post West. There is a Barter's Post East across the courtyard. Apparently they used to offer different things, but only West was open when we went, and I didn't want any of that food, so I just got a bottled water. There's this little place near the Hobbit House. According to the old park map, it appears to be called Hex Trove.
Let's investigate. Oh, it's snack. Ew.
They had cold drinks, including smoothies and some iced coffee, but no food. The Slanting Shanty and their bread bowls seem to be closed indefinitely because of that time they caught fire, allegedly. Same for the Hunter's Hovel, which also sold food for a time. I actually found this old Facebook comment from Evermore detailing some of the food options they don't have anymore. And so now I'm showing it to you because, I don't know, I think stupid stuff like that is interesting. Now, maybe you'll recall that the Evermore website only listed 4 attractions: Open Gates, Train, Copper Confection, Kettle Cafe. So 2 of those are eateries. Let's revisit the description of Copper Confection. Enjoy our European-styled confectionery featuring amazing ice cream, soft and hard, sodas, smoothies, juices, flavored hot chocolates and coffees, fresh donuts, chocolates, taffy, cotton candy, flavored popcorn, and assortment of candies. When we went in...
Really? PK are there? Oh my god, dude. Friday night sucks. I didn't get owned, but I just got there. I literally just got there. Stop trying to PK me. I'm busy.
they had bottled water, pre-bagged cotton candy, and mass-produced ice cream bars like Choco Tacos. That's it.
You guys sell water? Not in this one. Oh, okay.
Oh wait, I take that back. On day 1, they did not have the bottled water yet. They didn't get that till day 2. There appeared to be an upstairs, but it was closed to guests the whole time we were there. According to employees I spoke with, it might just be office space, so I don't know if it's ever going to open. Okay, now that other restaurant, the Kettle Cafe. Let's revisit that description. If you are looking for more than concessions and want to explore some unique food and beverage options, come visit the Kettle Cafe. The Kettle Cafe was closed for our entire visit. The final Evermore food service location is the Crooked Lantern Tavern. The tavern only serves bottled water and Virgil's soda. Yeah, I was pretty dumbfounded that even though they have a tavern, they don't actually sell alcohol anywhere in the park. My impression is that, unlike Vander's Keep, the park does not have a liquor license. But, in my opinion, they need to get on that, you know? Alcohol is such a moneymaker for theme parks, and I know it's in Utah, but there are still some people that drink in Utah. And if we're being honest, the guests' impressions of the park might be enhanced a little if they have a couple drinks.
It is really nice. Whoa! Whoa!
So anyway, if you are going to Evermore, my recommendation is to eat first and not plan to buy any food in the park. And that's bad that I'm recommending that, because that means Evermore is not making money on food sales. When I say that Evermore needs better food options, I'm saying it for their own good. A lot of theme parks get free advertising by offering gimmicky and aesthetically appealing foods, which people then post to Instagram and TikTok. While I was in Pleasant Grove, I went to this highly recommended chocolate shop called the Truffle Cottage. This place makes in-house all these visually interesting chocolates, and they already lean heavily on geek themes. I was chatting with them, and they said that most of their business comes from custom bulk orders for corporate events and traveling to Comic Cons. Anyway, their treats could have gone right in that empty display case at the Copper Confection. One of the employees at the Truffle Cottage actually told me that at one point they had been in talks with Evermore about a collaboration. But before anything came of it, whoever they were talking to from PR got laid off or quit or something, and they never heard anything anymore. So I just feel like this is another illustration of how the ball is being dropped, and how there's a high employee turnover rate. Don't worry, we'll get to that. Part 16, merch. The first building you pass on the way in is the Kettle Cafe. I already mentioned that this is a restaurant, but it's also the main gift shop. On day 1 of my trip, the Kettle Cafe was closed.
Oh, look at this stained glass. Wait, so what is this building? Can we go inside of it?
Oh, Copper Confection had about 8 merch items and was the only open gift shop in the park. Only 5 of those items were bespoke Evermore Park merch. A keychain, a commemorative token, a pin, some aprons which looked handmade with iron-on designs, and some daggers. Oh, also DVDs of Unicorn City, a terrible film from Deep Studios about LARPing.
Maybe we need to buy this. Can your laptop play Blu-rays? I have a Blu-ray player. Maybe we should watch Unicorn City. Do you think it's bad? No.
You might have noticed that, even in this teensy little shop, most of the shelf space was empty. When I had walked past the Kettle Cafe, I had seen a couple t-shirts in the window display, and a sign advertising art prints. Even before I went to the park, I was pretty certain that I was going to buy an Evermore t-shirt and a hat, so I could wear them in this video. I mean, remember the Taylor Swift lawsuit? I knew they had merch because the merchandise was specifically featured as one of the primary ways in which Swift was hurting them, because she was selling t-shirts that said Evermore, which Evermore was also doing. But the Kettle Cafe was closed, and the Copper Confection had little in the way of merch. Now look, I know that I don't need an Evermore t-shirt, but the idea that I couldn't buy one, that this park is struggling to stay open, and that I'm showing up, trying to give them money, and they won't take it from me, this idea was both fascinating and infuriating to me. So about halfway through day 1, I decided that my quest was going to be getting my Evermore t-shirt. A quest of great symbolic import, because it would show me how much Evermore had their act together. I won't bore you with the details, but here's a quick play-by-play. I asked an employee if the gift shop would be opening later. I was told it was open, and I felt stupid, like I had just tried to open the wrong door.
Cool, thank you. I also noticed there's a t-shirt in the window. Is there like a main gift shop?
Yeah.
Oh, we can go in there? Oh, where's the entrance?
So it's around here to the front.
Oh, okay. Cool, thank you. Thank you. Alright. Nope, it's locked. Maybe there's another door. This is the door. Maybe. Yeah. That's the Vander's Keep door, but this could be the entrance.
It's also locked.
It's locked. We can't actually go in. And we don't have maps.
But that employee had thought that it would be open, so that made me think it was just going to open later. Every time I was at the front of the park that day, I would check again, but it never opened.
It's so big. It's big in there. Wait, there's a person inside. There was a person walking to this door. There was a person inside walking to this door, I swear to God. There's a human in there.
Well, the humans don't walk like that. Humans the rest are from the...
I swear to God, from the other side.
As we were exiting out of Vander's Keep that night, I complained loudly about how the gift shop had never opened, and then realized the CEO of Evermore Park was right there and had heard me.
Now would be a great time for them to open the gift shop.
I felt a little sheepish, but I thought, hey, maybe he heard me and he will open the gift shop tomorrow. Came back on day 2, the door to the gift shop was wide open. Huzzah!
It's open! Oh no! Are you kidding me?
Never mind. It turned out to only be open to access a power outlet to plug in a little fan. When I looked inside, it appeared that it was empty of its usual fixtures and being used for storage of Christmas decorations. Checked Copper Confection again to see if they had moved more stock into it overnight. Nope. Asked the Vander's Keep employees if I tipped very nicely if they could bring me a t-shirt out of the back because the gift shop was connected to the restaurant. That was a no. I went back to the open door of the gift shop and asked the nearest employee if they could go in and bring a shirt out of a box and I could pay for the shirt at the ticket booth or, I don't know, Venmo them. That was also a no. Ran into the CEO again in the Copper Confection and
Shame I
said
can't
that I was
tab out while
looking
making
to buy
this
a
recording.
t-shirt. I don't know what to tell you. I took this all the way to the top, you guys. Anyway, I'm sure you've noticed that I am not wearing an Evermore t-shirt right now. And now I suppose I never will. What's interesting is, the day after Evermore, we went a half hour away to the Botanical Gardens for fun. This place isn't even medieval themed to my knowledge, and for some reason their gift shop had a ton of public domain princess and wizard and knight stuff for people to buy, stuff for them to wear, little dolls and coloring books. It boggles my mind that Evermore can't even have this level of merchandise in the park. On the big grassy area at the back of the park, there are tents set up for local artisans to sell their goods, kind of like a Renaissance fair. You'll find the usual stuff there, but nothing that feels like a souvenir of the park itself. I'd imagine the vendors pay a flat rate to rent out the space, so the park is making some kind of profit off them, but I don't understand why Evermore doesn't want more directly in on this action. It just comes across as laziness, especially taken into account with everything else. Anyway, I bought the pin and the token and the keychain because that's literally all there was for me to buy. Huzzah! Of every theme park I've ever been to, this one is probably in the direst financial straits. So I was very surprised by how resistant they were to, like, taking my money. I couldn't buy merch, buying food and drinks was as inconvenient as possible, I couldn't rent out the park for photos. They're leaving money on the table. It's like they don't care. I guess that's the tagline of my review. It's like they don't care. Part 17, Priorities. Evermore seems to trade in this idea that they're an underdog. And certainly, compared to other theme parks, they are. It makes for a decent buffer against criticism because it feels almost cruel to ask more of the park. They don't have Disney money behind them, so of course one has to meter their expectations. But I think that angle is a little disingenuous because an incredible amount of money has gone into the park, speculated to be tens of millions of dollars. It's just gone to the wrong places. Yes, Evermore's budget is much lower than many other theme parks, but I firmly hold the opinion that they could have stretched the budget farther than they did. From what I've heard in all the interviews and the behind-the-scenes videos, it seems that in the early planning stages, the creative team decided to truly spare no expense. They started investing so much in the park's smaller details at first, without looking at the broader budget and seeing if they could pay for the bigger picture.
We flew to Europe to find pieces that stood out and spoke to us in a way that were meaningful and took you back to a period of time. Medieval items, Victorian items.
There's this stone arch in the garden which looks kind of cool. You walk under it for a second and are like, oh, that's kind of cool.
I like this arch.
A former member of the creative team that I spoke with alleged that this arch was purchased pre-made and shipped into the park like that, and cost around $50,000. We saw this cheerful-looking doll, and then later found out from our Vander's Keep waiter that this doll is named Charlie and is haunted.
But he's got a friendly little face.
Yeah.
Seems nice.
He had a couple spooky stories about the doll, and that was fun to hear about. And then I found out that this doll was sought and purchased at a premium because it was haunted. They paid handsome handsomely for that ghost. And I'm just like, why? First rule of business, never pay extra for haunted dolls. The ghost should be included at no additional cost. This LA Times article claims that much of the brick and stone used to build the structures was imported from England. Many of the statues are real and antique. Real antique stained glass windows were shipped in from overseas for the theoretical church that doesn't even have walls. These are all really cool touches, but these are the things you do if you have more money than you know what to do with. These are certainly not expenses you should take on before you're certain you have enough to pay all your contractors for the meager half of the park they've already built.
Just amazing pieces that are hand carved out of solid marble, and which I will say is, anytime that I've seen these real pieces, just from my theater background, but also from my Disney background, going up to set pieces, and I'll usually knock on them to see how they were fabricated and what they made of. Yeah. And things get unboxed, and, I do the same thing. I go up and I knock them on. Like, whoa.
It's real.
Like,
Each one of them weighs 6 tons.
So I once went on that Harry Potter bank ride at Universal Studios. In the lobby, they have these massive marble columns, and when you knock on them, you hear that they're hollow. The marble pattern is just a print laid over like wood or plastic. And you know what I think about that? I think, now there's a building that's got all its walls. Priorities. The most ridiculous acquisitions, in my opinion, are the gravestones.
There's tombstones from the 1800s, anywhere from England to northern France. Maybe we'll get some ghosts.
And I ask you, to what end? Evermore literally has an in-house sculptor, and it's not like headstones are that complex. Making them in-house would be faster, much cheaper, and better. Because if you make your own gravestones, you can fill them with jokes, meta references, perhaps even clues on a quest. But instead they're just real gravestones because the CEO wanted ghosts. You know that gnarly pig we saw lying by the railroad track? That's how my friends describe me. Yeah, that guy. Remember that guy? That was an animatronic, which you can see briefly in this fan vlog from opening year and briefly in behind the scenes footage. I haven't been able to find any footage of the pig in use in subsequent years, so it seems like it was only used that one season. Former employees alleged that the components of this animatronic pig were purchased pre-made from an animatronics supplier and that they cost somewhere in the ballpark of $40,000. Supposedly it suffered frequent technical difficulties, so they just gave up on it and threw it out in a field. But our most concrete insight into the park's expenditures actually comes from the Taylor Swift legal drama. In Swift's suit against the park, she discloses that BMI had actually been trying to contact Evermore Park for some time about the unauthorized use of their artist's music. The first of these letters was sent as early as August 2019 and actually attached a draft music license agreement. At that time, Evermore could have simply signed the agreement and paid BMI approximately $1,700 and been legally in the clear to continue using the music. And apparently they just didn't bother. And through it all, BMI just kind of ignored it and kept sending passive-aggressive letters until the point at which Evermore decided to sue Taylor Swift. And we all know how that worked out. Next, let's look at Evermore's lawsuit against Swift. In order to make a compelling case for their claim to the Evermore copyright, the management enumerated various amounts.
Mirror Mexic.
that had been paid into developing the brand. In section 28 of Evermore's legal letter to Taylor Swift, they say that they spent $300,000 on the evermore.com domain. Genuinely, who was camping on the URL that it cost that much? And was that a worthwhile investment? Also, I didn't actually print out the lawsuits. I just thought this would be more dramatic, so I'll put the papers back now. It all just feels like such a late 90s sensibility, like this idea that when people look for something on the computer, they type in www.nameofquery.com into the address bar. It's a very AOL keyword understanding of internet use, and it doesn't really reflect how people find things online anymore. I can see that if you type evermorepark.com, it redirects to evermore.com, suggesting that they bought that domain too. So why not just use evermorepark.com? I highly doubt that one was also $300,000, and your website would have been no harder to find. They go on to say that they've spent $406,835 on advertising and promoting the park, and then to note that $228,587 were spent in direct labor costs for advertising, which I think is meant to be a separate number. And I have to wonder, in what way? The only evidence I've personally seen of any effort at advertising are a few convention appearances, but those account for all of it. They've barely done any influencer marketing. Like, there are a handful of really big theme park blog channels, and I didn't see any of them visit.
What?
But I'm sure
What?
they were offered a free
In the butt?
What?
What?
I've got a head.
trip.
That's
they
weird.
all would have gone. Nerdist and BuzzFeed went there, and
I don't know what to do with it.
and brought a crew of 3 to 4 people each. But even if Evermore was covering room and board,
Please
that's
advise.
only like 8 people total, so it's not
I
like
showed you my head, please advise.
I've gotten head.
So we're about to go on a ridiculous journey, 2,000 kilometers north across Japan. It's a journey that's going to take 21 days, and we're going to be posting
Really, I've got
videos
this
every
weird
single
leprechaun
step
head. I don't know what to
of
do
that
with it.
journey, every single day. There's just one slight problem. I don't have a car. Well, I did, but the engine has gone, unfortunately. And it turns out it's cheaper to just replace the car than get a new engine altogether. Now you might be thinking, well, Chris, why don't you just get a bike like you did last time? Why don't you cycle across Japan? But unfortunately, what a shame, North Japan has the highest levels of snowfall on the planet. So I'm thinking, why don't we go and find the cheapest and tiniest car that we can find. I've got 350,000 yen, which is about...
I figured out what to do with the
Not a lot
leprechaun
to
head.
commit to. I've blown most of the budget
Eat it.
on hiring great people to make this trip possible. But I have found the largest showroom in Tokyo, just west, about 1 hour.
No.
We're going to go there, see what we can grab, and hopefully
First, I must
make
find
the
the rest of the
longest journey
leprechaun.
possible in the tiniest car that we can find. What could possibly
not
go
remember a
wrong?
leprechaun.
One of the first things you notice when arriving in Japan is there's a whole different class of vehicle driving
guy
on the
didn't
road,
get all the stars.
discernible by their yellow number plates and their almost comic.
I said I don't remember.
They're called K-Jidosha, literally K cars.
A likely
And despite
excuse.
their size, they're extremely popular, making up 30 to 40% of Japan's entire car market. To be officially classified as a K car, the vehicle must have an engine no larger than 660cc, about half the size of a normal car. However, as they're allowed to be 2 meters in height, most K cars have a box-shaped design to maximize interior space. Sure, it makes it less aerodynamic, but that's offset by the fact they're incredibly fuel efficient. And if you're still not sold on them, not only are they great for Japan's narrow streets, but they come with a ton of tax and insurance benefits, which make them vastly cheaper to own and operate than regular cars. With all that in mind, hopefully today we can find a bargain as we search for the tiniest car at the lowest price. And thankfully joining us, we've got the most level-headed, toughest negotiator in all of Japan to join us. Oh wait, sorry, they're busy. We've got Natsuki. Oh, crap. So here we are, guys, in what might be Tokyo's biggest car showroom with
I
Japan's
require
biggest
more leprechaun.
celebrity. Natsuki, how you doing? Genki.
I feel so good.
Absolutely. Now, we're going to buy a car.
Arm.
Ooh. Never done this before on a video on Abroad Japan. We've got to buy a car that we're going to drive.
There's still at least 2 pieces
How
left
much
here.
money? 35,000 yen. That's $3,000. See that? $2,000.
Car is
No. We're going to get a K car.
K car. No, K car. K is dangerous.
No, it's not dangerous. K car.
大丈夫ですか?
It's daijoubu.
Are you okay?
I'm okay.
Oh.
Trust me. We're going to get a car. It's good, cheap, reliable. Oh, just like you. Let's go. Let's go. And so, together with my erstwhile negotiator and a car park with over 200 cars to choose from, it's time to see what we can find.
Yeah, of course, Natsuki's gone straight for the ridiculously expensive cars. What is this? Like $45,000.
Yeah, good.
No, not good. No.
I like this.
Yeah, I know you like this, but I haven't brought $45,000 with me. This is too much money for a car.
Oh, no.
Look at this.
Oh,
this is nice.
Girl, Jana.
Mercedes Benz.
Oh, cool. Black and silver. Nice.
Sugi no Jenny.
Now.
We can't, no, obviously not.
Safety.
Oh yeah,
because
safety.
North Japan.
Yeah, but we don't need to spend $50,000 just for a bit of snow.
Good. This next.
This is even more expensive. This is $70,000. No.
Oh.
This is the wrong area. We need the cheaper car section over here.
Oh dear, we're off to a rather worrying start. Maybe in the slightly less premium car section, we'll have a bit more luck.
This is it.
Mini Cooper.
Oh, good.
I mean, it's a reasonable price. It's a little bit over budget though. It's 3 times over budget. It is good. Like honestly, this would be kind of fun. But Journey Across Japan isn't about fun. It's about pain and suffering.
Always Journey Across Japan. No fun.
What about this one? This is 59 miles. But it's not a K car, so K car, Natsuki.
K is light car.
Yeah.
You're heavy.
I can't help but feel we brought the wrong man for the job today. Natsuki has not been a helpful influence so far. Should have brought someone a bit more thrifty, someone like Ryotaro. We're not getting a Porsche, Natsuki. For God's sake. Ridiculous.
Which one?
Which one? That one. That one.
What?
No, that one. That is the cheapest car I've seen so far. What's that? Moped?
No. This is toy.
It looks like it does look like a toy. That's pretty cheap, though. 29 mile.
Oh.
Actually, the car itself is 19 mile without fees. That's like $1,000.
Plus price.
Trash price. No, otherwise, this looks good. It's got like 4 seats in it. How the hell can you fit 4 people? This is ridiculous.
Dorka.
It's so like narrow. Like we're practically touching shoulders. Except there is a little barrier. It's like a couch, like a sofa. Big chair. Try it, you sit in the back.
Alright.
God, can you fit in there?
Big boy!
Game center.
Big boy!
Game center.
Don't trash it. If this is the real price, I think this is the car.
Find the last piece of this leprechaun for me.
Maybe die.
I've only found Big Boy. That's all I know how to do.
Is it a big leprechaun?
He has a head that looks a little strange.
I don't think that counts as leprechaun.
What do you use your car for? For God's sake.
There it is.
Oh.
I think.
Oh.
I hope.
Big cat house. There, I really like it.
Okay.
I think of all the cars I've seen, this is the one that ticks all the boxes. The size, the price. I think this is the car. If that's the price, and there's no problems with this car, like, this is it.
Magical, miracle.
It is a magical miracle.
But grandma is dead in car. No. Grandma's man.
No, nobody died in the car.
Prices.
Nobody died in the car. Nobody
Be
died.
careful.
I'm going to find out why. So
Oh my! Shit idea.
I get a star for
Seems we may have
assembling the
found a real
leprechaun,
bargain.
right?
And so we summoned one of the staff
Hello?
over to discover just why this K car
Where the fuck's
is
my
so
star?
ludicrously priced, and above all, to allay Natsuki's fears that the previous owner somehow died at the wheel.
I assembled your leprechaun, damn it. Telling me that was pointless?
前の方も確かに結構ご高齢の方だったんですけど、元気にその辺散歩してらっしゃいます。
She's live.
Oh, she's alive.
Safety.
まあ一応10年経ってますし、距離も7万キロぐらい走ってるんで、まあ年式が古いとか、ちょっと距離走ってるとか、形がちょっと古いよとか、なんかそんな理由ですね。
No problem. Wow. Oh yeah. Gulliver, go!
Okay, it's almost there.
Let's
Kill
buy.
him.
this car.
He did.
Oh,
Nothing too fancy, but
not the Porsche.
We take it.
This one, the Nissan Mach-E. Yeah.
And so, as the kind Kimura-san and I attempt to strike a deal, the only thing that stands between us is Natsuki, the saboteur.
Now I have to platform again or something.
How much is sitting again? No. K-car is shit. Dangerous. It's gonna be good.
Yeah.
Now,
we got
No!
ourselves a K-car.
No, Bruce, no! No!
My God, I can't believe we've done this. We've literally just bought Japan's tiniest car. This wasn't staged, this wasn't planned. I didn't even think we'd be able to find something like this, so this is going to be very interesting indeed. 21 days on the road in the snowiest place on earth. Can this car really do it? I think that's going to be half the battle, half the fun. Watching Journey Across Japan, to be honest. And with Natsuki in the passenger seat, what could possibly go wrong?
ready? Let's go! Journey across Japan. Start.
Put your seatbelt on. Seatbelts first.
Safety.
Journey through the windscreen. Alright.
Let's go!
Thanks so much. Thank you. Oh my God, 2,000 kilometers in this. This is going to be fun.
200,000 yen later, and with 2,000 kilometers in front of us, I'm almost in a state of shock that we've actually just bought a K-car. What on earth have we done?
29万円のカー。Toys. Gasoline ないね。
Yeah, we've got 2 bars of petrol, gasoline in the car, so we can only go like 50 kilometers at the moment. So not so much Journey Across Japan as Journey Across the car park. Yeah.
With an impending 3-hour drive through Tokyo to the start point of Journey Across Japan, it's time to fill up our new toy car for the first time.
So we're filling up the car for a long journey ahead to Kinegawa Onsen in Tochigi, the first stop of our trip. I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit worried that something is wrong with this car. To warrant that price, I'm worried we're going to get on a highway and then the wheels will just fall off. I don't know, it just feels perversely cheap, so time will tell. Time will tell.
Now comes the real test. Can we pack 3 weeks of equipment and Natsuki's vast cigarette collection into the back of the car?
Oh my God. Oh, what a mess. My God, we've had the car barely an hour and we've already trashed it. The amount of equipment we've had to bring on this trip.
How many days?
21 days. And now we've got to get out of Tokyo and make the 2-hour journey north to Kinegawa Hot Springs. The first time, right? To Kinegawa Onsen.
Oh, never been.
Yeah. Oh, well, hopefully it's good. All right.
At last, we're away, just in time to hit the Tokyo rush hour traffic. Oh, yay.
God, I thought I knew what real terror was, and that was until I drove around the world's biggest city in the smallest car with the world's worst fucking navigation man. Which way?
Oh God, another big boy! Get him out of here!
What do you mean straight? It's left or right? This is terrifying.
Okay, I gotta grab this.
Chocolate? Chocolate almonds. Oh. There's a chocolate almond tax when you come and ride in my K car. Special chocolate tax.
Well, I'm out of
traffic jam with one last view of Tokyo. It's weird to think we're doing a big, massive lap of North Japan. We're not going to see that view again for 3 weeks now. It feels really surreal to
I'm
be
out of prayer.
doing this. Like, it doesn't feel like
This
it's
is not
happening
good.
yet. And maybe it'll settle in when we get to our end destination tonight, Kinegawa Onsen.
is a place I've always wanted to go. To be honest, it's a bit of a rundown hot spring. It's not known for all the right reasons, as we'll see. It's tomorrow that Journey Across Japan really gets underway. This is kind of like the chaotic prologue. At least we walked away with a car, or driven off in a car. That's the main thing. We got one thing right today. As we get onto the highway and leave Tokyo behind, we soon uncover one slight flaw with the tiny car in the face of gale force winter weather.
Not gonna lie, it's a little bit scary driving this K car on the highway. It's so windy. Like, so windy. We're getting thrown around like a bloody dog toy. So we put the fan on and the smell coming out of it isn't that great.
Grandma smell!
Natsuki keeps saying grandma smell.
Old air.
It does smell quite musty, but we'll fix that.
Fix.
History. But yeah, really kind of windy and not so fun to drive this on the highway. Other than that, it's been great.
Okay, we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Well, guys, against the odds, we made it to Kinagawa Onsen.
Get out of here! 5 HP! Woo! Big boy.
But anyway,
I don't know where my... I guess I used all my blighted superstar. I'm not supposed to do that.
After a very, very long day indeed. You might be able to hear
Oh, I'm glad a PK didn't show up. That would have been disaster.
With twin beds. It's very, very pink and very romantic, isn't it? It's kind of this point I wish I'd invited Charlotte instead of Natsuki for the start of the trip. Without further ado, let's see Natsuki enjoy. Look at that, lucky bastard. Natsuki, I thought Natsuki was going to drive us here, and he made me drive, and now he gets to sit in the onsen. How does this work?
Oh, nice boss.
Oh, lucky man.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday indeed. You bastard.
Relax.
Yeah. Did you enjoy the journey?
Oh, nice journey.
Yeah.
This time, nice journey. Good journey. No scary.
7 keys. God dang.
What do you think of the K car though? Pretty good, right?
My bag's full.
Oh, he's a scary better. Windy.
Yeah, that win. My God. I don't think we caught it on camera, but a few times the car felt like it was going to flip over because it's quite high, right? And the window is really big, so it's like the complete opposite of aerodynamic. Anyway, that is all for today now, guys. Thank you for joining us on this sort of prologue of Journey Across Japan. Looking forward to seeing what that K car can do. To be honest, it's pretty good value for money. We paid like nothing for it.
Good product.
It's comfortable, it's a good car, it's a good project. But we'll see you tomorrow, guys, to kick off Journey Across Japan non-stop north from Kinagawa Onsen to Yamagata. Now,
I need to
get out of
grab.
the bath. It's my turn. I have to. Quickly.
No, my bad.
No, that's not how this works.
I took a step and the whole bridge dropped.
Revenue, assets, negligence, debt, profit. Team, it's been another incredible year here at Business Productions, which means half of you are fired. We're disposable for a reason, sir. Like napkins. Now that half of our workforce has been eliminated, you know what that means. It never gets easier. We can finally afford this informational video on how companies make money.
Hey y'all, Scott here. Quick, don't fire half your staff.
Instead, consider releasing a game titled Madden 54. You'll be competition free for the next 30 years.
I'm a creature of habit. Every year I do the same thing. I wake up, I say it, I buy Assassin's Creed. I wake up, I say it, I buy Assassin's Creed. I wake up, I say it, I buy Assassin's Creed. I wake up and say it, I buy Assassin's Creed.
The simulation is crumbling. Some video game franchises release a brand new entry every single year. And why is that? Well, it's better than a calendar. Oh, it's March. In this world, nothing can be said to be certain except death and taxes. Wait, let me change that. You know, it's somewhat comforting knowing you can always expect the same deal each and every year. God knows I can't medically. But oftentimes, less is more.
Oops, I forgot to grab.
Wait a bit
God
longer, it makes the release feel a hell of a lot more special. Plus, time for the creators to work on it. It's a win-win. Lowe's. Corporation needs consistent revenue growth at the same time every year. What are they gonna do? Oh God, I don't know. Wait, a new deck of sports every year. Hey, what's that? Annual releases. Because damn, what am I doing in fall of 2054? I'm free. Well, thank thankfully, Ubisoft will have you covered alongside a slew of other game companies releasing new games in the same series year after year without fail. Keyword being not out. It all comes crumbling down at some point, man. There's no way you can keep that schedule up forever, but it's interesting to see how we got to the points we get. Let's take a look at some video game franchises that pumped out yearly releases because I'm getting cold. When I hear annual release, nothing fits the definition quite like old Yellow Bouch. Call of Duty, pushing out at least one new game every single year since 2003. How the hell do you do that? Well, you have the first main developer, then the second main developer, then another developer come in to assist the main developer, eventually becoming the third developer, with all these outside folk developing your spin-off side titles until game development becomes so complicated you force every single one of your developers to work on Call of Duty. We got the guys who make Skylanders helping out. At that point, just have the developers call their mom. I need help. Call of Duty had a flow to its development. Infinity Ward would work on a game for 2 years, and so would Treyarch, meaning you could alternate between both for yearly releases. But as time passes, expectations rise. More content, better graphics. We need an extra year to develop all this, so in comes Sledgehammer Games to increase that 2-year development to 3. And that worked just fine until 2023, when they were finally going to take a breather and just release an expansion pack for the game that launched in 2022. Until they ran up to Sledgehammer Games at the last minute and told them to make it a full game. That was a great idea. They just couldn't fathom a year without a full new Call of Duty release. I mean, think about how disappointed the fans would be. This sucks. Thank God they got Modern Warfare 3. This sucks. Everything about this game feels completely cobbled together, rushed out the door. An expansion pack turned full-blown title at the last minute, all to keep with tradition. But in the process, you ruin a legacy, reputation, expectations, the whole package. Now, they've had troubles in the past sticking to a yearly schedule. Black Ops 4 didn't include a single-player campaign. They said it was because single-player was never part of the plan. This game was designed entirely around the multiplayer experiences because players didn't care about the campaign anyways. If you really believe that, why did every Call of Duty after this have a campaign? The yearly release feels like it devalues each experience before it. You see how much stuff is crammed into each of these titles, how many developers need to work on them, how these games are designed as if they're living, ongoing experiences, but they just end after 9 months to make way for the next one. It just feels like a waste. Because say what you will about Call of Duty, but they can be truly some of the most AAA experiences in all of gaming. Presentation, amount of content, they put so many other titles to shame, so to just throw that all away for another one less than a year later is just so damn unnecessary. Do we truly need a new Call of Duty every year? Oh yeah, as long as my chair keeps getting uneven. But looking at the games as games and not revenue spikes, it's obvious these just don't make sense as annual releases anymore. Much like Assassin's Creed, which gave up the annual release schedule back in 2016. Why and how the hell did a new Assassin's Creed come out every year? Oh! This franchise felt milked to death, even compared to Call of Duty.
How about you?
At least there, you have
sir.
different teams each entry, 6-hour single-player campaigns, plus
Can I have a cup of gruel?
From my nose?
No. Because I blessed
Someone
you.
let Vieira voice 7 in here?
That's Pat
More
Steve.
digestible as a yearly thing. During the Xbox 360 days. Now, Assassin's Creed, 20-hour single-player campaigns with multiple DLC expansions releasing into the next year with online multiplayer as well. You're playing this every year? Done. Finally. From 2009 to 2015, there was a mainline Assassin's Creed each and every holiday, and for the most part, they delivered exactly what was expected, which was comforting, yeah, but there was practically no time available to evolve the franchise in meaningful ways. There was time, however, to evolve it in dog shit ones. 2014, Assassin's Creed Unity nearly single-handedly proved that yearly releases were actively hurting the series. No. So people are already tired of the constant games, and you put one out that doesn't work? We'll get them next year! This was the end. Obviously, this wasn't gonna work for the franchise moving forward, prompting Ubisoft to take more time with each entry, returning in 2017 with Assassin's Creed Origins, which definitely felt like that new step the series needed to take.
I mean, comparing this to Assassin's Creed Syndicate is like night and day. This isn't bad, but this isn't bad 9. Origins was a breath of fresh air for Assassin's Creed. The extra year of development allowed them to create a far more detailed world with deep, richer action RPG gameplay, which they followed up with 2 more entries over a period of 6 years. God, but there's so much longer now, and we have to wait so much more between releases. Gosh, I just wish we're right back where we started. You don't know you'll miss something until it's gone, man. Assassin's Creed Mirage in 2023 was a return to the traditional formula prior to Origins. The formula that was used in nearly 10 consecutive entries. Yeah, oh man, we need more of that. To be fair, these Assassin's Creeds were damn bloated. I mean, 60 hours? You can do so much else with that time, like procrastinate. Maybe later. I feel like Ubisoft didn't really know what to do with the extended development time other than just make these games as long as possible. Hey, they knew how to pump out a new Assassin's Creed every year. You give them 3 years to make one, and they'll just make it 3 times as long. Mirage showcases how sometimes bigger isn't always better. Some people may prefer when things were more simple, though to expect even a simpler experience every holiday? I mean, much like Call of Duty, hell, even more so. Whenever a new Assassin's Creed would drop, I felt that severely undermined and undervalued last year's. And why did it have to be that way? What the hell about stealth action adventure games set in historical times screams, I know what I'm doing for the next 6 years? Ubisoft made the right call pumping the brakes here, while also acknowledging that, yeah, while the series has evolved, that didn't negate the original style. It's good to have both, just not under the pressure of releasing every single year. Ubisoft has Just Dance for that anyways. Every year since its inception, at least one new Just Dance has released, because, well, this one doesn't have Mambo number 5. Awesome! But this one doesn't have Boogie Wonderland. Great! But this one doesn't have Mambo number 5. Just Dance is the type of annual release you can understand damn well how and why they put it out every single year. Hell, if they took a year off, I'd be genuinely concerned. Of course, you need to put out a new Just Dance every fall because you need new songs. I don't want to be stuck with... Bring on this year's track list, plus some extra gameplay additions and or enhancements. But let's be honest here, for the most part, what set these games apart from each other was the year they were released in, which is definitely why they started getting named after them. Or there's a few thousand entries I missed. But whenever you see a game like this that's practically a glorified expansion pack, I think we've all had the thought cross our minds. Hey, why not just release a content update for the previous title? Well, Ubisoft listened to us. Them! Starting with 2023 edition, Just Dance no longer received a traditional physical release. Instead, you'd get a download code to redeem a pack of songs in the Just Dance app. So, this is no longer an annual release. It's just new songs are added to a Just Dance hub with a bundle of them being sold at retail every year. You know, I'm not sure if this was the best move considering most of the Just Dance audience looks like this. Okay, so 3 years prior in the UK, the Wii version of Just Dance was the second best-selling version. The Wii version! Then 3 years later, you're gonna ask that same audience to do all this? This is for sure a sound concept for the future of Just Dance, but when you don't do a physical release, you cut 2 platforms from your support, you remove major features from previous games since this is sort of starting from scratch, you require an internet connection, and you charge a full $60 when previous games launched at $50, what did you expect to happen? More! But hey, I gotta give Ubisoft credit for taking the logical step most other annual franchises are too afraid of. If your games are glorified song packs anyways, why not just do this? Of course, the logical step for some is boiling water on the crotch for Just Dance. But you gotta admit, this feels like the natural evolution for these things. I may not be a fan of live service games, but they do make sense for some titles. Specifically, sports games. Now, when you talk to those who actually play these things and ask what's the difference between FIFA 22 and FIFA 23, they'll genuinely say, graphically, FIFA 23 is better across the board. Better animations, there's new gameplay elements like power shots, these are both FIFA 21. Without little changes outside of the updated players and rosters, one may ask, why not just have one game you evolve and make additions to through updates and paid DLC? One may also ask you to go yourself and spend $70 every year.
Well, at least they asked.
This is how these sports games have always been, so it's hard to imagine them releasing in any other fashion, but just for a second, picture a game simply titled Madden NFL that releases like any other Madden game. But for the next 3 years, it's updated constantly. Then when the time is right, you release Madden NFL 2. With completely reworked gameplay, enhanced visuals, I mean, it would be a brand new experience. See? Nah, instead, a new Madden game every year for 30 plus years. It's pretty impressive they've been able to keep at it this long, especially when other sports games need to take a year or two off to catch their breath, and when some of these games are at the quality they are. I mean, Madden 2004 won Game of the Year at the Spike Video Game Awards. Madden 2005 won Best Song in a Game for American Idiot by Green Day. This was like the best damn franchise of all time! But that was just the cherry on top. The Madden 08 on top was... God, I love Madden. Nowadays, seems like the franchise is in this perpetual state of 60s on Metacritic. They're more concerned with putting it out every year rather than genuinely improving the core game. So if the game's so bad now, why do they keep pumping them out?
I don't know.
Now, one point or another, EA has annualized a handful of their franchises. Need for Speed was every year for a bit there, so was Medal of Honor, Skate, iSims, Hasbro Family Game Night. It's fall again, bitch. But series like Battlefield are roughly biennial releases, occurring every other year most of the time. Doesn't help things. Hence the schedule many franchises were on. It seemed like you could always expect a new entry 2 years later, especially during the Xbox 360 days. Well, if there's annual and biannual, what the hell would Guitar Hero and Rock Band be? A spree. But I want to talk a franchise that many didn't even realize was annual. One that feels like we only get new games every millennia. One that is considered to be one of the most revered series in the whole medium. August already? It's The Legend of Zelda, the yearly franchise. Starting in 2013, there was a Zelda game released each and every year until 2022. Now, we are stretching things here with spin-offs, remakes, re-releases, the works, which, hell, does 2012 count since we got Zelda 1 and 2 on the 3DS eShop? 2018 barely counts since all we got there was Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition, but hey, for nearly 10 years, Nintendo had some kind of Zelda release annually, and goddamn, not even Mario Party did that. That's the Nintendo franchise I immediately think of when annual releases are brought up, but look at this! So the first 3 entries were one right after another, but they launched a year later outside of Japan, meaning between Mario Party 3 and 4, there was a gap in Japan, but not over here, so does this count? How about the carnival games? Do those count too? Regardless, Mario Party comes out in bursts. We get 4 straight years of nothing but 1 year off, back again, 5 years gone, Mario Party 9. Explain this gap in your resume. Actually, just flat out explain the resume. Starting with Mario Party 9 though, we got annual releases of Mario Party news at the very least until 2018. Yeah, if we want to count getting Mario Party 10 announced in 2014, you might as well count that moment in 2006 when I said the word Mario Party. Damn, this series just won't stop! But every series needs to at some point, even if it's just for a second. But forcing yourself to release something at the same time over and over again gives you no time to improve or evolve your craft. You're just gonna end up pumping out the same stuff over and over and over again, and you can end up resenting your work. You no longer look at it as a creative project, rather as something you have to get done so you can get to work on the next thing. Yes, consistency can be great, and it can be so exciting looking forward to that new release at the same time you're always used to. But I think the health and quality of a brand is more important than rushing something out just to say that you did. Annual releases aren't inherently bad, not at all, but they can become that if you don't just pump the brakes sometimes. Realize that while these are products, they're also art, and if you start looking at them as just products, consumers are going to start looking at them like that as well, and eventually really stop caring about these series.
It's all about balance. These are businesses at the end of the day, but they're businesses in the first place because of the quality and integrity as these games as art. And if you're not willing to see that, stop!
You heard the videotape! Everybody, let's put together something special! Something we're all proud of, something we're making because we want to! Where's my creative leads?
You fired them.
Whoa!
What a dream! Hey y'all, Scott here.
One claims it's the company's only chance for survival. Atari has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. The 31-year-old
AWA presents the difference. Kodak is filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection.
What's up, guys? My name is Jake, and welcome to the 21st episode of Bankrupt. Most casual chain restaurants in America have been on their way out for a while now. While some have seen a slight resurgence lately, there have been many others that have collapsed in spectacular ways, almost completely dissolved from most people's potential restaurant options. Ruby Tuesday is one of those brands that saw a monumental rise in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, staking a claim literally around the world with over 930 locations. But in just a little over a decade, they would dwindle down to just 200 locations following a devastating fall from grace. So today, let's take a deeper look into what happened to this once massive restaurant chain, how they lost so many customers, and why they ultimately declared bankruptcy. This is Ruby Tuesday. This episode is sponsored by Nebula. Get a monthly, annual, or a lifetime membership by clicking the link in the description below. It all began in 1972 with a man named Samuel Bell III. Sandy was 22 at the time and was helping a friend manage a group of Pizza Hut franchises which they had owned. Sandy was essentially acting as his apprentice, and that business friend ultimately passed away suddenly. But literally on his deathbed, he decided to leave Sandy with $10,000, telling him to start his very own restaurant. Sandy took that money and along with 4 other friends and some additional investment, he opened Ruby Tuesday along Cumberland Avenue right next to his university in Knoxville, Tennessee. He named his restaurant after the Rolling Stones' iconic song by the same name, and the interior sort of had a rustic, old charm feeling with bold artwork mixed in. It proved to be quite popular though, especially with younger adults, and business quickly consumed Sandy's time. He dropped out of college and focused solely on the Ruby Tuesday brand, acting as their chief executive. With cash coming in from their first location, they quickly moved on to another. It turns out that the decor being used in these restaurants was popular with their customers, and that was great for them because it was all very cheap. That meant opening new locations wouldn't be such a financial commitment, and with the growing success of the chain, Sandy would focus on opening more and more. The brand was growing quickly, garnering the interest of big investors, even the former governor of Tennessee, Lamar Alexander, holding a 17% stake in the business before selling it off prior to assuming office. Locations continued to pop up across Tennessee through the 1970s, with some even opening up in malls, a very new concept for the time. They had also introduced the salad bar, a very popular differentiation to others. By 1982, the company had 15 locations, each averaging around $1 million in annual sales, or around $3.1 million today. Sandy was still eager for more expansion though, and while all of these mall locations and some of their existing leases were relatively cheap to build, he knew that in order to get to the next level, serious capital would need to be injected into the company to fuel this ambition. So Sandy began exploring the option of a sale, and he actually found a buyer, that being Morrison Inc. They were a company already experienced in the food and beverage business, and they acquired Ruby Tuesday for $15 million, or close to $50 million today. Sandy would continue to oversee the company's interests though, being appointed to a high-level position within Morrison, essentially a role that would overlook the entire brand as well as the creation of others. But expansion for Ruby Tuesday was still key, and they first started with the opening of a large restaurant in the newly renovated L&N station, which was finished just in time for the 1982 World's Fair in Knoxville. Sandy made sure that authentic Tiffany lamps and handmade stained glass were installed at this location, definitively making it the most premium Ruby Tuesday in the chain. In just 3 years, the company would double the amount of locations. Already, these restaurants were accounting for a massive percentage of Morrison's annual revenue, bolstering the parent company's bottom line. Sandy was well liked within this new parent company, and quickly raised through the ranks, becoming the president and chief operating officer by 1985. Meanwhile, Ruby Tuesday was accelerating in growth, opening new locations across America. These restaurants were a hit, too, with customers and journalists praising their extensive menu, elegant decorations, unlimited salad bar, and fair prices. By the end of the 1980s, Ruby Tuesday had more than 125 locations. Since the restaurant division of Morrison was accounting for more than half of their overall profit, the company was renamed to Morrison Restaurants Inc.
They only have less than 10 quests anyway. guys, don't you?
1996,
Two
shareholders
quests.
and the board
Two
agreed
quests,
to dissolve
yeah.
Morrison.
You don't even
and
have
split
quests
off
left
its
to do in
core
RuneScape.
businesses
I do
into
have
separate
quests,
companies.
otherwise I'd have
Ruby
to quest
Tuesday
point
being one
keep.
of them. Sandy decided to split away with his company, now becoming the CEO of Ruby
What would
Tuesday.
such a cape even
and
do?
things were looking very good for the brand.
Show that
That year saw
to
over
everyone online that I have
300
the quest point
locations
cape.
now open across the United States, and a licensing deal was inked to
So
bring the brand
useless.
overseas to the
Like
Asia
that
Pacific region.
useless.
The first international Ruby Tuesday
Teleport you
opened in
somewhere,
Hong
I
Kong.
think.
Despite some increased competition, the company was becoming a cornerstone in American casual dining, and the brand was generating hundreds of millions of dollars each quarter. In
No,
1997,
Block,
they
do
set
not
up a
fall.
new division to oversee franchise growth outside of the United States. They also, for the first time, allowed private entities to start their own franchise domestically. This was a big departure from their strategy of all locations being corporately owned. This was going to be a way to accelerate growth, and to executives, that was the way they would win the heating up restaurant wars in America. They ended 1997 with $655 million in revenue, making a $25 million profit. This new era of franchise growth supercharged the number of Ruby Tuesday restaurants, and by the early 2000s, the company was now
Box,
up
what
to
have you done?
575 locations,
Be a boy.
making it the 7th largest casual dining
Box, we're
chain in
trapped in here
America.
now.
They were seeing incredible year-over-year growth,
It's all your
fueled
fault.
by the brand new locations springing up. By 2004, the company had reached an incredible milestone, crossing the $1
Why can
billion
you be
mark
trapped in
in
here? This is
sales,
rude.
uniquely with the company's
I have to
founder and
reset.
CEO still at the helm. It was an impressive 30-year climb to this height, and there was still no sign of slowing down. Growth was happening in new international
Hold on,
markets as
we
well,
found the way
with
out.
Ruby Tuesday locations opening up in countries like Greece, Chile, Iceland, India, Mexico, Honduras, and a few others. By 2007, between franchise, corporate-owned, and international restaurants, the chain had over 930 restaurants with over 40,000 staff. This was an enormous company with a huge brand presence, especially across the US. But then again, so were other brands like Applebee's, TGI Fridays, and Cracker Barrel. They also had enormous growth over the last few decades, and economists were noting that Ruby Tuesday wasn't always at the top of consumers' minds. The turn in the economy brought on by the recession also wasn't helping at this point,
Box smuggled
and
into the
sales,
main courtyard.
year-over-year growth, and net income were all starting to slide. The chain was also embarking on a massive rebranding campaign, changing their logo
probably
and
completely
investing
worthless to
in
do
a
so,
new
so.
in-store look. According to their CEO, Sandy, they would be switching to interiors that are warmer and welcoming, with decor that is clean and uncluttered. It was quite the departure from the original look, and one that would modernize the entire chain. Each restaurant would see a $100,000 investment, and this new interior look would be first showcased in their flagship store in Times Square. Despite this new appearance, however, things weren't changing for the better financially. The company acknowledged that they may have hit the ceiling for growth as they potentially expanded beyond consumer demand. Locations were beginning to close by this point, and the financial losses kept mounting. Really, the company was in pretty good condition through the early 2000s, with impressive earnings and minimal long-term debt. But the company was engaging in stock buyback programs, and along with other liabilities like all those store renovations, within just a few years, the company added another $300 million to their long-term debt obligations. Their stock was also at its lowest point since the early 1980s. Meanwhile, Ruby Tuesday was embarking on a pretty large marketing campaign to further signal the sign of change. Honestly, there was a pretty good one where they created a viral marketing campaign where they accidentally blew up a different restaurant than their own to show how much they've changed. But then they started airing some commercials of a guy just destroying the iconic Tiffany lamps that the brand was identified with, and all of that just honed in on their new direction. This was a big departure, and it did alienate some of their longtime customers. To go along with the new aesthetic changes, they also raised some of their prices to reflect this new upscale vibe, and this likely
I
lost
have no
a good
idea if
number
this
of
is how I'm
customers.
supposed to get the star.
Regardless, in the immediate term, finances were improving, and by 2012, longtime founder and CEO Sandy Bell had stepped down from his position. The brand was now positioning itself more towards a refined and polished casual experience that would feature better quality food. In fact, by 2013, they rolled out sweeping changes to their menu, revamping many items and introducing new sandwich ideas like pretzel buns. And they pushed this pretty hard, making the new Ruby Tuesday sound like a special night out and a place you'll actually want to spend your time. In reality, consumers
Box are
weren't really
being very
responding to these
uncooperative.
changes like they'd hoped, and the company continued to see a drop in the
No,
number of
Box, you
customers
pushed me
and
off, you
in-store
piece of
spending.
shit.
It turns out that 2011 would be the
Dude,
last time the company
damn it,
would
Box.
turn a profit, and every subsequent fiscal year, Ruby Tuesday
I'm,
was
st-
filled
I'm
with
actually
heavy
stuck
losses.
this time.
2017
no
not
one.
only saw their
My Box betrayed me.
This guy went from the highest of highs to the lowest of lows. He was best friends with his box until
Boy in his
tragedy
box.
struck.
Well, time to do it all over again. Ariel, I give you the gift of time so that you can dick around and solve some star puzzles.
What?
That's what Elohim said.
Isn't Elohim dead? You killed him yourself with your own bare
No,
hands.
when you boot the road to Gehenna, he boots back to life and says, "Oh yeah, I put a bunch of guys in prison. Could you go break them out?"
He says, I'm sorry I trapped you in an endless simulation. I just didn't want to be dead. And you say, Elohim, you're a frog and frogs aren't alive. Alright, that's a new prayer restoration bracket. Sick.
And run all the way across this field so I can run up, take my boxes, and break a box into the main courtyard. Probably figure out the weird thing I discovered, but you know, I feel like I'm short a connector.
Yeah, brain connector.
Or a blue light. A better placed blue light would also help.
Yeah, brain connector.
Wrong.
We need more death runes. Talent stealing, Mom. Elohim.
Back.
Tell him not to steal. He's not supposed to steal. Stealing's bad.
Ivan taught me that stealing is good.
Let's make sure we don't lose this rune square shield, shall we?
No. Put the box on the wall, please.
Ooh, Lalans.
Right, box back in the
away.
main courtyard. K-Box, this time I need you to not betray me.
K-Box. Get it?
Hmm.
One like equals one box. K-Box. How many Larinskis are we up to? We are up to 14 Larinskis.
Boom. My thievery was a great success.
Why?
Got a star.
No.
I did, though.
It's not a real star if you had to steal it. Pay
Incorrect. Ivan taught
Exciting
me the best
news,
stars are the ones
everyone.
you
I put my
steal.
cat on a shirt.
She has no idea she's on a shirt.
Get yours today at drewgoodenshop.com.
Hey guys, welcome back to Watch Mojo's Top 10 Days of the Week. Number 4. Thursday. I love
Probably
horror
grab one of the
movies. I think
connectors
it's
before
such
I
a
go over
fun genre.
The experience you have while watching one is so much different than just about any other type of movie. It's funny to look back on all the stress I felt over the years while watching horror movies because, objectively speaking, I wasn't in a stressful situation. I was just sitting on my couch, scared because there's something on the TV. Okay, turn it off. Close your eyes, dude. There's no danger here. Idiot. Some of my all-time favorite
Now my big
movies
thing to
are horror
solve.
movies. But
So what
also
the hell
some
is
of
this
my
fan
all-time
doing?
least favorite. Let me tell you about the 2021 Netflix original, There's Someone Inside Your House. There are a lot of things that I hate about this film, but
It's
perhaps
blue light.
nothing more so than the
The hell am I
title
gonna
being
get
a
blue light?
complete lie. No, there's not someone inside your house. This movie barely takes place inside of one. You can't just come up with a cool title for a movie and then write a script that has nothing to do with it. I mean, apparently you can because that's what they did, but I don't think you should be allowed to do that. I think they should be in jail. The opening scene was actually pretty good, and from what I can tell, what they named the entire movie after. It opens on a static shot of what seems to be the only house for miles. Truck pulls into frame, guy starts an egg timer, takes a little nap, and when he wakes up, his phone is gone, and it's been replaced by the timer. Who put that there? So he goes downstairs, where he sees that the front door is wide open. Oh shit, his car's gone? Don't like that. If I didn't know any better, I'd say there's someone inside his house. Anyway, he dies pretty hard and then they play the opening credits. At this point though, I'm invested. Like, this was a creepy and well-directed opening that set the stage for what should have been a much better movie. The synopsis is that there's a secret killer who's also sort of a secret killer in that he kills people.
See cats tell me.
The first
where's
guy's
blue
secret is
light?
that he violently assaulted someone else on the football team, almost beat the guy to death. The second person who gets killed is the popular girl who tries very hard to seem open-minded in public but has a secret white supremacist podcast. Got it. So we're killing people who are doing something harmful to others in private. That's the theme here. Until the third
See,
murder,
cats
which
aren't telling
isn't
you where the
that at
blue
all.
light
One of
is.
the only likable characters thus far gets murdered because he has a pill addiction. Okay? Send him to rehab then. Addiction doesn't inherently make you a bad person,
Maybe a
especially
blue
if you're
light
not
hidden like in
hurting
the
other
butt of this
people while
building.
you do it. Why is he getting murdered over his own personal struggle? Also, this happens at a party where
Like, there has to be
everyone
some
else is underage drinking and smoking. Is that
That
not held
blue
to the
light
same
is not
standard?
gonna be
Kind of seems like everybody's intoxicated here. But unfortunately, the movie continues. There's now a fourth victim
Or like a
whose
cheeky
secret
method of
is, get this,
connecting.
he's gay. So now I'm really confused about the politics of this murder. So you hate Big Pharma, you hate racism, and you also hate gay people. Which side are you on, man? Also, the guy he stabs in this scene was the one who got his ass kicked by the first guy. So you kill one person for doing a hate crime, and then you commit a worse hate crime? Who the fuck wrote this movie? It's around this point where we learn that the main character, Makani, also has a secret past of her own. She was involved in some kind of hazing incident where she drunkenly pushed another student into a bonfire that almost killed her. So now we would be worried about her if this movie gave us any reason to give a shit. But I certainly don't care. She miraculously survives, tells her friends about her secret, and now there's time for one last confrontation. And if I wasn't mad at this movie already, this scene would be the thing to put me over the edge. So they go
Okay,
to
well,
a
whatever puzzle
cornfield
I'm
maze
solving
that's
is,
on fire and
I don't know,
drive
wrong?
a car through the fire. Which I don't think is something you can do, but this movie's making me doubt any scientific knowledge I've ever had, so who's to say? What really made me mad, though, is how stupid this movie thinks we are by foregoing any chance they had at subtle. We know that the main character has trauma associated with big fires. That's the thing we just learned. So if you're going for symbolism here, just show her face and show the fire, and we'll piece together that, oh my god, you're doing a flashback. You're doing a flashback to the scene you just showed 6 minutes ago? Is this movie made for toddlers? I would hope.
I need to kind
because
of
there's a bunch of
re-steal my
murders.
other box.
Anyway, turns out it was the angry rich kid this whole time. Who could have seen that coming? I mean, he's probably the only character who could afford to keep 3D printing photorealistic masks of all the victims' faces, but I guess we weren't supposed to think about that until now. Watching this movie for the second time now definitely ruined my day, but I'm not gonna let it ruin my month. Surely there's worse movies out there that could do that. So I had to do a local record store that turned out to have a fantastic selection of horror DVDs and also the 40-Year-Old Virgin, which sounded a little too scary for me. This was the exact mix of classic horror films and straight to DVD garbage that I was looking for. I found some absolute gems here, and I could not wait to take them home.
I'm sorry, what?
My wife to watch them with me. First up, we've got the 1999 thriller Bats. I love that this movie wastes no time getting to the bats. We open on some couple arguing in their car, and they get like 2 lines out before being absolutely ripped to shreds.
Sometimes you just gotta yawn while you're talking.
I heard what you said, Quinn. But Donna told me everything you're saying and everything.
Then we cut to a cave in Arizona. Guess what? More bats. I could honestly cry. I've never seen a movie so faithful to its title. We're introduced to 2 of the main characters in this movie, Dr. Sheila Casper, who likes to go inside caves and look at bats, and Jimmy, who just sort of talks to her on the radio from outside the cave.
Hey, Jimmy, if you hate bats and caves so much, what the hell are you doing with me anyway?
Oh no, Jimmy doesn't like bats. Something tells me this is gonna be a really rough day for him. Unfortunately, whatever their mission here is gets cut short when a helicopter lands and a guy named Toby comes out and tells him he needs their help.
I'm Dr. Toby Hahn. We need your help. Immediately.
I have to say, this is the perfect name for someone with that haircut. If you go to your barber and ask them for the Toby, you're gonna walk out of there looking like this.
That doesn't seem possible.
Emergency.
What kind of biological emergency?
Say it.
Bats.
Yes!
Dr. Casper. Bats.
Let's fucking go, dude. This movie is about one thing and only one thing.
So, ma'am, you're a doctor now. What exactly?
Bats, Sheriff. I work with bats.
Bats.
Yeah, I'm starting to think this movie might have some bats in it. So Sheila the Bat Doctor gets called in to examine the very dead body of the guy killed in the opening scene, where she notices a fang.
This is impossible. These bats only feed on fruit and nectar. This must be some kind of sick hoax.
Well, unfortunately, we're fairly certain that this is not a hoax.
Yeah, there's a mangled corpse in front of you. It'd be kind of weird if we just brought this in as a joke.
Do you ever steal a box back to its home so you can steal it again?
What the heck? That seems cruel.
How many of the scenes early on are just someone being like, I think a bat did this, and someone else being like, bats?
We think this was done by some sort of bats.
This is what the box lives for, it's not cool.
My favorite character in this movie by far is Jimmy, who, as we discussed, doesn't like bats and yet chose a career path entirely devoted to them. He's also written to be so dumb.
We need to know what we're dealing with here, Doctor.
I'm kind of curious myself now that you mention it.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I would kind of like to know what's going on with all these murderous bats. I wasn't interested until this moment. Although everyone's kind of an idiot in this movie, so it's just par for the course.
So you're saying that the bats can only infect other bats? Now that's bullshit.
I'll give them a little bit of credit. There are some scenes that are actually pretty scary. I mean, in general, the idea of, you know, being chased by a giant swarm of flying animals trying to kill you is not the worst concept for a horror movie. It just gets a little silly when they start doing some of the close-ups of the bat puppets.
What'd I tell you?
Oh, this one they just threw into a cage and shook it around. Apparently the bats aren't just hungry for human blood, they're also smart, too. They managed to put a tracking device on one of them, and then 2 other bats fly in and kill it in a scene that ends with everyone half-heartedly jogging. And cut. Perfect, guys. Love the lack of urgency. Somehow, in between their many close encounters with death, Sheila and the Sheriff Emmett find time to awkwardly flirt with each other.
Try to be gentle. Firm.
Think I can handle that?
I'm sure you can, Emmett.
Yeah, like with sex. So the bats start spreading and things are clearly getting out of hand. I love the scene where this kid somehow doesn't notice the guy next to him screaming in agony because he's playing a video game. Society, am I right? And I gotta say, the directorial choice to have this shot where the cameraman sprints across the room towards the attack, followed by 75 quick cuts, absolutely hilarious. This is what filmmaking is all about. Oh no, now they're attacking the whole town. Or actually just flying above it, I guess. They attack a couple people, but for the most part, they're just out there making noise. One of them flew directly into a neon sign. That was pretty dumb. Thank God Sheila was here to save this kid who seemed to be in absolutely no danger. There's actually multiple people in this scene who are standing perfectly still that Sheila saves just by telling them to move. That's the kind of intelligence only a bat doctor can have. I like when this cop tries to de-escalate the situation by verbally threatening one of them, and that doesn't go too well.
Take it easy. Bat.
No, bat with a T. Tried to tell you. I also like when all the cars just start exploding. What, do the bats have grenades now? Sad news, everyone. Toby died. I guess he was the only reason the bats were in this town in the first place, because they immediately flew away after killing him. Ah, great. Now we have to clean up the town. The bats left newspapers everywhere. Don't worry, though. They've come up with a rock-solid plan to save the day. They're going to freeze the bats with a giant refrigerator.
When the temperature drops below 40 degrees, bats begin to hibernate. All we need are cooling units powerful enough to freeze the roost. All right, we're gonna need some special gear to go in.
What? We're going into the roost?
Damn it. My job of studying bats is yet again at odds with my fear of them.
This is over? I'm gonna lay on the beach for like 3 years. Someplace they never heard of a bat.
Or you could just pick a different job.
Is this what you call normal?
I wouldn't call much of anything I've seen in the last few days normal.
Yeah, I bet she's talking about all the bats. Anyway, they turn on the giant refrigerator and manage to outrun all the bats through a cave and up a ladder and down a corridor and up an elevator shaft and out the entrance, all with about a 50-foot head start. Geez, maybe instead of becoming bat scientists, they should have competed in the Olympics, because holy shit. The best part of this chase, though, is when Emmett stops running and turns around to shoot
How do I get to the store?
7,000 bats. I can't believe that didn't...
I don't know. Why don't you try stealing?
I did. It didn't get me the star.
Why don't you try stealing more? Just steal the whole world. Steal this castle.
If I could steal the castle, I'd have the star already.
Isn't Talos Principle the perfect game? The perfect Bibbidi game. It's just
It's a wonderful puzzle game.
It's just a puzzle. It's just a puzzle game, but it's so good. It seems impossible, but it's possible.
Really?
You can do it.
It's a story about stealing.
Teaches a robot
That's
how to
what makes it so powerful.
teach a robot how to steal. What's boy and his thieving robot? The horse and his boy.
And now we can sit back and enjoy this 9-minute-long explosion, knowing full well that all the bats are dead and the world is safe. Oh no!
We're back on the Mysterious Fan.
That's the best ending I've ever seen. Actually, that is kind of funny. I was so convinced they were going to do that thing that bad movies do where they hint at a sequel at the end, just in
Use
case.
two stack high of boxes to get the light into a
They
better
knew.
position.
I think they knew bats would be one and done. As great as that movie was, I'm just glad I can finally watch the behind-the-scenes featurette and learn how Bob Gunton feels about bats.
They're so ugly. They're nasty looking.
He doesn't like it. I think the 4 out of 10 this movie has on IMDb is just about spot on. But the thing about a 4 out of 10 movie is that it can still get worse. So our journey continues. Up next, we've got Dream Home, and somehow this is actually a pretty substantial step down from that. I want you to take a second to really admire the graphic design on this cover. You've got this ancient-looking Victorian house, A ghostly silhouette peering down from the second-story window, a child looking up in fear, the words murder and kill scratched onto the blank part of the DVD cover. None of this is in the movie. Nothing at all. Look at this house. And then look at the house they actually use. Not even close. Right away, I'm getting the vibe that the main goal of this production was to pad the runtime just enough that this can legally be called a movie. During the opening credits, one of the shots they use is of a ghost slowly moving across a gazebo, and it goes on for 39 seconds. Every scene in this movie ends with a fade to black that lasts way too long.
I want that house.
Dang, I don't have a slight hill to stand on, so I can't get my
Is it over?
thing on
None
top
of
of
the
the boxes.
transitions can hold a candle to this one. Listen closely.
Now go call him right now while it's still fresh on your mind. I will.
They forgot to edit that out. So the editing is fantastic, the directing is top-notch, but it's the writing that really sets this movie apart.
Look.
What?
Look at that.
What?
Look at the house.
What?
Wow, so much is being conveyed in that scene. She wants the house, but he can't even see the house because he's driving. It's heartbreaking.
Leave me alone.
They do such a good job of subtly hinting at her interest in the house.
That house is beautiful and I love it. I want that house. I fell in love with the house. I want it.
I know you really want this house.
Baby, I want that house.
You really want this house, don't you?
Baby, I need this house.
When they meet up with the realtor who wants to sell them the house, at first I was really confused why the director let him stand in a spot with such horrible lighting, but then I realized it must have been a creative choice. I think it represents that beneath his sunny appearance, there's something dark lurking in the shadows. Who is this man? And why are they still so hell-bent on buying the house, even after hearing how shady he's being?
A couple of mixed stories about this place.
If I raise it up with the boxes
What are some of the
there.
others you heard?
Just a couple of guys joking at the water cooler.
Like what?
Nothing that should concern you.
Oh, okay. Well, then I won't worry about it. You want to go ahead and buy the house? Yeah, that's a good idea.
Look at this. This place has got to be at least 80 years old. This place is incredible, Darren.
Wow, look at how dusty and decrepit everything is. It's perfect. This is where the first and possibly only scary moment of the movie happens.
Seems like no one ever lived here for the past 50 or 60 years.
75 years.
Man, where the hell did you come from?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you.
I don't know, man. It kind of seems like you did.
I live around here. I saw you two looking at the house and thought I would come over and say hello.
And you're sure you're not trying to be creepy?
This is no ordinary house. In many ways, it's like any other old house. But it's special. They don't build them like this anymore.
This goes on for so long.
This house can feel you. This house knows what you're doing at all times.
Is he blinked at all?
This house can see.
Are you trying to tell me that this house is alive?
You should be okay, but just remember, this house is unlike anything you've ever encountered before.
Okay, thanks, buddy.
Just remember, you will die in this house.
Alright, appreciate it, bro. Gee, I wonder if that insane encounter with the neighbor changed their opinion at all about the house.
I want this house.
Not even a little bit.
Man, look at all the changes we've made.
Oh, I'd love to, but I can't. The camera's pointing the wrong way. Well, against all odds, it seems like everything turned out okay for them until Faye finds an old necklace under the bed, and we hard cut to the most disorienting montage. I don't know what the fuck is happening here. Weirdly, this actually almost works as a creative choice just because of how surreal and unsettling it is. Now, I thought that Faye saw all this as she picked it up, but I would assume that's not the case because if she did, I don't know why the hell she would then put it on. General word of advice to anyone in a horror movie. If you find an old piece of jewelry with a mysterious past, don't wear it. It never ends well. You're gonna take on some sort of curse. While this is happening, Darren heads down to the hardware store to pick up some paint, and he gets to witness one of the greatest line deliveries I've ever heard.
When I first moved into town, my parents used to see a lot of those kids going in and out of that house, and they warned me not to go there.
I don't think we ever seen anybody living there again, considering what happened.
Wow, that's gotta be pretty scary to hear two strangers talking about how haunted your house is. Let's capitalize on this momentum by showing a silent credit card exchange in full without any cuts. Perfect. Later on, they invite their friend April over for dinner, and I'm just trying to figure out
A big boy!
where the hell all this food came from, because that is not what they were cooking.
Getting all
It kind of
sorts
looks
tonight,
like
aren't
the
ya?
crew didn't have any actual
Big
food
boy.
to prepare in this
Very
scene,
large,
so they just had her
large
boil a
boy.
little pot of water and a big pot of water, which she
Okay,
stirs and
freeze,
stirs
get
until it
frozen,
turns
big
into
boy.
this giant
Frickin'
meal.
dickhead.
Movies are awesome. After dinner, April politely asks for a tour.
I'm ready for my tour now.
And Faye shows them the only room they already saw earlier.
This is it? I can't believe it.
You can tell she didn't show them any other part of the house because April has to ask her where the bathroom is. It's in that bathroom where the weird neighbor from before makes his triumphant return.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
The next day, Faye runs into him in the woods where she seems completely unfazed by him being
Right, there's
the
no
creepiest
way this
person
freaking
alive.
works.
You'd be surprised what you can find just lying around out here.
Hey, I remember you. You were here that day we bought the house.
That's right. How is it treating you?
Pretty good.
That's good. That's real good. It does me good to see two young people doing good.
I love how much of the writing in this movie is either that's good or that's bad.
You just don't know how bad that makes me feel. I really don't have a good feeling about it. It's just that I get this bad vibe when I see it. It's like the thing is tied to something really bad. I just get this bad feeling about that cross.
Also, everyone keeps describing the house as beautiful.
It's beautiful. This place is so beautiful.
We moved into this beautiful old Victorian home.
How about you freeze, you
That's a
dumb
beautiful home.
necryarch?
Even as old as it is.
How about you
it's
give me
still
a
a
billion
beautiful
XP?
home.
How about
And
you
I've
give me a
always thought it
Laren's
had
key?
been. That's a
How about you
beautiful
give
They
me
can't get
see ya?
enough of this beautiful home, even though something happened there. But no one will outright say what happened there. They just
Jesus, it's
keep
a
beating
PK.
around the bush.
Nope.
It's kind of
I was
frustrating.
about to
don't know
leave.
what I'm talking
These
about.
superior
You'll
foods
find out
only
soon
they
enough.
they
I
know
watched this
they
scene
know when I'm ready to
3
leave.
times, and I still
That's the
have
only time
no
they ever
idea
show
what
up.
the fuck she's talking about.
So
You're in the house. The event is still going on, whether you know it or not. And for some reason, you're becoming a part of that event.
What?
You see, you've done something to connect yourself with whatever took place.
Alright,
I
I
guess
need to
you
go
and
buy
your
some
husband have
death
done
rooms,
something to
probably.
connect yourself.
What is happening?
Even if something happened there, if anything happened at all, how could it be the cause of something that's happening now?
You don't understand, do you?
Of course she doesn't. No one does. She just keeps going. I don't even know if this was scripted or if they just had her ramble something vaguely creepy.
If it's connected to anyone involved in the event, you wearing it will provide a gateway for whatever happened then to happen now. Not only will the event continue to go on in the past, but now you and your husband will be a part of that occurrence.
Okay.
How do we get out of it?
In order to get out of something, you first have to know exactly what you're in.
And since you clearly don't, and I refuse to explain it, I guess you're just fucked. And then this same mystery woman finds Darren as he's
Dang, I
leaving
get
work,
a bit
and
more
she
mileage
creeps
with
him
this,
out
but I
too.
don't
Can you
get
give your wife
all
a
the
message
way.
for me?
Mileage. Buy an electric car in the game.
Tell her to be weary of her dreams. Tell her that sometimes our dreams aren't what they seem
That
to
power
be.
with electric sheep.
Sometimes it's our mind's way of telling us
Minds.
Tie a
Can you
sheep to
slow
the top
down?
of your
things
car.
that have happened in the past, or things that are going to happen.
I'm not even gonna try. The most accurate thing about this
How
entire
about you
movie
find
is
me
that he
another
actually
connector?
does have trouble remembering her long and convoluted
She
message.
said like,
Like, I want to steal
said-
this connector, but I can't.
okay, she said your dreams or something like.
Physically
Oh,
impossible
okay, she
because
said
that
that-
I don't wanna
connector
hear it,
is
Darn.
But
the only thing that lets
finally,
me steal in the
after
first place.
explaining nothing the entire movie, with 3 minutes left, we finally learn what happened to the house. And I
Or just
can't even
both
pay
of these
attention to it
connectors.
because I'm so distracted by how they chose to film it.
When her mother woke up,
What about
she
the
went
other
to
puzzle?
Giuliano's room. They say you can still see the father walking around the house sometimes. As he walked closer to Giuliano's bed, when the townspeople found out about this insane man, nothing. They say you can still see the mother.
And the mom was evil too. And the dad was evil too.
The other puzzle's been reset.
I'm sorry.
It is unfortunate.
Dead. Oh, never mind. She was just sleeping.
You don't understand. It's not him. It wasn't him.
I'm gonna be honest, I still don't know what happened in this movie. The best thing about Dream Home, besides how good it is getting to read the reviews from like 15 years ago from all the people who are so angry that they paid money to rent
Where's
this
the
from
third
Blockbuster.
character?
This was the absolute worst movie I have ever seen. I cannot even begin to explain the way I felt when this was over. I was ripped off. The front of the box looks really interesting. The kid on the bike. Oh yeah, why would he have anything to do with this movie? Duh. There's not even one child in this movie. If there were a way to recall movies, this film should be put in a fire. Take my advice, don't rent this movie, buy this movie, or even watch it on cable. I'm sure you can find better things to do for an hour and a half, like ripping your toenails off one by one.
Damn, seems like everybody hated this movie. But 2 out of 10? It can still get worse. And that's where the Curse of the Zodiac comes in. This may just be it. I think this is the worst horror movie ever made. Now, this movie came out in 2007, the same year as the David Fincher Zodiac movie. So I'm pretty sure this only exists to confuse the then patrons of video rental stores. Honey, this is that new Jake Gyllenhaal movie, right? Probably. It's not like we can Google it. We only have internet at home. But even still, this has no business being as terrible as it is. This is barely even a movie. It's directed almost like a music video, but one that's 80 minutes long and has no songs in it. So much of it is just these constant flashing cuts, and every shot is so overly stylized that I don't even know what I'm looking at half the time. They made some truly baffling editing choices. Like, what is even the point of doing something like this?
Randy!
Dear puzzle, please let me steal from you.
For you all night.
If I had to guess, I would say that all of this was a conscious effort to distract us from the fact that this movie has no script.
Oh, and by the way, speaking of the couch, you can have the couch.
Yeah.
A stupid pink couch in an orange colored room does not work anymore.
I refuse to believe that the actors are not improvising every line on the spot.
Crazy ain't cool. And it's, you know, normally I'd have fun, you know, hanging out with someone and dating someone that's a little crazy. But this is getting ridiculous.
They're constantly talking over each other or trailing off.
He's trying to, I don't know, he's trying to make us think, I guess.
As far as the plot goes, it is loosely based on the world-famous Zodiac Killer, but it's sort of like the movie someone would make about the Zodiac Killer if they knew nothing about the Zodiac Killer. Like, okay, he's leaving some clues behind, and there's some symbols involved, but also he shows up in this girl's dreams and keeps calling this detective and saying the same 4 lines over and over again.
In my book, 2 + 2 is 3. Maybe you want to meet in the middle, fat fuck. Make it a 4, fat fuck. Your black eyes, pretty girl. Your black hair, pretty girl.
Half the movie
You know,
is
I'm
just
beginning
him
to think I can't steal from this
yapping
puzzle.
about nothing.
The Sandman, a.k.a. Z-Man.
But after all
Not
that,
with that
stuff,
attitude. K.A. Zodiac. My name is Zodiac. Z.
there's no way to get up.
Although
on
I
these
do
walls.
like the way he says San Francisco.
I'm sticking around in San Francisco.
I would say my least favorite character is the world's most useless detective. He makes 0 progress from start to finish and is just confused the entire time.
I'm confused.
They could not have come up with a less interesting character. On the flip side, my favorite character is definitely this piano-playing murder victim who made such a bizarre choice on how he would talk.
Do you enjoy the piano?
You can see him trying not to laugh here.
Whoops. I made a mistake when I was playing.
Honestly, I really don't want to spend that much more time thinking about this movie. It made me feel gross the entire time. It actually made me miss the production value of Dream Home, a movie that had the boom mic in frame most of the time. This movie was written and directed by Uli Lommel, whose name I'm probably mispronouncing, but let me tell you about this legend. This man acted in over 90 movies. He wrote and directed over 60. And look at this unprecedented run he went on from 2003 to 2012. The sheer consistency with which he was putting out ones and twos. You may never see something like this again. I don't know if we'll ever see anyone match this kind of legacy. This is about as badass as it gets. To be so confident in who you are that you can say, yeah, maybe I don't have a story worth telling here, but I'm not gonna let that stop me from making 100 movies. Maybe next year I'll do a deep dive on his entire filmography, but for now, I need a break. This was rough. Well, I hope you all enjoyed watching me suffer through this as much as I hated every minute of it. But if you can believe it, even after watching all of that, you're only now getting to the scariest part of the video. An advertisement.
It's 3 p.m. You haven't eaten in 7 hours and it just hit you. You have no plan for lunch, and now you're so hungry you're not thinking straight. So you open up a food delivery app where you spend $47 on 2 tacos that take so long to get to you that by the time they do, they're cold and mushy. You think to yourself, there has to be a better way. There is. Stop stressing about where you're going to get a last-minute lunch that doesn't make you feel awful and start using today's sponsor, Factor.
Another Ladansky. I'm a Ladansky man. Alright, we're gonna have a big old opening after we journey through the rest of this task.
It's time to PK at the Ladansky chest.
Do not.
Hans!
No, Hans got me at the spiders. He took about $1 million gil in my looting bag worth of items. Hans got his pay. He doesn't get any more pay today. Hans made me give up killing spiders today, and that made me really sad. I really wanted to kill the spider boss a bunch more, but there were too many PKers, too many Hanses. The bear. When they all go to the Bear Den gay bar. There's just too many computers. Everybody goes there on Friday night. PK and Spindle. It's probably Prinny probably put him up to it. He's like, Ivan's killing the spider boss, man. I can't kill the spider boss because I'm afraid of them. Then no one can kill the spider boss because I'm afraid of it.
I heard Brittany say that.
Hey guys, Merry Christmas. Hey, I got a question for you. What 2 things do the following phrases have in common? That's right. Not only are they bullet points used to describe the plot of a very weird dream I had last night, but they're also actual names of real movies. Look, I love Christmas. That's why we put our tree up on like November 15th. But I will say it kinda sucks that my favorite holiday will forever be associated with something called Santa with muscles.
No.
It's absurd. But the reason films like this exist and why they all have such ridiculous titles is because we simply run out of Christmas movies to make. You could come up with any holiday-related plot right now, make up a title for it, and I promise you, that movie already exists. Like maybe you want to do something like, instead of Home for the Holidays, it's Homeless for the Holidays, right? A guy maybe gets laid off from his job and he's worried he's going to lose his house, but through the magic of Christmas... they already did that. Okay, well, what if instead it was about these twin girls, right? And one of them's a princess, obviously, and the other one's a baker, but through the magic of Christmas... Seriously? Oh, wait, I've got one. A postal worker.
Yeah, no, I thought that sounded familiar. Nowhere is the overabundance of Christmas movies more prevalent than on the various Hallmark channels. That's right, there's 3 of them. But we're currently in the midst of their annual Countdown to Christmas, where they release a new movie every day, despite the fact that you could just watch one Hallmark Christmas movie over and over again, and it would be the same experience. But you know what? It doesn't matter what I think about these films, because they are a goldmine for Hallmark. I read somewhere that they bring in about $500 million every year just from cranking these things out. It's truly a factory of content. And normally you would look at a process like this and think that something so mass-produced would result in a lack of quality, but weirdly, it doesn't seem to matter with Hallmark movies. You see, unlike other movies, Christmas movies don't necessarily have to be good for people to enjoy them. They just have to make you feel good. They just have to feel like Christmas. And it seems like for a lot of people, all you need to accomplish that is 2 lead actors who meet the threshold for being attractive to fall in love in a random small town. It's Hallmark, baby. The Hallmark movie craze is so crazy.
We did it. What did you do?
I managed the longest connected distance ever done in a game.
No.
This is going to activate a fan. And that fan may or may not get me to the star I'm trying to get to. I don't know.
And that fan's name? It's Albert Einstein. Robo Einstein. Hobart Einstein.
Take me away, fan. Oh, I did it! Star acquired!
Do you know how many stars are there total?
4.
Oh, you got them all.
In this little world, anyway.
Are they different? I can't remember how much. I literally do not have any concept of how much content is in the DLC.
The first little area was 4 bots, 4 stars. So we'll see if that holds up.
Why in the world? I guess I accidentally clicked.
That would be a lot of stars, and I don't know why.
You other brothers can't deny.
So I guess this is like the... Yeah, I guess if there's just 4 of these little worlds, I guess that's not too much.
Let's kill that guy. Take this Runex, take these Nutsacks. Take that Anglerfish. See ya. 23 more neck reels. Maybe 1 or 2 more trips. Hopefully just 1. We'll
okay, this shows me. Okay, this one has 5 bots, 4 stars. 4 bots, 4 stars.
DLC's bigger than I remember.
4 bots, 4 stars.
Pat, did we play it? We did, right? Surely we did. Road to Gehenna. I remember the text adventures. Yeah, we played it.
No, I don't think so.
I didn't play the game with you. How would you know? Did I play the game with you? I don't think so. I don't think we knew each other. Back in the Talos era. I guess I could check my Steam achievements. Are those real? Can those hurt me?
Maybe. Anyway, I enjoyed the little text adventure that had a world map. That was amusing.
Let's check.
Wait, what the fuck are these gray robot Tetris pieces? No, stop. I have seen no sigils. Don't you start this sigil shit with me.
The Talos Principle.
I was promised no sigils. It's in my contract. No fucking sigils.
This is talent achievements. No, check my achievements.
I have no idea if Gehenna has achievements. I assume it does, but...
Yeah, me too. I engaged in co-op mode with myself.
Rat. When's co-op, Talos?
Good question.
Called Portal 2.
Solve every mystery in the land. in every
Called
land.
Minecraft, actually.
Welcome to Gehenna, Free Garrett. Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Good old Garrett. Who the frick is Garrett? Guessing he's like the first robot.
He's like the first robot. Or like he's the first. He's one in the first world. I don't know why he's listed as first. He's just one of like 4 you can get. Maybe maybe all the robot names are in order of whenever you do them. That might be the case.
Down here, there's a lot to choose from. You've got white couple in front of Christmas tree.
Is Garrett a character in Talos 2 that I remember? Doesn't sound familiar. Oh no, wait, no. Okay, I remember now. I remember the lore.
The
lore.
Oh, okay.
Couple in front of Christmas tree, and of course, white couple in front of Christmas tree. I like how they've completely given up on even trying
keep
to
my
make
head in the
these
puzzle
movies look
and stop.
different. All right, guys, hear me out. I was thinking for the poster, we have the guy wear green, and the girl wear red.
Yeah! Yes. I love it! Let's do that for all of them!
So I feel pretty good about my team. I think I'll throw double points on the shoe movie because Candace Cameron is in it and she's like the queen of Hallmark movies. Hopefully I can beat this other guy.
seem
He's
like
got Patrick Mahomes on his team, so gonna be a tough matchup, but I think I can pull it out. I also just realized I'm like 6 weeks late.
Some of them
to this,
seem a little
so even if
meatier
I
than
pick
normal
perfectly,
puzzles
I don't
almost.
think I'll be catching up to Buster for the win.
That's good.
Soon. You know what? I'm gonna say it though.
No, that's good. It's just
Kind of a cool thing.
Wonder if Talos 2 will have
I'm not
DLC.
gonna lie.
I feel like it's harder to have DLC. What would the DLC even be?
Incredibly simple.
Well, I guess they could be meta. It could just be like, I opened up a new wing of the museum.
But it's a pretty smart way to get people invested in these movies. It kind of incentivizes people who are already a fan
Does
of
Talos
these
2
movies to
take
just
place
have
in the
the
real
Hallmark
world?
channel on 24/7.
No, how are you gonna have all these puzzles?
These robots spent their time building puzzles.
There's a cash prize.
Maybe they built a virtual reality to put puzzles in.
No, it's
Okay.
Where you could fill it out.
It literally starts with you waking up. You're number 1K.
While filling one out myself.
That's the premise.
Billy Ray Cyrus has been in not one, but 2 Hallmark movies. The first one, which came out in 2009, is actually a pretty well-received movie that attempted to tackle themes like race relations and maintaining friendships through adversity. And then the second one is about Billy Ray Cyrus falling in love with his son's doctor. The other thing I learned while taking part in this tournament is that Hallmark games are a lot of fun. So I decided to make my own.
That's right, baby. It's time for Christmas Movie The Game, America's most beloved game show, premiering today for the first time. As always, I'm joined today by my lovely wife, Amanda. Amanda, word on the street is you only agreed to do this because I'm driving you to the airport later. Care to comment on that?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right, so here's how this game works. Very straightforward. I'm going to give you 2 movies. One of them is real. One of them I made up. If you guess the one that's fake, you get a point. But if you guess wrong, I get 100 points. And there's only 4 questions, so you really don't want to get one wrong. It's going to be pretty much impossible to catch up.
Is there a bonus round?
Yes, it's also worth 1 point. They're going to start off pretty easy, but they get a little bit harder as they go. So let's start. Round 1, question 1. Which one of these is fake? Snow Bride. A tabloid reporter lies her way into getting invited to a family's holiday celebrations and then feels bad after falling in love with one of them. Or is it Snow White? A tabloid reporter lies her way into getting invited to a holiday party thrown by 7 polygamous dwarves and then marries all but one of them. I told you these start off easy. Yeah. Okay, good.
Final answer, Snow White.
You're right, that was easy. Any guesses as to which one you married? Okay, that's what I thought. That one was easy. This time we're going to do sequels. Which one of these is fake? Is it A Christmas Story 2 or Santa Paws 3, Return of the Pups?
Well, A Christmas Story is a classic, and I don't think they made a second one.
You don't think they made a sequel? So that's your final answer? They did. They made Christmas Story 2 in 2012, 30 years after.
All the same people? The
None
boy,
of
but he's older.
Yeah, but he's still a boy. No, they made it with a bunch of different people, and
no one watched it, and the people who did, they didn't like it. It has like a 37 on Rotten Tomatoes. So tough break getting the second question wrong, because as I said, they only get harder from here. Round 3 has 3 options, 2 are real, 1 is fake. Which one of these did I make up? Was it Jingle My Bells, a raunchy box office flub where Rob Schneider falls in love with a New York receptionist? Is it Elfman, a superhero movie where an elf saves a scientist from evildoers? Or is it Santa Claus versus the Devil, a title so self-explanatory that it sucks?
I feel like that one's real.
Alright, I'll give you that one. I'll narrow it down to 2. Santa Claus
Okay.
versus the Devil is a real movie. It
Yeah.
came out in the 50s. So is it Jingle My Bells or Elfman? Which one did I make up?
What year was Jingle My Bells?
Oh, I didn't look that up. I think early 2000s.
And how much did it make?
I don't know.
And what was their budget?
And was it real?
Okay, I'm gonna go with Jingle My Bells.
Is fake?
Yes.
Yeah, good job. I made that up. The score is 2 to, unfortunately, 100, just because of the rules of the game. All right, final round. This is sort of a bonus round, but not really, because there's no bonus to it. It's just different in that these are not Christmas movies. These are just various productions made by Mar Vista Entertainment, who is behind Christmas Mail, our favorite movie of all time.
I miss it.
Again, there's 3. Which one of these did I make up? Is it Avalanche Sharks? This is a movie about a bikini contest that gets interrupted by a shark avalanche. Is it Sweet Boy, a short-lived animated series about a young skateboarder who finds a magical flute that unleashes an ancient evil Chinese wizard? Or is it Doggy Bee? The B is short for boogie. It's called Doggy Boogie, and it's a live-action movie about dancing dogs.
One of them's fake?
One of them is fake.
Can we watch the other 2?
You want me to show you the trailer for the 2 that are real?
Yes,
So
and then
you
I'll
can-
decide.
I don't think that works.
I feel like the shark avalanche is the fake.
You think I made up a movie about a bikini contest that gets interrupted by a shark avalanche? Is that your answer?
You know reverse psychology.
I'm just giving you good old-fashioned psychology.
Skateboy you made up.
You think I made up something that involves an evil Chinese wizard?
Okay, first one, my final answer.
Avalanche sharks? Sorry, it's a trick question. They're all real. I know, I mean, I expected to be down 3-0 at this point, so I wanted to cheat my way into a victory, but I didn't have to. 200-2 is the final score. You want to watch the trailer for Doggy Bee? Thank you so much for coming on this year's show, Amanda. You'll be back next year, right?
Maybe.
Huh? As always, we here at Christmas Movie the Game would like to wish you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New.
Alright, let's make fun of some dumbass movies. I will say, it wasn't as easy to find some good ones as it was last year. Last Christmas, I didn't seek out a movie to make a video about. We just found Christmas Mail, and it was so insane, I had to make a video about it. I had never even done a movie review on my channel before that, but as soon as I saw it, it was like, yeah, of course I'm gonna make fun of this. This year, though, has been an entirely different story. I've spent most of December so far watching various Hallmark movies and Mar Vista movies and straight-to-DVD movies, but almost every time it just goes like this. Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus. What a funny title. This ought to be good. The thing is, there's no shortage of bad movies, and boy have I seen my fair share of them. But a bad movie isn't necessarily interesting just because it's bad. There has to be a certain quality to it that draws you in spite of its flaws. So it's been a bit of a struggle for me to find that perfect bad Christmas movie, but I will be talking about these 2. My Dad is Scrooge and Christmas Cupid's Era. Let's start with
Raised
Dad.
my
This
defense.
movie has everything.
Nice.
He's a bad child actor.
Gauntlets. Slightly jetter.
I'm a kid. The voiceover talents of Napoleon Dynamite, and of course, talking animals.
That's where babies come from.
So the first weird scene of this movie is when
I'm
these
just
four
letting myself
bullies
die.
come into a church
What if I
and
didn't?
they find this kid for being in a toothpaste commercial.
The big Hollywood star. How about an autograph, Hollywood?
His name is Ollie, so they call him Ollywood.
See you around, Hollywood.
I don't think I get their motive, though. Like, I know sometimes kids are just mean and that's all there is to it, but they're like, loser. You got paid to be on television, idiot. Then we make our way home and meet the titular Scrooge dad. It can pretty much be summed up in this one line.
It's Christmas.
No,
It's Wednesday. What a savage. Daddy lives up to his name when he forecloses on this old couple's farm right before Christmas in front of his kids, who he doesn't seem to give a shit about.
These are your kids.
When's the Elden Ring DLC?
Are they? So it's pretty obvious they're setting him up for like a
Along with the
redemption
co-op
arc
mod
here,
being updated
which is
for it.
kind of flawed because I already hate this guy. I don't even want to see him get better. I want him to lose custody of his kids. I think everyone would be better off. So anyway, all the animals from the farm start talking now for some reason, and the plot finally kicks in when they give the kids this book. Well, I guess they don't give them the book. They just kind of say, here you go, and then the book falls on top of the bed. You may notice it is a Christmas Carol, which is funny that they would give that to him because that's what this movie is. It's just a rip-off of that, but with a talking llama, so it's fun. But this movie does have some comedy in it. Early on, the dog accidentally convinces this guy that he's a ghost, and he just believes him. He believes the dog. And so for the rest of the movie, and presumably for the rest of his life, he thinks he's dead. He thinks no one can see him, and he's just stuck in like a weird afterlife, which is kind of fucked up when you think about it that they did that to him. They kind of ruined his life, but it does lead to some pretty silly moments.
Ghost massage. Floating bacon.
I don't think anyone's laughing right now.
Anyway, they do the whole Ghost of Christmas Past thing, and the dad starts to transform a little bit, but not really. And then there's this scene where he's talking to the mom, and you're supposed to think like, oh, this is cute, they're flirting, maybe they'll get back together, but it's just really awkward.
That? Oh, yeah, that's a smile. Is this the old Evie coming back?
You're a crazy person, so this is how crazy people start. So.
You're insane. Don't touch me.
Oh, Mom and Daddy love each other again.
I don't think I understand this next scene. Is this little girl flirting with a goat?
Drop your tail.
Thanks, Judge. I love you.
All right. Settle down. Just a tail.
Alright, no, I'm done. Time for Christmas Cupid's Arrow. So this movie is about a dating app called Cupid's Arrow. And it's Christmas time. So, Christmas. That's how they came up with it. You always know a movie's gonna be good when there's like 9 different production companies involved. ITN Distribution, and also the Wonder Film as well, and Lighthouse Pictures, of course. Oh, and Chivik Entertainment, Alice Bell Films. Free Dolphin Entertainment. What is going on? So the main woman's friend is trying to get her to find a boyfriend, so she makes an account for her on this dating app. So she gets a couple matches, and there's a montage where she's going on dates with 3 of them. And there's no subtlety in this movie either. Like, all 3 of these guys are just over the top awful.
Do you mind if I ordered a steak? How would I mind? Just wanted to make sure you could afford it.
You're paying for this, right? Because I'm a bad guy. I'm not gonna pay for it.
What do we get when you cross the engine from 67 Harley? Ducati forks and carbon fiber.
I like motorcycles. But I don't really care about any of that because the real star of the movie is this guy. This is a really great scene when we meet his daughter.
What's a date?
What?
A date.
Where did you hear that from?
Who the fuck told you about dates? It's not like she was like, Dad, what's a date? She's asking about dates.
A date is when 2 girls go out and they have fun together.
Like the zoo?
Yes.
Are the movies?
Yeah.
Or the movie?
Yeah.
Do you go on dates?
No, I don't go on dates right now.
Why not?
Because I already have a pretty lady in my life.
Why did he say it like that? So weird.
That's right, it's you.
Don't worry, I'm almost done. This is the last scene I'm going to show you. This is what made me want to talk about this movie.
Alright, I killed 299 necreals.
And the girl from earlier.
Great.
72,210 XP.
But it really accelerates when they find out they're the only 2 people on this party planning committee.
Put me 55k away from 87, which is the next big Slayer level where I get to kill the and get a brand new stave. So that when the judge asks me if that's a stave, I can say, yeah, that's totally a stave.
I don't know, are you sure it's not a rod?
No, if I hold it like this, it's definitely a stave. Thank you for understanding my reference. If you didn't, I would probably actually cry. Alright. Let's go grab my next task, and then we open up all these key boys. Good task, good task. 140 ice giants. Oh no. Are ice giants any good? 140 seems like a lot. Ice giants. Bad. Let me go see if they have any good rewards. Wilderness Slayer Cave. Average, we're 3,700. No, this looks like trash. We ditching these nerds. Cancel ice giants. Can be better task. Oh my god, I just got the same task again. Even more.
So it's gonna farm more neck reels.
240 this time. And that'll definitely give me 87 too. These neck reels, they have it all. Alright, man. Alright then. I guess I'm not even going to... I'm just gonna... grab all my Laren's keys and just go, because... You know what I need, though? I need... some energy potions. Alright, will I get another one of the Dagenhai pieces? Would be kind of fun if I did. If I had to complete the whole set, that would be a whole set of Wilderness Uniques done for fun and profit. The best part about 87 Slayer, too, and these Krakens, is that you can't kill them without a task, so I get to ruin all my points and not get a task for them anyway. That's probably what's going to happen. Trying to stock up. Alright, so far the Laren keys, not great. I want to see steel bars. But I'm not seeing steel bars, I'm seeing freaking garbage. Oh, there's steel bars, alright.
Oh yeah, it is time to visit the Larensky chest after my visit to the Magic Axe Hut.
Oh no. Too many gems. Oh well. It was okay. I'd say that's okay. If that's Snapdragon Seeds, then it's pretty good. Yeah, that's Snapdragon Seeds. Fine.
Honestly, aren't you like up a ladder or something? I feel like you'd have enough of a warning when somebody came close.
Well, I think somebody could log in on you if they're just like hopping world to world, murdering everyone at the Larensky chests.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
But like, what are the chances? You know, you're there for 30 seconds. What are the chances you find somebody there? I just opened like 18 keys and it only took takes a handful of seconds. Really, like, the PKers are just, they're especially weird because it's like, everything you do is just really tedious, it seems like. It seems miserable to be a PKer. I don't want to be a PKer.
Look, PvPers in games like this are weird. They're weirdos. They are explicitly weirdos.
Yeah, they are freaking weird. Man, Necreals give everything. They give money. They give really good XP. They they have the highest chance, I think, for dropping off the big boys, for dropping like the Slayer big boy unique items. And they drop a bunch of seeds, but they're only good seeds. They're only herb seeds. Like, these Snapdragon seeds are probably worth 300k, 200k, yeah. These Toadflax seeds are not worth much, but they are worth much to me. Alright, and there's no need to switch my spellbook back to normal because we gotta kill more Necreals later anyway, but we're not gonna do it tonight. Oh, my redwood tree ready. Let me click this bad boy. Grow some snape grass. Severus Snape grass. Dumbledore.
Calm down over there, Potions Master.
Remember when Harry Potter was the only thing anybody ever read? Remember when I read Harry Potter as a child and I was like, ah, yes, this is another book series that's fine to read. It was pretty entertaining when I read it. And then I realized, oh, that's all anybody's read. Nobody's read his Dark Materials or Narnia or Dune or many other things. They just read Harry Potter.
Oh, I'll be honest. I actually didn't really like Harry Potter.
I liked it when I was a child.
When did you read it?
When it came out. Like, I read all of them, don't get me wrong, but it was just not... There were much better books that I read that I enjoyed a whole lot more.
Dave was a reader. That's fair.
Dave doesn't know how to read.
What?
He didn't even finish Human Echo. Oh yeah, name 3 reads.
Any of the Xanth series?
Never heard of it.
I've read those.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I played the
Xanth?
little I played the game. The old
Wait,
ass fucking
there was a game?
yeah, there's a game.
Huh.
It's a click adventure game.
Piers Anthony.
Yeah, Pierce Anthony. It got weird near the ends of the
Wordplay and
series,
puns.
but
There's
yeah.
45 of them?
Yeah.
Well, that reminds me of the other thing I liked.
You should
Probably
play the
liked
game.
this. The only thing that was weird about I liked Animorphs, cool series. It was very dark for a freaking thing for kids, but there were also like 800 Animorphs, and I never owned all of them, so it's like, and they weren't like serial or episodic or serial, whatever the right word is. They had a continuing story, but there were 8 million of them, and I never owned them all, so I had to kind of piece together what happened in the gaps. It's freaking weird. But Animorphs is good.
I was a Redwall reader.
Oh, Redwall! I forgot. I totally forgot about Redwall. Yeah.
I mean, I don't read.
Yeah, Redwall was good. Redwall was good.
Sword of Truth.
It's the Sword of Truth.
They made a cartoon on PBS.
Sword of Truth. Terry Goodkind. More like Terry Badkind. I never heard of it.
It was enjoyable at the time. I read it when I was in high school, I guess.
Oh, they stopped Redwall. That's kind of surprising. Were they all written by the same guy? I guess so, yeah. Brian Schoch. Did he dead? Oh, he dead. He dead a long time ago. Oh, This is weird. The author died, and then no more Redwall books came out. I don't understand. It needs a reboot.
Yeah, they haven't made one in
George R.
5
Martin
years.
to take on. And then they'll make a Dark Souls game out of it.
Yeah.
With Miyazaki. I only read. See, I read Redwall. I read Martin the Warrior.
Yeah, I definitely haven't read all of these. I know I read
Agarong, I think. The Badger Pirate dude.
Yeah, I feel like that's about when I stopped. I'm looking through the list of when he released all these. I don't think I've read all of them in order. I know I read Metemio, Salamandrodon. Yeah, I remember that. Martin the Warrior, I remember that. The Pearls of Luchar, I remember that. I don't remember the two it lists in between them. The Bellmaker and Outcast of Redwall. I don't remember reading those. I remember reading Marl Fox. And Lord Brocktree sounds familiar. And then everything like past the Tagarung, I don't remember. Huh.
What was your favorite?
I think it was probably. I'm trying to remember what the plots of all of them. I remember liking Martin the Warrior a lot.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite.
Cause is that the one with like he's
That's
got like
like the
prophecy and stuff? Yeah.
Or like it was like before Redwall was built, I think.
Yeah.
Because like there was a bunch of Martin the Warrior.
Yes, I
lore
remember.
inside the.
Yeah. And Metemio was he was the one. He's the kid of. Was he the kid of the guy of the Yeah, of Matthias? Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Matthias.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Matthias.
Yeah, Matthias was from the first book.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that was a good one too.
I was.
They were just pretty solid in general. Pretty solid little books. They were nice and violent, but it's animals, so it can't be bad.
Yeah, it's fine. I think I read it in middle school.
Yeah. You know what books I don't like? Lord of the Rings. I don't like them very good.
Oh.
He goes off on too many tangents. He goes off on too many tangents.
Oh, what about the Dragonlance
I don't remember
series
him
and
going
the
off on
story of the
tangents.
twins?
He has the elves like sing poetry for like 10 pages, and I'm like, oh my god, I don't care.
Much as I was fine with Lord of the Rings, no, I can understand not being completely into those. He has a writing style.
Oh my god, I don't care about you,
Did you ever
mister.
read any of the Dragonlance?
No.
That's
I didn't
pretty
read
good.
a lot of like high fantasy or any of the D&D books. I wasn't that big into. I think because I read Lord of the Rings pretty early, I was like, oh, is this what it's like? Maybe I don't want high fantasy.
I can see
The
that.
answer is no, that's not entirely what it's like, but
Yeah, I've learned this since. But no, I really liked the His Dark Materials trilogy. That was a very good one. My parents, probably to this day, do not realize that it was written as the antithesis to the Narnia books. Because the guy's like, oh, those are so clearly like to indoctrinate kids into believing in Jesus. I'm gonna write an atheist version of those.
okay, buddy.
And then he tips his fedora so hard in the third one. But the it's like if Narnia dabbled in like fictional metaphysics. It's freaking weird. They're very, very creative. I think he wrote a new one, but I don't think there's any reason I would read it. Oh, Artemis Fowl. I read some of those. I think that's another one where there's like a million. I think that was near the end though of reading reading younger people books. I'm just like looking up YA series. Most of them are too new. No one's ever heard of any of these things. Why are they in the top? Here we go. Teen novels of the 90s. This is. Oh yeah, The Giver. That's a good little book.
I have actually read that. It was a good book.
I read that one. It was.
Apparently it was part of a series. I didn't know that until like way later. Then I never read the others. I don't really like the idea of it being a series. I don't think I would even want to read the other ones, to be honest. Never heard of any of these other ones. I read some of the Little House on the Prairie books. They were not very good. I remember that. read a lot of Hardy Boys mysteries. Anyone else have mysteries, boy? I don't recognize most of these others. Why aren't any of the Animorphs on? Why isn't there list? Why no one listed them? I didn't ask for good books. I asked you to list them. You're listing a
Sorry,
bunch of
everyone got
things
together and
nobody's heard.
decided that Animorphs should just be deleted from existence.
Was Animorph? Maybe he was in the 80s. Maybe that's why it doesn't show up here. Oh, the Golden Compass was also in the 80s. Wow, that's weird. Oh yeah, Goosebumps. That's more child than YA. I did read a lot of Goosebumps. I don't like scary things. I don't know why I read Goosebumps.
I think they were really more creepy than anything else, weren't they?
Yeah, it kind of depended. I liked the Choose Your Own Adventure Goosebumps mostly. They were like really, like detailed in terms of how much state they had in account. They were really creepy when I was 9.
Understandable.
Okay, there's a ton of Goosebumps on this. I had to go back to the 80s. Apparently, most of those are written in the 80s. God dang, you read so many freaking books. Oh, there's a Goosebumps. Anyway, the only Goosebumps I would say holds up just because it has the most bizarre sci-fi concepts that, like, they're worth somebody caring about is the Elemist Chronicles. It's freaking weird.
Is that Goosebumps and not something else
no,
entirely?
Animorphs. I don't know what I said. That's what I meant.
I was gonna say, you remember anything individual about freaking Goosebumps?
No.
Banicula?
Actually, I remember a few things.
Wasn't that its own book?
One of the creepiest ones.
It was a Goosebumps series or a Goosebumps book.
I'm gonna cut the stream by stream. Nobody watch.